I test? Can I test? Thank you. It's 9 o'clock. Good morning. My name is Tora Galway. I'm the founder and director of the Document Project. Like many of you, we're seeking a roadmap to a better world. An important part is government services, like schools, courts, and hospitals. People need documents to access these services. For example, a birth certificate, a property deed, or a driver's license. Worldwide, people have to follow complicated documents, forms, and instructions that can be missing, unclear, or incorrect. It should be easy, but it's not. Now, these numerous, serious, and fixable problems will be addressed by the Document Project's coalition. Complexities of government bureaucracy will be targeted by many multi-stakeholder action research projects in order to help governments solve the problem. These projects include collecting best practices, examining constraints to legal economic migration, and creating international coding system to precisely talk about errors. A critical strategy is seeking wisdom from everywhere. I'm speaking to you from a large international meeting called WSIS, the World Summit on Information Society. A highlight is the WSIS Prizes competition. Selected from 1,000 submissions, champions represent a diverse array of initiatives that are driving digital transformation and inclusive development. Today, we are honored to benefit from the wisdom of 3 exceptional people who are WSIS Prize champions. They will be addressing the difficult topic of untangling the red tape. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce Emi Versosa Delfin, Director at the Department of Information and Communication Technology in the Philippines, Jahamvula, Manager of Research, Innovation and Training at the E-Government Authority in Tanzania, Giannis Jedinj, Deputy Director of Digital Development at the Culture Information Systems Center in Latvia. It is also my pleasure and honor to introduce Vera Veale from Croatia and the USA, who is advisor to the Document Project and moderator of this session. Vera, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tora, and for that very important introduction, the topic that we are going to be untangling the red tape. And I hope my panelists will provide you with great insight and input. One small technical matter that I wanted to address with my panelists and also for the audience to know that we will give each of the panelists a chance to address 6 topics that we have identified as key topics for addressing this issue. And so after each of them speaks, we will give them a 2-minute timeline, so just to watch for that. And again, let me take the first topic, which is citizens' engagement, and my first speaker will be Amy. Take it away.
Thank you, Vera. Hi, everyone. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank ITU and, of course, Document Project for including the Philippines to be part of this panel. So we talk about citizen engagement. You know, in the Philippines, citizen engagement is very dynamic and evolving. Actually, it is rooted on a very strong legal basis. Even our Philippine Constitution actually guarantees the right of the people to participate in governance, and there are actually several laws in the Philippines. We talk about the local government code or e-government program that really encourages citizen participation, citizen involvement. But I know I have very limited time to share about all those, what we do in the Philippines in terms of citizen engagement. But what I would like to highlight, because recently I'd like to share that the Philippines has been awarded in Singapore, which is really about, so we received 2 awards in eGovDX Asia. We were named Digital Transformation of the Year. So we have our eGov DX and eGov Super App, which also won the e-governance project of the year. So in that particular project, there's one component there, which is actually an e-report, which actually encourages the Filipinos to provide report in that particular eGov Super App in terms of scams, in terms of child and women abuses, in terms of different issues that they want to report in that eGov Super App. So eGov Super App, it's actually a single sign-on which consolidates the different eGov services in the Philippines. So in terms of other citizen engagement, when we do our planning and we conceptualize our programs, we always involve the citizens, our partners, our stakeholders from the government, from the private sector, and from the civil society. So that's how we engage our citizens in terms of their participation in government services and programs.
Thank you very much, Amy. That's very good, and congratulations on another award you have received. It just shows very, I think, engaged and participation both of your citizens, but also of the people who are bringing us digital, of course, efforts in the country. Now, let me move on to our next speaker. On my left, I will start with Janis, and take it away.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm happy to be here and share my thoughts on different topics, but time is short, so back to the point. We all know that citizen engagement is very important for governments, and there are a lot of ways to do that. And the one way is that we create as much e-services as we can. For example, in Latvia, we have very high e-services. We can do almost everything online, but in the same time, I think, and we provide, and I think that governments should provide the possibility to involve more in policy making, what government is doing, how they are changing some laws and rules, and we have that kind of portal for that, and everyone could see what happens, what ministries are commenting, and what they are doing. So I think that's in both ways. And another way how we can engage citizens is that we are making e-services. Somehow in government we know what we need to do, but in the same way we need to involve citizens how those e-services work. What are the usability for that, and what are the possibilities for them to do it better and get the best services as they can.
Thank you very much for that. And I assume that some of that involves training as well. You need to have citizens engaged in knowing how to effectively use those procedures and be able to benefit from the structures that are set up by government. Very good. Thank you very much, Janice and Yanis. And now we'll go to our third speaker, Jaha, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vera. Good morning, everyone. And I would like to thank ITU for putting a very good forum, and as well as for continuing involving us in this. And we appreciate for that. With regard to the citizen engagement, actually, we one of the platform we won an award in Rejesho is a citizen engagement platform. But there are three things to be considered when making the citizen to properly be engaged, active engagement and the participation of the citizen. The first, we need to look on different areas, for instance, infrastructure. Do we have a right infrastructure for the citizen to access the e-service? But also the affordability. Is the technology affordable in that area? There's a difference between urban and rural, but you also need to put into considerations. But also knowledge. The citizen are aware of the tools you are putting there for them to access the information from the government, and also the right information. But in this era, it's important to consider the youth. The youth should be properly equipped, skilled. Skills-wise, they are the future. They can build tools. They can they can maintain. Also, to have the right knowledge of the technology itself. So for Tanzania case, we have the right establishment from the Minister for ICT. We have UCSAF, Universal Access Communication Fund, which also making sure this technology is accessible everywhere across the country. We also have e-government authority as well as ICT Commission. Those institutions are there to make sure that the citizen they get the proper knowledge on the digital transformation, but we also e-services reaching to the citizen.
Excellent. Very, very good input and information about what you're doing in your own country. We will have one Slido that will appear. We will give you a chance to basically provide a answer to the question that's been posed. So it's really open to audience as well as to anyone else online watching this particular session. So we'll take a minute and we'll get a response and we'll proceed on then with the program. Great. I hope everybody has had a chance to look at that and provide input. We like very much to get engagement from the audience, and I see that there's some very good responses. We'll keep tab of that, and we'll proceed with the next topic that we have, and I think it's already raised a bit by Jaha, that there is urban and rural divide, and I think it's an important issue for us to discuss. So I will ask Jaha to proceed on that topic first, and then we'll move forward to the other two panelists to also provide their input on that topic.
Thank you, Vera. The urban-rural divide actually is come naturally due to environment, the nature of activity, social activities in urban and rural is different. But importantly is knowledge and awareness of adoption of the different technologies put in place. And for rural use case is important. What solution are you going to put there? But also the awareness and the knowledge they have in urban and rural to use technology is different. But also the affordability. I think in urban people, they can afford technology. they know how to use technology. But in rural, you need to consider that there is a fear of unknown. They are not always, they don't want to be the first to use the technology. And also you need to consider the infrastructures, the skills level, the maturity of these two different areas in terms of education, in terms of social activities, in terms of the right people, human resources in a technology perspective. And with that, also for Tanzania case, we have been considering that during the inauguration of the digital economy framework, we also put a proper strategy on how to reach the urban area, the rural areas, give them proper infrastructure from electricity to infrastructure for the ICT. But also you need to consider the use cases. What is solution they want in urban and what solution they want in rural? I'll give you an example. I can have an app which provides stock market exchange, proper, well-established app, but the same app maybe cannot serve the rural. Maybe they need information on agriculture, weather, diseases. So you need to have the specific use cases which can work in rural. And that you need to make sure people are very much aware of that. And also even the youth engagement. The right, the digital ambassador in rural and in urban should be have the right skills of that. Language as well should be the case in rural and urban. We need to localize use cases for rural areas to adopt technology. And for urban, maybe you don't need that much of energy to make people to adopt technology. So the gap is natural.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jana. And I will like to have our next speaker, Yanis, to provide perspective on that topic as well.
So I think we all agree that there is urban-rural divide in the whole world, but the gap is different from country to country, and it's tied also with how the internet connectivity is provided in rural areas and so. But what I think is, and what I have seen in experience, that, for example, banking and banks are closing their bank offices in rural areas. So the citizens who live there need to catch up faster on usage of e-services. And I think that there comes in like possibility for libraries as places where users can go in and ask librarian for support. We have in Latvia that program that libraries are like not only libraries, but a place where you can go and get all the e-services and information on that. Also, I think it's a good thing that there are like digital ambassadors that also helps people to close that gap with usage of e-services. And I think it's one of the government's tasks to help people and to create a special learning programs and to help them, citizens, to use those e-services. Because, as I said in previous small session, that we have almost everything we can do everything on e-services, but sometimes you need some information how to do that and how to learn. And so I think we need to close that gap in different ways, but learning and training is one of the biggest tasks we need to do as a government.
Thank you very much. Yanis, thank you again for that usefulness, also the tool that you have in your own country of libraries being that source of information for users on various elements that we do. Now, Emmy, it's your turn.
So, for the Philippines, which is composed of more than 7,100 islands, so definitely urban-rural divide is really a challenge. But, the government is really doing a lot in terms of how do we address this urban-rural divide. And definitely I agree with Janice that one really very critical component in addressing that is digital connectivity. So in the Philippines, we have a major program called Free Wi-Fi for All, which actually provides connectivity for rural areas, particularly we call it GIDAs, geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, so that the public places, public schools, public plazas, health centers, we're giving them free Wi-Fi because there's a law aside from our Ministry of ICT that is mandated to provide connectivity. There's also a law that actually mandates us to provide connectivity in those areas. So another, of course, issue is the basic digital literacy. So I understand that it's not just in the Philippines, but across the different countries. So in our country, we also have our, if Janice has the libraries in the Philippines, we have our Tech for Ed centers. But of course, and thanks to ITU, because we're using now the ITU standards, which is the Digital Transformation Center. And we have thousands in the Philippines. So that Digital Transformation Center, we provide equipment, connectivity for, it's open to all, particularly for our marginalized sectors. We talk about persons with disabilities, senior citizens, out-of-school youth. They can use that center for free. And there we actually provide trainings on basic digital literacy for them. So that's among many other things that we do, but basically connectivity and basic digital literacy are really key components in terms of us addressing the urban-rural divide. I don't have time, but maybe I can add later because you have another program specifically to address that. Dora, if I have time, yes.
Thank you very much, Emma. And I presume because of the geographical structure in your country, the emphasis on the rural-urban divide is obviously very much a part of that concern and input that you place into the planning and organization. Now, we are going to look at the issue of language. Is language an important concern for governments as they address digital solutions in the country? Yanis, I'm going to give you the floor now.
Yes.
Especially since Latvia is spoken in many countries, Latvian language, I should say.
So language topic or language technologies was one of my favorite topics, as I'm also a champion here of that digital tools. But yes, yesterday we heard different sessions about language multilingualism, and it's still an issue. And even with those technologies we have now, we still need to talk in English language, and I hope that in near future we can discuss in each other languages we can. But from government perspective, I think that we have a lot of people who are coming in from Europe to live and work in Latvia, and as a government we need to provide that services and in their own language. And I think that automatical tools here helps and to provide those services in their own language in Europe and any of the European languages. And that's a thing I think government need to take in action and provide those services. Also, what language tools and also AI tools what are coming in now are doing that we provide, for example, easy language tool that's to better understand. There are a lot of groups of people who don't understand those difficult texts of government laws and something. So easy language tool is one of them that helps that. Also, for example, the tool that helps for different user groups is speech, text-to-speech tool that some of the user groups better understands everything in listening, not reading. So there are a variety of tools that helps to solve language issues. And Latvian language is only 1.5 million people speaking in the world. So many and hundreds of and thousands of languages are small one. So that's a thing we need to work on.
Thank you very much. Let me move now to Emmy to talk about the language issue in your own country. And
thank you, Tora. Language is not really an issue in the Philippines, I would say, because English is our second language, of course, next to our national language, which is Filipino. In fact, it's actually one of our competitive advantages. And as you know, I would like to share that the Philippines is, I would say, is still the global leader in terms of the business process outsourcing, particularly the contact center industry, particularly because from Filipino children, all the different Filipinos, wherever their sectors are, actually speak English. While we have our regional dialects, but English is taught from primary education to elementary, high school, and even, of course, college education. So it's easy for us to communicate and using English as a language. In fact, as I mentioned, the contact center industry is one, or the BPO industry is one of our major contributor in terms of our Philippine economy. And so yeah, I would say to us, it's not really an issue. Because of our yes. So yeah. When you talk of business process outsourcing as well, that's why even out of school youth, persons with disabilities, even our indigenous peoples, actually are very. I mean, they really talk in English. They understand English. So yeah,
Thank you.
it's not a barrier for us, I would say. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Amy. Jaha, can I ask you to address that question as well on the issue of language and especially local language, I presume, in your context?
Yeah, actually the language is part of the culture. And technology adoption, the culture should be considered. And language should be the first to consider what language the community use. And one of the things the technology look complicated sometimes because they didn't consider the language that people are using. Sometimes the platform, the innovation can be so complex, but it also can be so easy if the language used is the one that people are using. So it's easy to adopt technology. And for the case of us, AI, we are really trying to localize. And everything we are doing for the e-services, we make sure we consider English and Swahili. Swahili is our national language. Even though the official professional languages are using English as well, and English has been taught from kindergarten to universities, but still the national language is Swahili. To make people comfortable, to make people see the convenience of technology, because the technology need to bring convenience, but the convenience is started with the simplicity. And that started with the language. And so the Swahili language has been considered in all innovation. In all innovation. For instance, recently we've been building an AI tool, which we call it Msaada AI. Msaada means help or support in English. So the Msaada AI or help AI, which give chance for the citizen to ask, to communicate, to get the informations, but using our own local languages, which is Swahili national language. And all our e-services, from the portal to USSD to mobile application, we consider multi-language, but default language is Swahili. Yeah.
Thank you that you're really taking into account that in your planning and design, and that's wonderful to hear that. Now, we'll come back to a topic that it's very important, because all of these things will not work unless we have a very good infrastructure. So I think that is a very important topic to consider. And I'll start with Amy this time to look at that issue of infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you, Tora. In the Philippines, I'd like to share that 73% of the entire population, so we're 117 million Filipinos, so that's our population. 73% of our population uses internet. Although it's actually a challenge, but yes, because of our because of we are archipelago. So I mentioned that we have more than 7,100 islands in the country. And yes, it's a challenge. At the same time, the Philippines, particularly our ministry, we're actually mandated to provide digital connectivity, of course, together with our private sector telecommunication partners. So there are actually three major programs in the Philippines, particularly the government, in terms of addressing connectivity. So one, as I mentioned earlier, the free Wi-Fi for all program for all public places. So currently we have 17,000 free Wi-Fi sites all over the country. It actually covers all the 80 plus provinces in the country, but of course it's still, I mean, it's not yet 100% covered. So when we talk of free Wi-Fi program, so as I mentioned that particularly our priority is to bring connectivity to GIDAs, geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas in the country. So that's the 17,000 plus sites in the country. So from public hospitals, barangay health centers, public schools, public plazas, public markets. So we cover those, particularly the GIDAs that I mentioned. And then we have a major program called the National Broadband Program. It's basically a government fiber backbone so that we'll not compete with the private sector. And of course, we have to bring that to rural areas. In fact, as I participate here, our president, the Philippine president, launched the National Broadband Program phases 2 and 3 because we're done with phase 1. So phase 1 covers the entire. So we have 3 major island groupings in the Philippines. So Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So we're done with phase 1, and we just launched, of course, led by our president, the National Broadband Program phases 2 and 3. So we're hoping that it will really help solve the digital connectivity in our country.
Excellent. Congratulations on the
Thank
new
you.
phase that you are starting in the country. We'll take a slight break, and that is only by providing you with another slide, though, so that you will be able to, look at this. What is one word or two that you associate with red tape problems? You can use the QR code to respond, and we'll wait for a few responses, I hope, and then move on to our program. Frustration, interesting. I'm sure that is a big issue. Let us move on to the next set of issues that we would like and topics that we'd like to discuss. And that's really the collaboration between government and private sector in addressing the whole question of untangling the red tape. So I think on that, we'll start with you, Janis. Sector, yes.
I think government and private sector, that's the topic is connected also with infrastructure. And as I saw in Slido, that financing is one of the things. And I think that governments need to invest massive to have that connectivity and infrastructure for everyone in different areas, even in cities, even in rural areas. And from our experience, we have had investment from government, we have investment from European Regional Development Funding, we have investments from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for libraries, and it's not only that connectivity, we need also that computers in libraries, we need also laptops for schools. So that's one of the things the government needs to think all the time, that there will be needed investments every year, every 3 or 5 years, because technologies are evolving. We remember the dial-ups, we remember the first DSL lines, and now we are talking about optics, but still not everywhere is that. And that's the government and private sector involvement together, because the government, for example, can solve the problems with the main optical lines or the main internet lines to different places where private sector is not that interested, but if they are giving that main lines of internet, then the private sector could solve that last mile problem and give the internet for everyone on that place. That's connected with mobile operators and so. But it's not only on infrastructure that government and private sector involvement. It's also, as I mentioned, banks are closing the offices in different areas, but the banks are interested that users are using those services. So they are connecting with government and giving trainings to different user groups that they can use their services. So it's always that connection with private and government sector. And as well for AI, for example, the newest hot topic is that governments could provide sandboxes for different startups and tests, and so the private sector could build better services for everyone. So that's the connection will be always, but the government needs to think all the time about the investments and how to work on the future 3-5 years.
Thank you. Thanks that integrating infrastructure, which I seem to have omitted you on that, but I appreciate you putting it and pulling it together with the topic on government, private sector. I would like to go to Jahan to address the issue of government, private sector.
Thanks, Vera. Government-private sector partnership is important, especially in the era of technology. Technology needs investment, but the investment, the government cannot do it alone. But also the partnership should not only look on the line infrastructures, but also capacity building, knowledge sharing, expertise. That it also needs collaborations. In the era of AI, emerging technology, blockchains, augmented reality, they all need different collaborations with government and private, especially on the infrastructure, resource sharing, and capacity building. For the Tanzania, we have been open to that. PPP is very well practiced in Tanzania. We have been, the government side, we have been properly collaborating with the private, local, and international as well. And we've been doing well on that for the case of in our country, from the infrastructure to capacity building, educations, resources as well, and even the solutions, brainstorming is a different kind of solution. And I'll give you an example. We know the business always looking for where they can invest to get profit, but also the citizen need solutions across urban and rural. For that, we put a place, the government put a proper infrastructure, connectivity laid down so that the private can get their service to the disadvantaged areas. So that partnership also have been working properly in our country. So the PPP have been, we have even an institution which just manage that partnership between government and the private as well, local and the international. And we are very much, we welcome everyone in our country to collaborate with us, to partner with us in terms of not only infrastructure, resources, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. We are open, very much open for that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jana. I think that probably call would be true for all participants on the panel here, and collaboration with partners, private, from private sector. So let me go to an important topic, which I think many of you who know that how data and privacy is a very critical issue and of a concern to all of us who want to protect our data and want to keep it private. So I want our colleagues here, our champions, to address that topic and see what they have to offer on that issue for us to consider in terms of the topic, untangling the red tape. How is data and privacy important in that structure? So I'll call on you, Jana.
Thanks, Vera. Data and the privacy, first of all, they say there's a thin line between innovation and the controls. And privacy, security, controls, and innovation, they normally pull each other. And data and privacy is also go the same. We need information, so we need to share data, but there is an issue of privacy. And with that, it needs to be properly regulated. For the case of Tanzania, we see that, and we put the government have established Personal Data Protection Commission. Actually, the CEO is, I think, is also around here in this. But they've been working on making sure that there's a compliance on that. But the compliance does not mean controlling, and does not mean not giving people freedom to use their own data. People have been using their own data. We have an example like what exactly is a private data? And what that need to be protected? Because for today's world, if you go to social media, people declare their own data voluntarily. If I want to use social media, if I want to use the Google and all the likes, I have to declare everything, the location I live, my phone number, my education, all that. That's a personal data, and that's what privacy means. But we give them, and at the same time, we want the government not to control our data. But we also voluntarily, we put our own data in the internet, sharing what I eat, where I am right now, the location, the travel, the type lifestyle. That's the personal data also. But that's what the data you are trying to share. But also the innovation, you need the data. To train the model, we know the data has been the blood for the AI, but so what's the privacy and what is the data? But I think it needs to be clear. And I can say that for Tanzania, we have a Cybercrime Act. We have a Personal Data Protection Act. They are there to protect people, not to make people controlling, to share their data. There is a balance, I can say. There is a balance, privacy and the data. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Raise very good, important points, how we share some of our data on social media and at the same time wanting to protect it in other sources. So next speaker will be Yanis.
Yeah, I will speak more on data itself, not so much on privacy, as I think in the past years there were change of the mindset, especially in Latvia, that the data which government creates doesn't belong to government; it belongs to everyone. So it's one of the moments that when everyone understands that's it, and we started to publish almost all of the public data on our open data portal, so it creates a transparency for everyone, for citizens. They can check the data, they can check what government is doing, they can use their own tools, and that's and now even with AI tools, they can create different possibilities and create apps, and yeah. So I think that one of the first thing is that the government need to change their mindset that those data belongs to everyone, not the government. And the other thing is that, for example, in our e-services portal, you as a citizen can see what data government has about you, and that's also where all the data comes together, and that creates transparency for citizens. But the thing we are working on now, and I also saw in some presentations in previous days, that we need to we need to close that idea, not the idea, but we need to do that. We don't need to ask citizens for information from different information systems, that we need to gather those data automatically. And that's one of the problems, that we have a lot of information systems created historically, and now we are exchanging the data. But the best scenario for the citizens is that the data is automatically filled up in their forms, and we don't ask the citizens the same data from in different e-services, and that creates a better e-services for citizens, and also they are not frustrated with that. Why you are asking the same data if you have that data? So we created also the laws and rules for that, and we are working on that.
Great. Thank you very much. And last but not least, Emmy, it's your last question here.
Yeah, definitely. This is a very important matter that all countries address, right? So in the Philippines, we're one of the countries that passed the data privacy law like several years ago. And in fact, because of the passage of that law, under the Ministry of ICT, we have our attached agency called the National Privacy Commission, which takes care of our data privacy and protection concerns. And of course, we should also do capacity building, like awareness as to for Filipinos as to what should be their role and how can their data be protected. So we've been doing a lot of awareness campaigns all over the country in different parts of, particularly in the provinces, providing them advocacy and awareness as to data privacy and protection. But Janice mentioned about the open data portal for government. We also have that. So in fact, like last month, we celebrated, it's an annual thing that we have our open government week. It's basically encouraging government agencies to provide their data online, like in that particular portal. And we go back to citizen engagement. So in fact, part of that Open Data Governance Week is that we conducted hackathon for students, particularly encouraging them on how to make use of government data and how can that be, the students, particularly the youth, on how to address particularly data protection. And so one of the things that we did was hackathon, and we know we talk about fake news, fake information. So what we did was to do a hackathon encouraging the students to come up with ideas using AI, particularly in how to detect fake news or fake information in government. So we're just so glad that a lot of students, youth participated in the hackathon. And yeah, so it's basically engaging different citizen sectors to be able to make use of the data and at the same time protecting our own data as well. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. The panelists have given us a lot of information, a lot of, I think, input to the process. We have one Slido and I just want to make sure that everybody knows in the audience, we'll be continuing this dialogue online, so that please do ask your questions online. We hope to be able to really maintain that engagement with you through Documents Project. Really interested in hearing from you, wanting to know what are the issues, what are the key topics and concerns that you have, so that we may continue on this journey and learning and able to also contribute to potential solutions in the whole digital and space and untangling the red tape. I will, if I have still some time before Tora, our presenter, will come and do the closing remarks, I would like to ask one question from the panelists that was not prepared, and I wanted them to say, what is one issue that we may not have addressed at this particular, on this particular panel that they would like to be put out there and to make sure that is taken into consideration in all of the future planning. So maybe I'll start with you, Emmy.
Well, yeah, one topic is about cybersecurity. Yeah, I think it's one of the very important things that all of us have to discuss, how to protect ourselves and the citizens that we serve. So how do we address that? I know should be a different topic, but I would love to continue the discussion offline. But yeah, I think it should be one of the issues that we have to discuss and deal with. And because we talk about AI, maybe how can AI address our cybersecurity issues? So maybe that's one of the topics that I wanted to discuss.
Well, we'll put that on the agenda for future. Yanis, may I?
We discussed about the citizens and engagement, but I think the topic we didn't discuss from the other side is that also the government officials and government needs to learn and study to catch up with the new things, and we need to study and learn constantly every day. So also we have some special programs for that, and that's also an issue from the other side.
Jenna?
Yes, I agree first with the Emma that cybersecurity is important in this climate. We need a safe cyberspace. But also, I think the issue for capacity building, the research and innovation should continue the discussion, because that's important, people to be aware of this digital transformation era. Yes, so capacity building is important.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I really like to ask the audience here to give a wonderful round of applause for our panelists here. And thank you very much for joining us and being part of this discussion. And last, I will give the floor to Tora, who is our presenter and will make the closing remarks.
Wow, this was fascinating and thought-provoking. And unfortunately, we have run out of time to address the audience questions. And as Vera mentioned, we're going to keep the Slido active for the next week so we can continue the discussion of the issues on that platform. And you can also access discussion about untangling the red tape on the Document Project website, for which you have the QR code there. And so together we can address the fixable problem of documents, forms, and instructions that are unclear, missing, or incorrect. Thank you to all of you, the enthusiastic audience participating in person and all the people remotely. I'd also like to thank ITU for providing the opportunity for this session. And finally, a very big thank you to the three brilliant champions, Emmy, Jaha, Yanis, and our awesome moderator, Vera. Please join me in a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Very much welcome to this session. First of all, my name is Ernst Noorman. I'm the Ambassador for Cyber Affairs of the Netherlands. By the way, I also want to welcome the online participants to this session. Before I introduce the panelists, I will introduce the subject of this morning. As we approach the 20th year review of the World Summit on Information Society, or the WSIS Plus 20 as we all know it, it's a timely moment to reflect on how we can strengthen inclusive, rights-based digital governance. And this session focuses on WSIS action lines C10 and C11 on ethical dimensions of the information society and international cooperation. Our goal is to explore how multi-stakeholder engagement, including civil society, the private sector, academia, and end users, can help shape digital spaces that uphold human rights and support sustainable development. A key part of this conversation will be the role of artificial intelligence, especially generative and decision-making systems, in shaping the integrity of online information, trust, and democratic participation. We will look at how governance frameworks can promote transparency, accountability, and equity, while protecting freedom of expression, privacy, and non-discrimination. We also consider whether current international and human rights frameworks are equipped to respond to the rapid evolution of AI, and how we can work together to prevent these technologies from deepening existing inequalities. Finally, we'll highlight, at least I hope, practical and collaborative approaches to bridging digital divides and building trustworthy information ecosystems that advance the Sustainable Development Goals. I look forward to an engaging discussion with concrete strategies and policy ideas that can help to shape a more inclusive and ethical digital future. Now, for that we have 5 excellent speakers, which I will introduce right now. First of all, we have Gitanjali Sa, to my right, and she is the Strategy and Policy Coordinator at the ITU and is responsible for the World Summit of Information Society process. Then we have Thibaut Kleiner, to the left of me, and recently appointed as Director for Policy, Strategy and Outreach at DG Connect of the European Commission. And also experienced as before as the head of unit of network technologies. And this unit was in charge, or is in charge, of research and innovation in the area of wireless optical networks, network architecture, Internet of Things, SATCOM, and the 5G public-private partnerships. Then we have Isabel Ebert, to the right of me, Senior Advisor of Business and Human Rights and Tech at the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights of the UN. And Isabel is an advisor at the BTEC project at Human Rights on business and human rights in the technology sector, and a member of the OECD AI group of experts. Then we have Jan Gerlach, to the left of me. Jan is the Public Policy Director of Wikipedia Foundation, and at Wikimedia Foundation he leads efforts within the global advocacy teams to educate lawmakers and governments worldwide on internet policies that promote and protect Wikipedia and open knowledge participation. And finally, as a participant in the panel is Dan York, and Dan serves as the Chief of Staff of the Office of the CEO at the Internet Society, advising the President and CEO, coordinating organizational priorities and managing key relationships. And his recent work has focused on internet shutdowns, resilience, and projects such as sustainable technical communities, LEO satellites, and open standards everywhere. And with a background in DNS, real-time communication, and long-standing involvement in the IETF, Dan has been working with online technologies since the mid-80s. So long experience. But first, we start off with my dear friend Rasmus Lumi, Director General, International Organization and Human Rights at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, and right now the chair of the Freedom Online Coalition, to share his thoughts on what the role of the FOC and similar initiatives could play in shaping AI and information integrity standards in the WSIS 20 process and beyond. Please welcome to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm very glad and honored to be here to be able to deliver the opening remarks to this very distinguished panel. So first of all, I'd like to say that it's kind of obvious maybe, but I think it is also needed to be repeated that 2025 seems to be the year where our long-standing values and principles are being challenged more than ever. And international organizations, especially the United Nations, are in notable difficulties. Well, as always, this presents opportunities. I'm afraid we will much more likely be struggling with the challenges. With this in mind, we will have to renegotiate the future of the internet management. We all know that the multi-stakeholder format is of key importance here. We cannot overcome the challenges without the meaningful engagement of all shareholders. We need coordinated response. This is where the Freedom Online Coalition comes to play. The Freedom Online Coalition's core mission to promote human rights and fundamental freedoms online remains essential, and this roundtable reflects FOC's commitment to ensuring the digital transformation, digital transformation is rights-based. And the FOC is a good example of a multi-stakeholder format. As we approach the WSIS Plus 20 review process, we, the like-minded, both through the FOC and in other ways, must unite our efforts to resist any attempts to overturn the existing distributed multi-stakeholder internet governance model and attempts to expand state control over the internet. We must adopt a strong common approach to ensure the protection of the internet's decentralized model. Efforts to impose centralized control threaten to undermine the internet's fundamental openness, risking fragmentation and compromising the very attributes that have made the internet a catalyst for progress and innovation. Multi-stakeholder approach enshrined in the Tunis Agenda and reaffirmed in the GDC is based on the premise that effective internet governance must be inclusive, participatory, and consensus-driven, involving a broad array of actors from the public sector, private sector, civil society, technical community, academia, regional, and international organizations. Multilateralism alone is not sufficient to solve the global digital challenges. Given what I said before about attempts to overthrow the current internet governance model, it is a risk. Multi-stakeholder models ensure that all relevant actors, including the technical community and so on, are part of the open conversation. Deeper collaboration between the stakeholders is more important than ever to address cross-border challenges. We have to integrate multi-stakeholder involvement into multilateral forums. The continued general availability and integrity of the Internet as a global and interoperable network of networks is fully dependent on the continued functioning of the multi-stakeholder model. This session is an opportunity to develop concrete recommendations that can complement both the WSIS Plus 20 process and the FOC's ongoing efforts to uphold internet freedom worldwide. Finally, as a token of appreciation to the multi-stakeholders, I would like to thank the Freedom Online Coalition's advisory network for their proactive advice on WSIS Plus 20, as well as on the Elements paper. We will work together with FOC member states to take this feedback into account in our national positions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rasmus, for your opening words. And also for your leadership this year in the FOC, the Freedom Online Coalitions. Now, with the question to the panelists, allow me to start with you, Gitanjali. How do you see that WSIS Plus 20 can advance ethical and rights-based digital governance, particularly in the context of AI and information integrity?
Thank you so much, moderator. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see a full room because it's such an important topic. Going forward, we need opportunities of multi-stakeholder dialogue like we got at the IGF, we're getting here at the WSIS Forum, so that all the voices are included and put forth to the UNGA overall review. This is where the decisions will be made in December. They will come out with an outcome document which should reflect reflect the urgencies, especially the urgencies of the ethical dimension that we face right now. So within the WSIS process, we do have an action line on cybersecurity as well, along with ethics and access. It's all cross-sectoral. So what we heard out here is even when we are talking about regulation, we have to look across all sectors. We had a regulators roundtable, which really concluded with this aspect that one, we need more best practices that we can share across all the countries, across all the stakeholders. Secondly, we really need to have more cross-sectoral work. What we are talking about in health is also equally important in agriculture, is equally important in education, is equally. So when we are talking about AI ethics, we really need to ensure that we are looking at it from an overarching framework, and it is cross-sectoral. Second thing that we have been pressing upon is that other than the awareness that we are creating, like with organizations like the really not an organization, but a group, right? Freedom Online Coalition. For us like this, awareness building is extremely important so that not only the regular stakeholder communities, but also communities of educators, communities of really engineers, the private sector that is designing all of this, has this moral responsibility and is included in these kind of discussions. So yes, awareness, ensuring all communities are involved. As the UN system, as ITU, we are committed to providing a platform, an equal and just platform where all stakeholders can have a voice, and that the voice is included in the UN processes. So really going forward, the ethical dimension remains a crucial element. Rights of people online. We were just discussing the rights of children also in the previous session, that, you know, there is a lot happening on the internet, the dark net. How do the children know about their rights? Are the schools educating them? Do we have the right governance structures? Do we have guidelines for parents, for educators? So a lot of work has to be done, but the fact that we are discussing it and we are making sure that it's inputted into the UN process, the overall UN process through WSIS is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gitniali, for your comments. Isabel, now, what do you see as the most effective way to promote transparency, accountability, and inclusion in AI governance through multi-stakeholder cooperation?
Thanks very much. Thanks a lot also to the Freedom Online Coalition to continue to convene this very important dialogues. It's an honor to be here. Yeah, I think what we see, I mean, also the conference taking place very closely to here, the core goal of this discussion is that we want to realize that technology can really power benefits. But in order to doing so, we need to make sure that people are not left behind and we're not undermining the purpose of the technology that it sets out to achieve by ignoring certain risks. And here, it's really important also to bring in the ethical dimension and international cooperation that is key to achieve that we are able to realize the benefits by managing the risks. Here, there's always this debate around ethics, human rights, how does it act together? Human rights framework as such is the framework that the member states of the UN have committed to, that the Global Digital Compact has endorsed, and it should really serve as the common minimum denominator to conceptualize what is an ethical approach to technology. The other aspect I wanted to highlight is that a responsible technology future is not automatic by just applying technologies to all spheres of society. We need to first understand what type of responsible technology future we want, and then see how technology can support this. And these choices we are making in the WSIS process are really important to ensure that the parameters for AI governance we are setting are responsible and rights respecting. So with regard to transparency, accountability, and inclusion, I would like to lead with 3 reflections. Firstly, creating transparent rules of the road are important by introducing policies and oversight mechanisms that can match the pace and scope of AI development, new technologies development, and ensuring that the benefits are communicated and shared across nations, and that risk to people are thoughtfully managed and anticipated. Second, we need to shift the terms of the debate to a forward-looking and solution-oriented accountability conception. Instead of asking, how do we adapt AI, we should ask what kind of societies do we want AI to help us build, and which accountability structures for different actors in their distinct role can incentivize this. Not only through regulation, but also through incentive-based stimulus packages. And thirdly, making the rules of the game inclusive. So with regard to exclusivity, is important to expand who gets to participate in the decisions around AI governance, beyond state, equipping multilateralism also with a dialogue with affected communities that are often not sufficiently reflected in these processes, and making sure that also the design processes of new technologies are developed in engagement with communities in order to make better products, safer products, which also, again, then bringing me to the most important stakeholder group, at least for BTEC, ensuring responsible business conduct, ensuring that the companies that are at the forefront of developing new technologies build human rights into their products and services. And in that regard, human rights provide a guidance how AI can be governed. The UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights define respective roles and responsibilities of states and companies towards working human rights, and they are also very important to, since they hadn't been in place when WSIS was conceived initially, to now take into account for the very important process this year. Which leads me to conclude that the multi-stakeholder model is really essential to achieve transparency, accountability, and inclusion in AI governance. And the human rights frameworks, both the International Human Rights Framework as well as the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, can help us to understand the what is at stake in the AI governance debate. The BTEC project has published a taxonomy of how AI relates to human rights. We are putting out a lot of guidance in order to, what I said earlier, promote the solutions-oriented, forward-looking accountability approach. And this applies to a range of rights: non-discrimination, privacy, access to information, freedom of expression. And we're convinced that innovation on human rights values can deliver a lot of benefit to the people.
Thank you very much. Jan, I think I have an excellent question for you as a follow-up also to the remarks of Isabel. And that's what you see as a role that civil society should play in ensuring that WSIS Plus 20 process leads to a rights-based AI governance and the development of trustworthy, inclusive information ecosystem, especially in the face of disinformation and shrinking civic space.
Thank you, Ernst, for the question. It's quite complex. It took me a bit to unpack it first. But I think from a Wikimedia perspective, I'd say there are two main things to note about civil society participation in this process. First, and this one may sound obvious, but civil society input makes internet governance and regulation better. In fact, it's critical for our shared success. However, we're fighting a bit, and maybe that's an understatement right now, for the future of civil society access to internet governance processes. Civil society's ability to participate in these conversations, just like this one, is directly affected by the outcomes of the WSIS Plus 20 review, and with it, its ability to inform future processes like this about trustworthy and inclusive information ecosystems. Now, the FOC's blueprint for information integrity, which Wikimedia, by the way, contributed to, supports individual agency through literacy, privacy, safety, and transparency. The blueprint also promotes trust through, again, transparency and accountability around platforms, work, around their products, around algorithms that are used, through support for reliable sources of information, including independent journalism, digital public goods, through privacy and safety, especially that safety of marginalized and vulnerable groups. And finally, the blueprint seeks to promote inclusion through linguistic and cultural diversity, through meaningful connectivity, the promotion of diverse and global voices, and protection against discrimination and harassment. In all of this, people are front and center, individuals, because the internet really must serve them. Now, not all internet users can fit in this room, let alone in smaller ones, and not every perspective will be represented by the members of civil society here. So those people from civil society organizations who are here and who can travel here really need to work hard to ensure that the values and measures of the blueprint for information integrity are turned into reality and inform policy at the international, at the national and local levels. That requires a lot of coordination among civil society groups and organizations, and also a lot of engagement with their own stakeholders to ensure the needs of people around the world are properly understood and fed into these processes. The conversations we're having here and in other places around the world about the future of WSIS, about the future of IGF and multi-stakeholderism in general, must have civil society participation in order to include voices that otherwise wouldn't be heard. These voices make internet governance better, especially during times of shrinking civic spaces, and they help ensure that AI governance, too, truly serves people and their rights when we are all at the risk of really drowning in disinformation and synthetic information that isn't verifiable. Now, to my second point, a thing I want to talk about is that civil society, the people who use the internet, also build large parts of the internet. I think that's underappreciated. They built the digital public goods that the Global Digital Compact aims to support. They are the independent journalists that the Blueprint for Information Integrity wants to support. They are the people building all the small open knowledge projects that underpin the free and open internet that we all like to talk about. Take Wikipedia as an example, probably the most prominent example of such projects. This online encyclopedia is built by thousands of volunteers from all around the world, from all walks of life, who contribute their time to add content, engage in conversations about the policies that govern Wikipedia, etc. Wikipedia provides vital access to information for populations around the world, and it's a massive self-governed system of collaboration from people from everywhere. To ensure such projects can continue to thrive, these people, through civil society organizations, need to have a voice at the table of internet governance processes. One other point I want to make is this. Over in the halls of AI for Good, there's a lot of impressive technology on display, mostly built by the private sector, but the science behind it often stems from work in academia. And there are some academic booths too, and it's a good reminder that academia really needs to be part of these conversations as well. Lastly, a lot of AI systems, large language models, etc., are trained on data that comes from projects like Wikipedia, that verify knowledge and update information regularly. This open ecosystem of trustworthy information needs to be sustained. Good AI governance, among other things, means to support the communities who curate and verify the information that feeds AI. If we want to support a trustworthy ecosystem of information in the age of AI, governments, including FOC member states, must make sure to support this part of civil society as well, through smart policies and through funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. When you referred also to different processes going on and where the multi-stakeholder involvement is so crucial, makes me also think of right now in the open-ended working group, which takes place right now in New York. This crucial week is a crucial week in New York on the follow-up of the open-ended working group on responsible state behavior in ICTs. And multi-stakeholder involvement there is on top of the agenda for us, for many of us like-minded countries, and it has an especially difficult position there, because many countries want to veto multi-stakeholder civil society organization out of the room, and unfortunately have been quite successful at that as well. So you can also ensure that, especially from the FOC countries, they will be fighting for the future and the follow-up of the open-ended work group to ensure multi-stakeholder involvement. But let me continue with Thibaut. How do you see that international and regional and multi-stakeholder partnerships can help bridge digital divides and support trustworthy, inclusive information ecosystems in the context of WSIS and beyond?
So first of all, I'd like to congratulate the organizers for having this topic here so prominently also in the WSIS conference. I think that indeed these days, as you pointed out, the risks linked with technology towards human rights are just growing. You know, the ability of AI, of surveillance technologies to infringe on human rights have just increased, and therefore it's very important that we do not lower the attention. On the contrary, we should make more attention to this. And in the context of WSIS, I think the European Union has been, and it was very clear also when we were negotiating collectively on the Global Digital Compact. I mean, we've really insisted that these human rights dimensions cannot be neglected. They have to be forefront. They have to be really at the heart of what we are talking about. And in a way, this is something we have reflected in the recent past with our declaration on digital rights and principles. That's really something that we've tried to encompass these various elements along 6 pillars that we believe reflect very much the types of challenges we have also for WSIS. It's about putting people and their rights at the center of the digital transformation. It's about supporting solidarity and inclusion, ensuring freedom of choice online, fostering participation in the digital public space, increasing safety, security, and empowerment of individuals, in particular children, and promoting the sustainability of the digital future. And the interesting thing is that this declaration actually has been also underpinning the regulatory efforts that we have conducted in the EU, developing indeed, hard elements and obligations towards private and public actors. And this is, I think, what we can now, through WSIS, organize in terms of discussions between multi-stakeholders. And very much, in our view, I mean, we want to make sure that the Internet Governance Forum towards WSIS becomes a permanent institution with its own budget from the UN, with a director, and also that it can become really the place where we have also repeatedly discussions about how the emerging technologies, can be looked at, and so that we can make sure that we don't overlook the importance of protecting human rights. And within WSIS, we think that indeed regions, but also countries and even locally, we can engage in these conversations. That's what we have tried to do also through various projects the EU is supporting, trying to engage with countries in Africa, in Latin America, so that we not only explain the challenges of the digital technologies and the risks that are implied, but also so that we support public debate in these regions. Because at the end of the day, it is not something you can impose from the outside. That's very much our belief that human rights is not something that is just coming from certain countries or regions globally. It's something that is universal, and it's something that we very much believe can be bottom-up, owned by the local constituency. So our approach is very much not to impose this view, but actually to try and promote discussion and dialogue with our various partners internationally. As I said, we try to highlight the way we see it, but we very much believe that it is about communities, it is about the companies, the public sector, but also the youth, embracing these elements. And I think that's what the WSIS can achieve, really creating a space for dialogue and making sure that we not only put human rights as a nice to have, but actually centerpiece for everything we try to build.
Thank you very much, Thibault. Then I move to my right, the furthest right, Dan. With all your experience, how can technical infrastructure, internet standards, and governance protocols be strengthened to support trustworthy information ecosystems and ethical AI deployment? And what role should multi-stakeholder cooperation play in this effort?
Thank you for that question, and thank you for the Freedom Online Coalition for hosting this session today. And as a 20-year editor of Wikipedia, I want to say thank you to the Wikimedia Foundation for all that they do around here. So the Internet Society was founded in 1992 by a collection of civil society, academics, technical universities, internet companies, to really build an organization and to think about this vision that the internet is for everyone. It was also the home of the Internet Engineering Task Force, or IETF, which has been the standards organization, has brought us stuff like TCP/IP, HTTP, the protocols that allow us to work. And I think if we look at the last 20 years of internet governance of internet operations and pieces, and the lessons that can be applied forward toward what we're looking at now with AI and the ethics of AI, et cetera. One of those key elements is the importance of open standards and open protocols and the open development of those standards and pieces that are there. That's really what got us to where we are. And I think a concern we see from the technical side is that we're seeing a lot of interest in more proprietary, closed AI systems, et cetera, which create the same kind of issues that we see in some parts of the internet today. Vendor lock-in, closed proprietary systems, concentrated power, those kind of things. We, just the internet protocols like TCP/IP and HTTP, just as they enable global interoperability, we need to also think about what standards can there be for AI transparency, AI explainability, AI accountability. There are some standards starting to be developed by different groups within some parts of that, but it has to happen at all layers of the AI stack, as we might refer to it as, in some kind of form. And those standards need to be developed in a multi-stakeholder way. The technical communities bring essential knowledge and expertise about system design. Civil society brings important, how those AI systems impact vulnerable populations in ways that we may not necessarily grasp. Governments bring information about policies and how these can be extended in ways. End users, provide crucial feedback about how they can change and shape. These are the elements that need to be all part of it. AI systems and policies need to be developed by, the rural farmer that might be using AI, affected agriculture, and also the students who might be using AI-moderated education. It's something that's there. And another key point for us is that we have to think about the fact that a third of the world is still not connected. There's 2.6 billion people who do not have access to the internet. And those who don't necessarily have affordable, reliable, or resilient connectivity. We're, in fact, with some of what we're doing, we are deepening the digital divide, because those of us who have access to the AI tools and systems that we're all using, we are able to be more productive or use things in different ways, and we're leaving the folks who are offline further behind. And also, we're not gaining access to the knowledge and information that they may have. They are not contributing into the pools of information, as was mentioned earlier, that are being used to train these models and to work with things. So there's a need to bring that in as well. So it's this combination of open standards, open protocols, ways to involve everyone and connect those who are there, and to really bring about, bring all of the folks in to be part of this. And I think the last piece I would just mention is that one of the principles of the internet that has made it work so well to where we are today is this idea that you can have innovation without permission. The ability to go and create new ideas, bring things out, publish new reports, publish new websites, open up new tools without having to go and ask somebody permission or pay somebody to put this online. Some of us who may have been around before the internet remember a time when you couldn't put anything online unless you paid somebody to do so. It was a different world. We need to figure out how to balance so that we are protecting the, in harms and things, but also ensuring that that level of innovation continues, and to work with that. So a bit of that from the technical community side, and we're looking forward to working with all of you in trying to help as we continue to move out into this new world.
Thank you very much. We do have still some time for questions. I do not see actually microphones. I see at least a hand, so that's very good. But now the question is if you have a microphone to raise your question. Otherwise, if someone is running. Yes, great. Please, introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Riyad Abatia. I'm a former NGOs Coordination Office in the United Nations, international civil society activist in the UN since more than 20 years ago. We are contributing in WSIS process since the beginning, and civil society effort is recognizable in the WSIS process since the beginning. 10 years earlier, we are celebrating this year 20 years, the best age of life. 10 years earlier, 10 years later, The state members adopted previous document, and it's working since then like that. Some other foundation NGOs are actively engaged in the WSIS process. We have a largest network for cities, a largest work for spectrum. We talk spectrum and quantum, and other NGOs also are. What I want to say that what my questions, yes, I appreciate what your talk, but anyway, those institutions who are not international organizations, who are not non-governmental organizations, who are not foundations, and we have at least one representative in the panel, ISOC, Internet Society. You are like IEEE, you are like IGF, you are like top-level domain. You are 5 or 7 institutions. Your contributions in the Internet community is very highly determined. But I don't know, because ITU, what they're doing with state members and the complement effort of civil society. But until now, as Secretary General said the first day, that 2 billion didn't be connected until now. But yes, ISOC Congress hosted in Geneva 2012. It was the largest, 3,000 delegates. But how about the enhancing and the anchor of regional coordinations offices of ISOC, for example? How about to support the national office chapters of ISOC? This is what is needed also, and state members are expecting, and also ITU will be complemented. Thank you very much. Hopefully my question will have been clear.
That's a question to Dan.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
So I'm not. I think you're asking how can we, as the Internet Society and other groups like that, help these discussions at a national level, or local level, regional level? Yeah, I think so. Thank you for asking that question. The Internet Society does have 120 chapters around the world in various different folks areas. Some of those are national, some regional in different areas, and those chapters are very engaged in these kind of conversations. Perhaps not in some of this level of AI ethics and pieces around that, because this is a newer topic. In many areas, we're mostly focused around the connectivity and in trying to ensure that people have affordable, resilient, reliable, connectivity and pieces. But this is part of the bigger picture. Some of our chapters are very involved with AI topics and other elements around that. So it varies widely because they are individual organizations. I think the bigger picture, though, is that how do you engage people from out in various different regions and areas who cannot necessarily come into these forums? The comment earlier about the civil society aspect of this, it's hard for civil society organizations and others to participate in venues such as this. One of our concerns certainly is that we don't want to see a proliferation of more events or more mechanisms, because each one of those is more cost, is more elements that it's harder for organizations to be able to participate in. So that is one concern. But we certainly do see that organizations at a national level, at a regional level, should be able to have some way to participate in these kind of venues, which is why we're a big fan of the Internet Governance Forum and the way that it brings people together. There are now about 180 different national or regional Internet Governance Forums, which are bringing people together all around the world. And those are other elements and ways that people are having a voice into the ongoing conversations that we're having. So thank you again for the question.
Thank you for the response. You want to react? Yeah?
Yes, thank you, Riyadh. We have ensured as ITU that the WSIS remains multi-stakeholder. For instance, even at the WSIS forum, you have remote participation in every room for the civil society organizations who couldn't be here. We are also very responsive about the requirements of the regional time zones, so we try to accommodate that as well. And as you all know, the agenda and the program of the WSIS forum is built through an open consultative process. It's really like literally 5 months where you can input through an official form and let us know what you want to see at the WSIS forum. And civil society is a very active partner for that. We have several physical meetings as well. And we really want you to contribute and to help us to ensure that we keep this dialogue going beyond 2025 as well. I just also wanted to add, moderator, that when the WSIS outcome documents were drafted, they were really Universal Declaration of Human Rights is right on the second page of the WSIS outcome document, right? So we must also recall that the documents were drafted in a very, very inclusive and sound manner, and we must continue that spirit of inclusion, of making sure that the framework of the WSIS action lines continue to remain relevant as they have evolved with the technological changes. We would have to finish, moderator, because the president of Estonia is about to make his remarks here in this room.
Okay, well then, so great to have a timekeeper. We have indeed 2 minutes, but I'm afraid it's too short for another question and then responses. My concluding remarks is that this discussion is still so especially relevant on how to involve multi-stakeholder. We also have to look, I think, at what do we mean all with multi-stakeholders? How do we balance the different voices in the multi-stakeholder model? And also right now, if you look at the AI discussion, it's more and more about competition, who will be the winner. And while, as Isabel, amongst others, said, AI is there to serve society and humanity. And how do we ensure that? And just these days, you can hear, even in Europe, calls to pause the EU AI Act because of competition reasons. I think that's not the good way to go. Regulation is also there to protect our society. And so far we have seen often that regulation can even improve innovation by creating a level playing field. So, in that sense also we have to fight and see how we can continue to involve the multi-stakeholders in all levels of the discussion. So let's go for that. And again also, Rasmus, I want to thank you and lots of success in your continued work for the next 6 months as the chair of the FOC. And thank all panelists for your contributions. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we congratulate again for the session that just finished, we would like to invite you to remain at your seats as we are about to move on with our program. Prior to the United Nations high-level leaders dialogue that is taking place in this room from 11 to 12, we have a pleasure to invite you for the keynote address by the President of the Republic of Estonia, starting in 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a very exciting address from the President of Estonia, so please stay back in the room. We promise it'll be as exciting as the previous panel. So request you to please stay back as you may lose your seats. The room is going to get very crowded very soon. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start. Secretary General of ITU, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, and the President of Estonia, His Excellency, Mr. Alar Karis, are in the room.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as Vladimir has announced, we have a very special guest here with us this morning. The story of Estonia from a digital perspective is a well-known one. Estonia is a global leader in digital advancement, particularly in e-governance and public service digitalization. The country has pioneered digital solutions and is acknowledged to have advanced cybersecurity capabilities and consistently ranks high in global cybersecurity indices, including in ITU's Global Cybersecurity Index. Now, I won't venture to say more, as we are delighted to have His Excellency the President of Estonia, Mr. Alar Karis, in the House this morning. It's my absolute pleasure and privilege to invite His Excellency to the stage to address us all. Mr. President, if you please. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests. Today, as we look back at 2 decades of global digital development, we are not simply making an anniversary. We are stepping into the next chapter of a journey that has reshaped how we live, work, learn, and govern. When the global community gathered for the first World Summit on the Information Society in 2003 and 2005, the digital landscape looked very different. Access to the internet was limited. Only 1 in 6 people were online compared to 2/3 today. Smartphones were rare and costly, and broadband was a luxury. Social media as we know it today didn't exist yet. And the idea of carrying the internet in our pocket sounded like a scene from a science fiction movie. In the 20 years since, digital technologies have evolved at a pace few could have predicted. Billions have come online. Mobile connectivity has transformed economic and social life. E-government, digital identity, online education, and cybersecurity are now essential pillars of national development strategies. For Estonia, choosing e-governance has been a strategic choice that has helped to improve the competitiveness of the country and increase the well-being of our people. From e-taxation to e-health, from e-voting to e-justice solutions. All our public services are now available online. Throughout our digital transformation, ensuring trust has always been essential, putting citizen and the citizens' rights at the center of our developments. For example, among the most trusted government organizations in Estonia are the Rescue Board, Police and Border Guard Board, and Tax and Customs Board. We rank 2nd in the world for internet freedom and at the same time among the highest on global cybersecurity index by the ITU. But digital transformation has not been evenly felt around the world. Many communities still lack access, not only to infrastructure, but to the digital skills, content, and opportunities that create real impact. The digital divide today is no longer just about being connected. It's about being meaningfully included. It is also why earlier this month, when we got together in Sevilla for the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, our commitment to overcome these challenges there reaffirmed. I also welcome the ITU's Digital Infrastructure Investment Initiative, launched at the same conference, which aims to mobilize the needed resources for developing digital infrastructure. As I said in Sevilla, challenges can be overcome if everyone makes an effort and work together. Yet, I also emphasize how national ownership of one's own future is crucial, and how we need to be goal-oriented and realistic. International frameworks and initiatives are there to support, not to substitute. Progress doesn't come from luck. It requires preparation and doing your homework, political will, and good partnership. Excellencies, dear friends, throughout this technological evolution, the United Nations has played a vital role, not only in convening the original WSIS process, but also in sustaining a global platform where stakeholders can come together, share knowledge, and build consensus. One of the most powerful outcomes of a WSIS has been the multi-stakeholder approach, and it is worth repeating. We cannot build an inclusive digital future with governments alone. Private sector actors are driving innovation. Civil society plays a crucial role in protecting rights and amplifying community needs. Technical experts ensure systems are secure and resilient. And governments, it is our job to ensure the enabling environment and necessary policy frameworks and strategies. To make sure we support innovation, not hinder it, while protecting human rights and privacy. But to bring all these voices together, to build common ground out of global diversity, we need a structured and an inclusive platform where everyone is equal. One that the United Nations is providing. That's why the UN's role is not optional, it's essential. It can give multi-stakeholders a real meaning. The Internet Governance Forum being one of the good examples. Unfortunately, we are seeing the trend where our global discussions are shifting more into the multilateral model, and some states are trying to silence voices and free speech. I truly hope that as we review our global principles on the information society this year, we reaffirm our commitment to the multi-stakeholder model. At least Estonia promises to do so. Dear guests, the UN system has helped to bridge the silos between technologies and human development. It has aligned digital transformation with broader global goals, ensuring that technology serves people, not the other way around. The UN's convening power and commitment in inclusivity are indispensable if we are to realize our shared vision of a digital future that is inclusive, open, sustainable, fair, safe, and secure. Estonia has been actively contributing to the global digital dialogue, not only benefiting from it. International cooperation, much of it enabled through the UN frameworks, has played a critical role in our journey. It is why we have been keen to share our story and continue to share our experiences and expertise. At its core, digitalization is not only about technology, it's about how that technology is used to empower people and improve societies. From digital tools for agriculture that help farmers adapt to climate change, for telemedicine services that reach remote patients, for online learning platforms that give access to excellent education in every corner of the country. All this to say that digital technologies are tools helping us make progress across the Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, we talk about digital public services that improve efficiency and increase transparency and trust. For example, Estonia's X-Road data exchange layer facilitates over 1 billion transactions a year across public and private institutions. Thanks to e-government that makes use of X-Road, we estimate that we save 2% of GDP annually in administrative efficiency. But technology alone doesn't solve problems. We need policies, partnerships, and capacities that ensure digital tools to be truly accessible and impactful, especially for those who are the furthest behind. Our joint promise that we made when adopting the Global Digital Compact must be matched with concrete actions. As we approach the next phase of WSIS and global digital cooperation, we have an opportunity and responsibility to build what works, learn from what has not, and adapt to the challenge ahead. We are already seeing misinformation and deepfakes impact elections and public trust globally. And these are only a few examples how new tools are being used to undermine the integrity of our societies. AI governance is no longer a future issue. It is today's challenge. Emerging technologies like AI, quantum computing, autonomous vehicles, and others will test our governance system and our values. But if we stay anchored in inclusive dialogue, grounded in human rights, and united under the UN framework, we can shape these technologies to serve people everywhere. Dear leaders of UN agencies, you have the power, but also the responsibility to steer your organizations to the highest direction. The UN system is at critical junction, and you have the task to ensure cohesive, coordinated digital cooperation across the UN system. Let us move forward together. Thank you.
We are much obliged to the President of Estonia, His Excellency Mr. Alar Karis, for his keynote speech. Thank you, sir. Now, for the next panel, I have the pleasure to invite my Secretary General up to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We have heard over the past couple of days from ministers, from regulators, from our WSIS prize winners, and now it's time to hear from our UN family. And I think, Mr. President, it's sort of perfect timing as you called out all of us to come together, to be cohesive, and to be coordinated. This gathering, this panel, I would say, is sort of extra special for us as a system because, of course, this week we are marking 2 decades of the WSIS process. And as we look to renew our commitment to the WSIS vision of a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society, we need to take stock and reflect. Over the past 20 years, the WSIS has proven that multi-stakeholder cooperation works, and the collaboration between these organizations that you will see on this panel is proof. Together, we have created this time-tested platform where governments, civil society, academia, the private sector, international organizations, and the UN system can drive progress towards a shared goal of putting technology at the service of sustainable digital development for all. Today's session reflects the breadth of that cooperation across the entire UN system and beyond. Colleagues, since we came together at last year's WSIS, so much has transpired. Last September, UN member states adopted the Pact of the Future and the Global Digital Compact, and the GDC, of course, is a key milestone on the way to the WSIS Plus 20 review that will conclude in December at the General Assembly in New York. Of course, the UN 80 process is also underway, and our own digital transformation as a UN system where we seek to reaffirm our relevance in a rapidly changing world. Together, the UN 80 initiative, the Global Digital Compact, they help to provide this transformative framework for a more inclusive, more efficient, and impactful United Nations. Today, you'll hear from my colleagues about institutional knowledge, about their own personal commitments in how we can advance this inclusive, equitable, and sustainable digital development. These values are at the core of the WSIS vision, the WSIS action lines, as we mark these milestone moments. So I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, let's leverage this WSIS Plus 20 process. Let's also leverage the UN 80 process. For my own organization, we will leverage our 160th birthday and work together to ensure that we strengthen collaboration across the UN system, because as the President said, together, and we must be together, we can carry this WSIS vision forward well into the next 2 decades, aided, of course, by the objectives and the principles that I mentioned in the Global Digital Compact. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to turn to my deputy. We have Thomas Lemanauskas, the ITU's Deputy Secretary General. He's going to lead us in this session. Thomas has also been championing our green digital action, our submarine cable resilience, and we heard from the President, who was also with you in Sevilla at the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, our work around digital infrastructure investment, which is key to helping ensure that we connect the unconnected, and we bring those 2.6 billion people online. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I will hand the floor over to Thomas, who will lead us in the next part of our deliberations. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Doreen, really, for this amazing introduction, and indeed setting the stage so well for our high-level leaders dialogue of United Nations leaders. And it's really so pleasure to have today here, I think, at least 40 UN delegations, and 14 of the leaders will be here today at the stage with you in a 2-part panel to make sure that we are able to hear from anyone. And of course, UN system, with this framework, also allowed UN system to really organize itself very well with a UN Group on Information Society, where we don't just meet once a year, we actually deliver. We deliver through the framework of WSIS action lines, make sure that, as the President said, the digital solutions are not as a technology, but actually impacts everyone's lives. So with that, the first set of speakers, if I could invite on the stage, is Kamal Kishore, Special Representative of UN Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction. I think we'll have Kamal on the stage, I hope, no? So, okay, please, Kamal. And then, yes, indeed, we already have, so then we have, see already, colleagues are coming. I have on my list also Joanna Hill from World Trade Organization. I have on my list these. So Joanna is here. I have Samir Chawan, so Samir is here. I have Michelle Giles McDonough from UNITAR. I have Rosemary McLean from UN Joint Staff Pension Fund. We have Magdalena Sepulveda Carmona from UN Research Institute of Social Development, and we have Co Barrett, that's next to me, as well from World Meteorological Organization. So welcome here, and I'll take the seat next to you to moderate.
So really appreciate colleagues, and indeed we have a very
dynamic session, so I'll have to moderate us also job to be unpopular. So one of my parts of being unpopular means reminding you 3 minutes, and we're running slightly over the schedule, so I'll really be a bit of annoying if we go above, but I feel that we have a lot to say, and of course, these 3 minutes will work just well for us. So maybe I'll actually start for the order we're sitting, so to make sure that we just go smoothly. So we'll start actually with Cor Barrett, Deputy Secretary General of the WMO, World Meteorological Organization, and ITU's great partner with a lot of initiatives, very importantly also early warnings for all, and we'll hear also later on from Kamal, I guess, on this as well. So indeed, Ko, in what ways does the digital divide affect our ability to tackle the global climate change, the challenge of today? So let's kick start with you, please.
Thanks, Thomas. Hello, colleagues. Well, I think it's fair to say that the climate crisis is escalating. Last year was the first time that the global average temperature for the planet was over 1.5 degrees C, temporarily surpassing an important target within the climate negotiations. But it's also fair to say that most of us don't feel climate in terms of average global temperatures. We feel it in terms of extremes. And these are becoming more frequent, more intense, and more destructive. It's not a future threat. We're seeing it every day. I venture to say that most of us will know someone who's been directly affected by an extreme in the very near future, if not already. So we have this major escalating problem, but we also have tools to address this problem. We have satellites that are constantly observing the Earth. We have supercomputers that are generating forecasts and early warnings. We have data-driven models that can help communities to prepare and act. And all of this is made potentially faster and better with artificial intelligence and machine learning. Within our organization, we have the key challenge of predicting weather and climate extremes, through temperature, through rainfall, through winds. But really, we need to translate those parameters into impacts. We call it impact-based forecasting, because most of us, while it's helpful to know how much rainfall is expected, what's really essential to know is whether there will be a flash flood. So, we're involved in some active partnerships where we are working to provide advanced early warning for flash floods that are now extending into a week ahead of time in more than 100 countries, affecting over 700 million people. But, and I'm sure this will be a theme for all of us, those digital advances are not even across the globe. And we actually need to make sure that every region can access critical data, early warnings, and the digital infrastructure that's required. Kamal, ITU, IFRC, WMO, our organizations are all involved in the Early Warning for All initiative, which works across an entire value chain of providing information from determining the risks that are anticipated, in our case, providing forecasts, working with ITU to get that information into the hands of people who need to have the warnings, and then working with our other partners to make sure that we're anticipating the kinds of response we'll need. So I think, it's important to address this digital divide and make sure that we're bringing everyone along with us. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you very much, Ko. And indeed, you already mentioned disasters, and including flash floods and others. So we have a very good match now after you. So Kamal, from DRR perspective, so how we use AI, other digital technologies to lower disaster risks, to pursue the risk-informed development, and also to manage those challenges better, please.
Thank you very much, Thomas. That's an essay-type question to be answered in 3 minutes. Ko talked about the revolution that is taking place in how we predict hazards, hydromet hazards, but the same is happening for geophysical hazards as well. There is huge promise in how we generate earthquake alerts, for example. There are models, AI models, that are providing some lead time now. Not a lot, a few minutes, maybe a minute, but enough to sort of protect your infrastructure from earthquakes. So on the side of hazards, we are not at the cusp of a revolution, we are in it. But what I want to talk about beyond early warning and looking at impacts is three things. Number one is that it is really important to remind ourselves that the impact of hazards occurs not only because of the hazards themselves, but also how we build our societies, where we build them, what kind of built environment we generate, how fragile it is that determines the risk. And that is dynamic. Risk is being created as a result of millions of people's actions. So how do we keep track of that in real time? If you look at flash flood or urban flood in the same city in 2 different seasons, it's entirely different because the city has changed in that time. People have done things, permeability of surfaces has changed. So I think the huge potential of AI is to track our exposure, people, economic activity, capital assets, where they are and how fragile they are, and how do they come together to generate risk, and how we can modify that trajectory, which takes us away from risk to resilience. The second thing, which is the sort of increasing characteristic of the risk in 21st century, is that it is systemic. It really ripples across multiple sectors. When power lines go down, telecom goes down. When telecom goes down, ATM machines don't work. When ATM machines don't work, people don't have access to cash. When access to cash is disrupted, markets don't work. So we can use now large data sets across systems to look at systemic nature of risk. And the third and final thing is that this is our opportunity to put agency in the hands of people. Urban citizens, they are not just passive recipients of assistance. They are active players in our resilience building story. So how do we galvanize that using AI tools in a constructive way, in a way that measurably reduces risks and build resilience? So it's really an exciting time. In Sendai framework, we've done extremely well, reduced mortality decade by 50%. The next frontier is reducing the loss of livelihoods, reducing economic losses, and that cannot be done without using the full potential and promise of AI.
Thank you very much, Kamal. Indeed, how to manage risk, very well covered how to manage risks with technologies. And of course, some of those risks seem sometimes slower coming, like risks to our digital trade and economy, but in the same time as impactful. So that's why I'm moving now to Joanna, indeed, to ask how do you think we should harness digital technologies, AI, other emerging technologies to really sustain our global growth and development and economy, and also what is WTO role in that to help it harness?
Thank you for the invitation. We are facing 3 critical challenges that require a coordinated global action. The first one being the digital divide. Digital trade and frontier technologies should benefit everyone. And without an intentional effort to bridge the digital divide, AI and other frontier technologies could worsen socioeconomic inequalities rather than alleviate them. Moreover, the full potential of AI can only be reached if there's a wide diffusion and adoption. And WTO simulations found that if we had a widespread adoption of AI, it could boost global trade growth by up to nearly 14 percentage points through the year 2040. Nevertheless, if this adoption were to be uneven, then we risk that these gains would be cut in half, and low-income countries would not realize the many AI-related productivity gains and trade cost reductions that they could expect. So at the WTO, we are doing our part. We are working with partners in the UN system. We're working also with the World Bank and others to help boost the hard and the soft infrastructure in regions like Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and others. Second challenge we are facing is the lack of inclusive governance. To date, many decisions around AI and other digital policy matters are not always taking place in a space where all developing countries, especially LDCs, can have a voice. And the third challenge that we are seeing is one related to regulatory fragmentation. We are seeing diverging approaches to data governance and AI standards, and this could really raise compliance costs and hinder innovation. Trade, of course, we hope, can be part of the solution. It's involved in every part of the development and deployment of these technologies. And digital technologies like AI rely on the hardware and cross-border data flows. Open and competitive telecom services, of course, are key for development and deployment. And let me give you some examples of where the WTO comes in and plays a role. We have the Information Technology Agreement, which removes tariffs on $3 trillion worth of annual trade in high-tech physical goods that make most of the digital economy possible. And our rule book, of course, gives governments the tools to leverage trade policies to promote aspects of the digital economy and address cross-border externalities. And a final example I'd like to give is our Technical Barriers to Trade Agreement, which provides guidance to members to design technical regulations in a transparent and proportionate manner, encouraging regulatory harmonization. And though we see, of course, the challenges that we're facing, we also see the WTO being a forum for discussions on these wide range of topics.
Thank you very much, John. And now we talked a lot about how we can help the others, the world, and also now we'll move how we not become what I think in my language called shoemaker without the shoes. How UN can actually, live what we preach and have a digital technology at our heart. So, Samir, you will be the best person to answer that from United Nations International Computing Center. So, indeed, how we leverage digital for the UN's needs, how our internal fragmentation, and make it work better for us.
Sure. Thank you for having me here. So as you rightfully said, we are the in-house function that supports all of the UN system with technology. And yes, there has been a degree of fragmentation. I think historically, each organization built their own tech stacks, depending on their mandate, depending on the needs of that particular organization. But today, because technology is so front and center, we've already heard from the speakers ahead of me, and I'm sure it'll be a common theme. Everybody needs to leverage technology, leverage digital, leverage AI to deliver on their mandates. Fragmentation now is a huge bottleneck. If everybody starts to invest in their own stack from the ground up, we cannot deliver to the mandate of the entire UN system. Also because all of these crises or all the challenges we're facing are interconnected. So we need an interconnected response to them. And in my opinion, what we need is a strong digital core. A digital core that can be used to support all of our partner organizations in scaling up much more rapidly, reusing and leveraging the capacities that have already been built for other partners, and just shortening the curve, shortening the time it takes for them to deliver impact on the ground. So some of these AI technologies or other blockchain, crypto-based technologies, quantum technologies, etc., can be, we can build a common core where we build that common capacity, common capability that each partner can tap into and utilize. I think that will allow everybody to move that much more quickly. I think we can also show open source models that work, because I think we need to, in the UN, we have the ability to demonstrate that there are different approaches. And I think the member states look to us to lead the way in that thinking. And I think if we prove it ourselves, we can then demonstrate to the world this is how technology can be used for good going forward. Another point I'd like to make is across all of this, there's a very strong element of trust and security. And that, again, is if we have a common approach, a common capability that everybody can leverage across their digital infrastructure, we can secure the entire system. Because today we stand at a point where the level of security that we can provide across the digital infrastructure is inconsistent. Some partners have the ability to secure it to a much larger extent than others. So we really need to make it a level playing field where we don't have the weak links. Because typically what happens is we get attacked at the weakest link. So if we can stabilize that and secure that, I think that'll be the right way forward. And on AI, my parting comments is there's some brilliant innovation happening across the partner community. We heard examples already, we'll hear more. What we are trying to do at UNICC is build a common repository where all of those shared solutions can be brought together and made available to the rest of the partnership. So again, with the idea of shrinking the opportunity cost and getting to outcomes much quicker.
So thank you very much, Samir. And indeed, so we have technology and we have platforms, but now we need people, no? So and we need leaders who are pushing those technologies. So I think, Michelle, that would be the question for you. What new skills and competences leaders should have, both in UN system and broader government, to be able to actually make this digital revolution, if you will, reality for everyone? And what do you do about that?
Well, thank you. Thank you for the question. This is the most pressing of them. And as His Excellency the President of Estonia said, as countries travel along their different national pathways to digital transformation, we need more than technology. There are policies and regulations, partnerships, capacities, if we're to secure a safe and prosperous digital future. Now, in doing that, we believe that there are a number of key skills and competencies that not just UN leaders, but global leaders across all organization types need to have, and I'll just flag a few. Leaders need strong digital literacy and fluency. A partner in another discussion yesterday highlighted studies that reveal the large and growing gap in digital knowledge between leaders in organizations and the people that they lead. And this is only growing, as I mentioned. So while leaders need not be engineers or AI or quantum experts, they must grasp the fundamentals of emerging technologies to understand the impact on their businesses, on public institutions, on the people they lead, so that they can make strategic and informed decisions that can advance the digital transformation and close the divide. The second area is around ethics and foresight. Because the pace of technological change is relentless. And leaders should be able to anticipate these technological shifts, not only at a technical level, but also their ethical, human rights, and social consequences. And this means that we need leaders who can prioritize human-centered approaches that are aligned with what we're trying to, the action lines of WSIS and the 2030 agenda. Two more, we need networkers, collaborators, and partnership builders. A key message throughout this week is that digital governance is truly global. We can't do this on our own, and complexity and shared challenges call for a networked approach. So it needs leaders who can work across sectors, across institutions in their national landscape, but also across borders, and find common ground, respecting the diversity of voices, and also promoting more inclusive decision-making. And the last competency I want to flag is the competences of adaptability, systems thinking, and continuous learning. The landscape of digital and scientific and technological development, as we said, is constantly shifting. And skills can't be static or slow to adapt. And embracing lifelong learning is crucial for leaders themselves, as well as for the institutions that they lead. For us at UNITAR, we focus on building the capabilities of diplomats, public servants at the country level, and our UN partners. And we will continue to do that together with partners inside the UN system and outside to make sure that we can have responsible and inclusive governance. But as I said, our target clients are our diplomatic community, as well as the breadth of the public service, and ensuring that these set of skills are integrated.
So thank you very much indeed. And now I think we'll move to the case study, I should say. So the case study of the specific UN entity. I think the microphone. I think it would be great to have to Rosemary. So. And indeed, the UN Joint Staff Pension Fund, is something that I think, and JSPF is something that people outside UN doesn't always know, but everyone inside UN knows very well, And so I think it's very, very interesting, indeed, paradox, But I think here it would be good to see how you do it, how you really use digital tools and digital technologies to really make sure that your services are better, and what were the kind of challenges, opportunities there. Maybe there's some lessons for broader UN system in that.
Thank you. You're absolutely right. The UN staff have a vested interest in better understanding their pension fund. So for those of you who are not familiar with UNJSPF, we are a $100 billion plan. We serve 150,000 active UN staff across 25 different member organizations, and we have almost 90,000 pensioners in over 190 countries. So it's a large fund, it's a complex fund. And our digital journey really started during COVID because we had a problem. Because pensioners are required to submit to the fund an annual proof of life. If we do not receive this proof of life, the pension stops. So it had huge financial implications for pensioners, and as we all remember, during COVID, mail service was disrupted all over the world, and so this paper form, we were having great difficulties receiving these forms. And so really, when I think about it, it was one of those cases where necessity is the mother of invention. And we partnered with Samir at UNICC and his team to explore an app based on facial recognition using blockchain technology that would allow a pensioner wherever they are in the world to be able to meet this proof of life requirement. And I can tell you, in the early days, there were a lot of doubters because this is a population, right? Senior people, you know, our average age is almost 80. Would they really be willing to use this technology? Well, fast forward to today, over 55% of our pensioners are using this technology, and that number is growing every day. It ended up winning the Secretary General's Award for Innovation and Sustainability. And we were most recently, we received we are the first UN entity to receive the ISO certification for ethical use of AI. So I think it just demonstrates that a pension fund can make use of these emerging technologies. Then I'm quite sure that other UN entities can do the same. And I'd also add that we recently we're about to introduce 17 kiosks in UN centers that would allow pensioners who do not have technology to be able to make use of the digital certificate of entitlement. So it's very consistent with the theme here about leave no one behind and allow people to make technology, use technology to their advantage. It also became the foundation technology for the UN Digital ID, so we're very proud of that. And it also led to other use of RPA robotics in the pension fund to allow us to use technology to do the more routine tasks and deploy our very talented and trained resources in more value-added processes. So it's a journey that we continue to be on, but I can tell you that digital has now become a critical strategic imperative at the pension fund, and it really supports our goal to deliver great service to UN staff and retirees wherever they may be in the world.
Thank you very much, Rosemary. And indeed, great story how we can actually live with the digital, and actually how these ideas can also spread, because now, of course, you're in digital ID, starting with you, now spreads around the UN as one of the core platforms. So thanks a lot. And now we'll again back to the bird's eye view, on the impact of the digital on social development. And I think this is what I'll ask Magdalena is exactly from your perspective as United Nations Research Institutes for Social Development. What is an impact of digital for social development, or what impact should be, and what are the research areas that are you doing now and going forward we think are very relevant for us, please?
Thank you very much for the question. As the Secretary General reminded us in her preliminary remark, the WSIS has been instrumental in promoting a people-centered, inclusive and development-oriented information society. And as representing here the research capability of the UN, I have to say that research has played a pivotal role in this journey, particularly in assessing the impact of ICT initiatives on social development. Research has been critical in understanding the broader implication of digital technologies on various aspects of society. For instance, impact studies on ICT in education have shown significant improvement in learning outcome and access to education resources. And what is more important is that these studies provide evidence that informs policy decision and program implementation, ensuring that ICT initiatives are effective and beneficial. At ANRIS, the Research Institute on Social Development, we focus on generating knowledge and insight on social dimensions of contemporary development issues. And our interdisciplinary research and policy analysis have shown vital in exploring how digital technologies can, for example, support social protection system and how digital tools can enhance those systems and reduce inequality. Looking ahead, I think that the future holds exciting possibilities. One key area is the impact of artificial intelligence on social development. More research needs to be done in exploring how AI can be leveraged to address social challenges and promote inclusive growth. Another important direction is the role of digital platform in promoting social justice. I think that understanding how this platform can be used to amplify marginalized voices and drive social change will be critical. Continued collaboration and investment in research are essential to ensure that ICT initiatives effectively promote social development and achieve the SDGs. By leveraging the insights from research, I believe we can create more inclusive and equitable digital future for all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And giving that perspective that we need to know what we're doing to achieve our goals. Indeed, and research really helps us there. So please join me in the round of applause for this set of young leaders. And I think you see the plethora of digital aspects that you uncover. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll have another set of colleagues joining us. So thank you very much for contributing this. So now I think with that, thank you. Of course. Let's, sorry, I should have. Yes. Let me stand. I think maybe it's nice. Thank you very much again. Thank you. So now, no worries, we'll fix it. So now we have another set of leaders, and I have in my list first Celeste Drake, Deputy Director General in ILO, International Labour Organization. I see, okay. Then I have Celeste. Tawfiq Jalassi, Assistant Director General for UNESCO. Please, Tawfiq. And then I have Seung-ju, Deputy to the Director General and Managing Director of UNIDO. Seung, okay. Yes, please. Great, please. Hi, Tawfiq. Then we have Gilles Carbonnier, Vice President of CRC. And then we have Kelly Clements, Deputy High Commissioner for UN High Commissioner for Refugees, or Deputy High Commissioner for Refugees, sorry. So please, Kelly. Then I have Maximo Terreno, Chief Economist of Food and Agriculture Organization. And last but definitely not least, Peggy Hicks, Director of Thematic Engagement and Social Procedures and the Right to Development Division of Office of High Commissioner of Human Rights. Please, Peggy. No, I think let's fill the gap. Let's fill the gaps. Sorry. I mean, I would love always to have human rights on my right, so that's for sure. But I think also want to integrate. So thanks a lot. We need to have nice pictures, Peggy. But thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for joining me. And I'll start in the same order. I'll start with Celeste. Indeed, how does digital, and a very obvious question, how do digital technologies that we're talking about here impacting the world of work, impacting our jobs? So should we be worried or happy, and what does ILO do about it? So please.
Thank you so much for the question, Thomas. And I'll say what I've been saying on a number of panels this week, is that at the ILO, we are optimists about artificial intelligence and the digital economy, but part of being an optimist means you have to be realistic, right? The folks that see only the upside and only the opportunities and want to sweep any of the risks and the challenges under the rug aren't going to get very far, because we are dealing in a time where there is mistrust in institutions, whether they are local, national, or international. We are dealing with the time where even the members of the multilateral system are urging us to be more efficient, more effective, improve our own services. And that's where cooperation on the digital future is more important than ever. And that's where a sober look at what are the opportunities and how do we make the most of them, and how do we look at the challenges and address them so that we're identifying risks, that we are understanding them, and that we are working to mitigate them, because that is how we will bring everyone together into a world of work where digital is a coin of the realm to promote decent work, social justice, and further development. So in the world of work, there are these opportunities and challenges. We hear a lot of sensationalist headlines about jobs apocalypse. Well, we can address that through research, as we just heard from UNRIST. And we can do that also by making sure that we have readiness for the digital future. And that includes skills. We heard a lot of talk about skills on the last panel. Workers, employers, and member states need to be ready with skills. But the skills aren't going to help if the jobs aren't there. And so we need the investment in the infrastructure, from basic reliable electricity all through, of course, high-speed internet. And of course, we need to have an enabling environment for sustainable businesses. And by sustainable businesses, we mean economically, environmentally, socially sustainable. So all of the things that are included in decent work, we need there. So how is ILO trying to get our members, member states, employers organizations, workers organizations ready? We've got a three-pronged approach. First is research. Second is policy and technical assistance, where our constituents ask. And third, it's developing use cases. How can we, the ILO, use AI to offer a better product to our constituents? And how can we help our constituents be ready to see what the use cases are? Because certainly we have a lot of interest, but not everyone comes with an idea of how to use AI for the best. And in terms of research, I'll just give one little piece of data that you were hinting towards, Thomas. In our most recent analysis of the near-term jobs impact, it shows that about 3.3% of jobs globally are at risk of being fully automated. So those are real people in real jobs, but it's not the jobs apocalypse. Now that risk, those jobs are primarily administrative jobs. So they're going to disproportionately affect women, and they are disproportionately going to be in the global north. So those are things we need to be ready for. How do we transition folks into other jobs? But a good 25%, about a quarter of all jobs, they're not at risk of being lost, but they are at risk, if you want to say, of being transformed. And that's where skilling is going to help. How do we get people ready for these augmented jobs? And those are not just office digital jobs. Those are jobs, as we heard on the last panel, in agriculture, in transportation and logistics, in services. And we can do that by ensuring that we not only have training programs, but those training programs, the education programs, the technical and vocational education are informed by foresight and skills anticipation. And I will just end with, so we're training people, we're building the environment to create jobs, and we must make sure those jobs are decent work. And that's where we go back to the world of work, the very basics. We don't necessarily need new standards, but we can use the same standards where workers are entitled to fundamental principles and rights at work, a safe job, fair pay, non-discrimination, and the opportunity to have a voice, to organize a union, to engage in social dialogue with employers. So if we can do all of that with ILO playing its role in the multilateral system, we can promote the best and highest use of AI.
No, thank you, Ms. Lesson. Indeed, it's always great to see that ILO is not panicking, and it's no apocalypse, so even though there's some challenges. So really, decent work is one of the rights, but we'll move now to Peggy that deals with all the rights, So, and I think, Peggy, on the WSIS Global Digital Compact, we all talk about human rights, so, and it's very important. But how do we translate that from these words on paper and practice? What are the challenges, opportunities you see from your perspective?
Great, thanks so much, Thomas. I mean, I think the starting point is that we really need to think of human rights as a tool that we can use to help deliver all the outcomes that we want to see from AI and from digital technologies. It's really the foundation for the UN's work. I think part of what the UN brings, and we've heard that from my colleagues who have been on the stage, is that we will bring in, through our work, an approach to development of these technologies and design and deployment in a way that actually allows them to deliver results that meet the goals of the SDGs and moves us forward in terms of how people will be assisted by technologies, not just technologies that will be generating great profits or greater power for certain actors. It's important to say that that human rights value is achieved across all the different action lines of WSIS. I mean, we're already engaged in those processes, and we see how in areas like digital public infrastructure, across ideas of how we make sure that when we're deploying these technologies in areas like the right to health or right to education, that we build in approaches that, one, of course, are non-discriminatory, but that they reach people, all the people who need it, and the people behind the most first, if we can do it. We're looking at that in areas like connectivity as well. We want to make sure that connectivity is achieved for everyone, and that it delivers the promise that it brings. But that also means that we have to look at when is the internet there for people, and that's not always simply because you're not digitally connected. It also is a phenomenon like shutdowns that we have to address as well. And we have to look at some of the risks associated with connectivity, including things like surveillance and other negatives that come with some of the risks associated with digital technologies. Part of what we bring to these conversations, and we're working with many of those present on, is around how we can bring human rights into regulatory frameworks. We're very happy that the GDC acknowledges the work that we're doing around a human rights digital advisory service that's intended to really work with governments, regulators globally on how the human rights framework can help address some of the tough challenges we face in regulating in this space. We want to build those guardrails, but we also want to make sure that they're built in a way that spurs the type of innovation and development that we need in this space. And that can be done, but it's something that requires some expertise to bring in. So we're working with governments on that. We also recognize the important role that companies play in this space. And one of the key things I think we can bring and is important to these conversations is that we can sometimes devolve into a conversation about who's supposed to be doing what between governments and business and the roles that they play. One of the good things the human rights framework brings is that under the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, both entities recognize their human rights, the need to respect human rights and their obligations there. And so we're working with governments to impose a smart mix of regulation and with companies to make sure they achieve it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Indeed, and you already mentioned this importance of working with the private sector, with the companies, and that's kind of my link is to industrial development, you know. And then again, so we sometimes call what's happening now fourth industrial revolution. Probably soon we'll call it fifth, you know, because with AI and others really changing even how we think about the technology. So UNIDO has been making sure that the previous, all the industrial revolutions, would rather say, reach everyone and benefit everyone. So how does your work change now? How we can leverage AI, digital technologies to really make sure that industrial development around the world is equal and for all?
Thank you very much, Thomas, for this opportunity to join this esteemed panel on behalf of UNIDO. You are very right. I think for AI and digital technologies, firstly, these technologies basically from private sector. Yeah? Private sector are their own creators. We have to work with them. So for the future of manufacturing, let's say, we see that the AI really is reshaping the global manufacturing dramatically. Not only from the view that it is improving productivity and efficiencies of manufacturing and business process. Most importantly, I think AI is turning manufacturing into a service-based kind of like an industry or sector. With this, mean that for both developed and developing countries, we need to rethink our approach towards manufacturing and the industrialization. So even for the developed countries, when they think about this reshoring of this manufacturing or remanufacturing, they may need to understand the implications, because with the application of AI and digital technologies and robotics, you may say expect a big job number of jobs created. Or same thing happening maybe in the global south. They are facing, particularly African countries, they are facing many challenges in basically their industrialization kind of efforts. Firstly, of course, this green transition, they need also technologies to help them. They need also to tackle the issue that relate to trade-related measures introduced by some kind of like trade partners. In addition, the tariffs. Yeah, the tariffs basically previously they enjoyed, they may not have. Then combined with this, the AI and digitalization application in industry sector, meaning the labor-intensive industrial sector manufacturing jobs may not be there anymore. So that all of us need to think about what kind of future of manufacturing and industry will be look like, the implications. From this end, you need to thus have this kind of like, initiative to support, firstly, the digital or AI divide in the industrial manufacturing sector. We think that this is something that is a public good. We cannot say have a world. There's a big divide, not in different sectors, particularly industry sectors, which create big jobs, not the case anymore. So we need now to support member states to understand the trend and implications. That this is the research work at the policy advisory or UNIDO, normative function. In addition to this, I think we think it is important for member states to develop a kind of conducive ecosystem through the targeted industrial policy. That now industry policy is very popular, but how to develop new types of industry policy? It's not just pick winners. So we need basically to create an enabling environment to enable all the players to have this like a leveling playing ground, to really that eventually that could have this kind of synergies to promote sustainable economic growth. Finally, of course, all of this, you need to have this AIM Global Initiative. Basically, the full name is Global Alliance on AI for Industry and Manufacturing. We have the leading companies as members to join us because they are the one that create these leading technologies. Of course, they may not by themselves understand the implications. Then we need to work together to exchange what kind of impact this will have on industry and manufacturing and broadly economy. Then, of course, we have this support from ITU, UNCTAD, other UN sister agencies. We have also that civil society participate, think tanks. This is a good platform for us to collaborate and work together to tackle all the issues associated with this kind of AI and digital revolution.
No, thank you very much. Thank you. So a lot of times when we think about digital technologies and AI, we always think it is immaterial and services, but really great to see you bringing that to the world of manufacturing and the world of goods. So now I'll turn to Taufik, and again, UNESCO, I think Doreen uses that partner in crime, so terminology between UNESCO and ITU, because between the content and let's say and technology and technological platforms, so it's really this collaboration from Broadband Commission to Interagency Working Group on Artificial Intelligence to here in WSIS, of course, continue and you just completed your chairship of the UNGIS process, of course, Taufik as well. So from that broad perspective, not only necessarily from UNESCO's as well, Taufik, how do you see digital cooperation evolving? How do you see this? How we can build a new stage of WSIS, how we can build a state, while integrating all the other aspects, so that it still continues to serve everyone, still continues to integrate data governance, AI, public sector transformation, in actually benefiting, in the structure of social development and economy that benefits all, So and all having in regard all these ethical dimensions and other dimensions, and of course UNESCO always promotes. So please, Taufik.
Thank you very much, Thomas. You asked me about the WSIS and the GDC. You recall I spoke about this 2 days ago. My colleague and friend Amandeep told me yesterday that I was very passionate in my intervention about the future of WSIS, IGF, and the role of the Global Digital Compact. So maybe not to repeat myself on that, I would like to highlight maybe a few important topics that UNESCO has been working on, building on what was said already. If you look at the top 2 global risks, they are disinformation and climate change. The reference is the January 2025 World Economic Forum report. Disinformation number 1. And as you know, Thomas, UNESCO has been working on this for at least 3 years, actively with an initiative called For an Internet of Trust. Because we want to trust the content that we find online, the information, etc. And let me quote here the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Ressa, who said, "Without facts, there is no truth. And without truth, there is no trust. And without trust, there is no shared reality upon which we can act." How can we trust the digital ecosystem? How can we trust cyberspace? So this is the number one global risk. It is also in the UNSG report of this past March. He put this information as the number one global risk for two reasons: its importance. Number two, the vulnerability of countries and communities to the harmful side of disinformation. And we recently, as you know, Thomas, we published the UNESCO guidelines for the governance of digital platforms to combat disinformation and hate speech online while fostering or safeguarding freedom of expression and access to information. The second key initiative, which is very recent, it goes back to this past January. UNESCO is now the Secretariat for a Global Initiative on Information Integrity for Climate Change. The second global risk, again, according to Davos. So this is ahead of the COP30 next November in Belém, Brazil. But also, how can we really address the issue of skepticism and denial of the climate change and the environmental risk? So this global initiative on information integrity, launched again in partnership with Brazil and the UN Secretariat in New York. UNESCO, as I said, is the secretariat for it and the manager of the Global Fund, which we are currently setting up to foster investigative journalism, research, studies, and more related to this issue. You refer to the Broadband Commission on Sustainable Development, the meeting we had this Sunday. And it was 2 days ago that we released the Data Governance Framework and Toolkit developed by UNESCO in partnership with I2, UNCTAD, and the African Union, because we believe in this AI era, data governance, of course, is an essential issue that concerns everybody, including the cross-border data flow, including the quality of data along the life cycle of this new scarce resource data. And finally, I would mention capacity building of civil servants on AI and digital transformation. Every country has launched or is about to launch national digital transformation that uses and leverages AI. But how ready are top officials and civil servants in the public sector? How ready are they from a competency and skill set point of view to embark on implementing digital transformation and AI and hope to succeed in that endeavor? This is where we step in, and now we are launching in Africa a major program to train 20,000 civil servants in many African countries on AI and digital transformation. So capacity building also is a very important priority for us.
Thank you very much, Tawfiq. And with that, we now move to the... all right, please welcome. So the applaudissements. So now we moving to International Committee for Red Cross. And like when we see United Nations high-level leaders dialogue, so International Committee of Red Cross is not like technically United Nations, but it's actually an organization that works so closely with United Nations that we probably most of the time forget it, So, and I think, but you bring this one very unique angle, so knowledge of and expertise in conflicts. And regretfully, this is something that we now having more and more of them, and reading, some of us are lucky enough just to read about them in the news. Others actually have to be involved on a daily basis in helping to mitigate them or suffer in our consequences in them. And indeed, Jill, from your perspective, looking at your experience in conflicts, how the digital technologies can actually amplify or alleviate them, and I think some of that, what even Tawfiq was mentioning about misinformation, we feel the effect of them in conflicts way more. So from experience, how we can use technologies for the better even in those situations, and what are the challenges or opportunities we should be leveraging with this framework to help you, please.
Well, thank you very much, Thomas, for this opportunity to share just a few points on this critical topic, because as you mentioned, we have seen a tripling in the number and also in the intensity of armed conflict over the past decade. And so what we actually see is that often in global conversations on the governance of new technologies, armed conflicts tend to be neglected. And as much as it is important to see indeed, for instance, in the Global Digital Compact, this anchoring in human rights, there is no mention in the Global Compact, Digital Compact of armed conflict, nor of international humanitarian law that is directly applicable to parties to armed conflict. And this is worrying in a sense that through our delegates in the field, what we witness is that people affected by armed conflict rely on digital technologies for their survival and their livelihood. And on the other hand, belligerents use digital technologies in a way that can cause immense harm. You can think of course, cyber attacks, online harmful information, but also, as you mentioned, Thomas, but also connectivity disruptions, and the use of AI in the military domain. And maybe in this last issue, we have been, of course, involved in the relevant processes on the open-ended working group on ICTs, as well as processes on autonomous weapon systems. And these processes, of course, take time. But we see that we can achieve results that really make a huge difference. And for instance, in Geneva last October, at the International Conference of the Red Cross and Red Crescent, we had an important resolution that was adopted by all states and national societies of the Red Cross and Red Crescent. And the resolution is on protecting civilians and other protected persons and objects against the potential human cost of ICT's activities in armed conflict. And I would just like to conclude with three aspects that we think could be very relevant in the WSIS process. The first is that the resolution highlights very specific risks to civilians that digital technology can pose, together with strong commitment of states to protect the civilian population in armed conflict, including against the risk arising from malicious ICT activities. Second, the resolution underlined the importance of connectivity so that people can access not only aid, assistance, medical assistance and protection, but also information. And information is life-saving in armed conflicts. So it calls on all belligerents to protect the technical infrastructure essential to the general availability and integrity of the internet. And thirdly, and lastly, the resolution stresses that the medical and humanitarian activities must be protected, including in relation to ICT's activities. And often what we see in the kinetic world is that the Red Cross or Red Crescent emblem are protective emblems in the kinetic world, and we think that we have to explore and see if we can have a digital emblem that would indeed provide protection and help mark and protect servers, data, and websites used to assist and protect the victims of armed conflicts. And I'd like to thank ITU and you, Thomas, for giving us the opportunity tomorrow here to have a dedicated session on this digital emblem, digital protective emblem, where we will dig into issues of standards, and I hope to see many of you tomorrow at that session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gilles. And indeed really appreciate you bringing that very important perspective, like even in ITU, we had this resolution from the year 98, number 98, which is about telecommunications needs for humanitarians in conflicts and disaster management, which we had forgotten for 2 decades, like nearly 2 decades. And honestly, now we had to remember it very strongly, So I think that perspective that you, because of all that need of digital technologies in the conflicts and connectivity is essential, and also some technologies can be used for good and for bad. So really looking for closer cooperation with you on this. Now, as we're talking about this really populations at risks, I think the person who is really expert on that is Kelly, coming from as the Deputy High Commissioner for Refugees, Kelly. You definitely know the needs of displaced populations of refugees and how we can help them through digital technologies, or maybe how digital technologies can disenfranchise them, and we should avoid that. So it would be great. I know we had with you great initiatives like Connect for Refugees as well, like really bringing the digital to everyone. But how do we do more? Are we doing enough? And how we can help those vulnerable populations to benefit from digital technologies?
Well, thank you very much, Thomas. And I have to say, I'm marveling between this this panel and the previous panel the diversity of the system. And it's always great to follow ICRC. We're close partners in many of these situations. And I think this is a really good segue because, Thomas, you mentioned it, but what we're talking about today is 123 million people that are forced to flee, forced to leave their homes for conflict, war, persecution, and related. And while we have very important work to do in terms of being, a part of that frontline response to be able to support communities, to support refugees or internally displaced people as they're trying to find services, as they're trying to figure out what the future is for their families and so on. We also are very much aligned around trying to find solutions. And solutions can mean a number of different things. In a very technical way, can people voluntarily go home? Are they able to resettle to a third country? Can they locally, legally integrate? But absent those very durable solutions, other solutions can be very much from being able to find employment, to find a job, to put kids in school, to be able to access health services, and so on. And so when thinking about this particular venue and this event and 20 years of WSIS, it's almost radical collaboration that really brings all of us together and where we can actually go further, including for solutions to displacement. And Thomas, you mentioned connectivity for refugees, and this is one of those collaborations with ITU, with GSMA, with the government of Luxembourg and ourselves. We now have 25 private sector, UN agencies, civil society, others coming together to figure out how do we connect 20 million refugees and host communities, the majority of which are in low and middle income parts of the world, that to the broader technology that we know is moving faster than we can keep up. It does everything from connecting those services, to be able to find the ways to support one's family, to be able to do all of this in a safe way. And we've seen this in major crises related to Ukraine, now Sudan, Afghanistan, through the various years, that people need the very basic tools, and that's information. And so the colleagues here on the panel, we're talking, UNESCO when it comes to disinformation. How do you manage misinformation, hate speech, other ways to figure out how do you have communities that are cohesive, communities that are then empowered to basically map their own futures, and that comes through digital. And it comes through that kind of connectivity that for sometimes legal reasons, other times for affordability reasons, and so on, is not possible for millions and millions of people around the world. We're talking about forced displacement affecting the size of a medium-sized country. We can't leave them behind for all of the reasons in terms of trying to find those solutions. So the connectivity collaboration is one, but it's really complementary, for example, to GIGA when it comes to school and education. It's complementary to what we do with ILO when it comes to decent online work, again, safety being a key factor. And across the system, you now see that these sorts of collaborations, we shouldn't just do them, we really need to propel them forward. And WSIS provides that opportunity, I think, to bring it all together.
Thank you very much, Kelly, for such a strong words and showing the value of the system, here. And I totally concur with you. This is our discussions where you marvel at the diversity of the system, but also how complementary it is indeed. And so indeed, digital connectivity, as we heard, and digital technologies is an important need for including vulnerable populations. But we have even more basic needs, So we all need to eat, So, and I think that's kind of the proof in the pudding is whether the digital technologies can help us also to satisfy those needs as well, because they are not, as the President said, they are not at the ends of in itself, So that's why, our definitely last but not least speaker is Maximo, to coming from FAO's perspective, how we leverage digital technologies to improve our food security, to have more food, better food, and food for all, So please, Maximo.
No, thank you so much. And first of all, you are completely correct. AI is not food. So we cannot eat AI. AI is a tool, but it's a tool that also creates some externalities. For example, today in the world, we have 630 million people in the rural areas that don't have access to electricity. And only training one language model is equivalent to the consumption of 100 or more households of electricity for a year. So there is a substitution effect that we need to look at it. And that's why we need to use it in the most efficient way. The second point that we need to be very clear on the supply side, the generation of AI and the tools that are available, the UN and many of our partners will be never in the frontier of what is there. That's not our job. That's not where our comparative advantage is. Our comparative advantage is on the other side, on the demand side. We understand the demand that they do not understand. We understand what are the challenges of this demand that we have to cover. We have 733 million people in hunger today. We have 2.8 billion people that don't have access to healthy diets. We know the heterogeneity. That is where we need to take our comparative advantage and drive the supply so that it serves for our purposes and we use it in the most efficient way. So I think we need to be very careful on that and very clear on that. And in terms of the second comparative advantage that we have is we know what are the bottlenecks, what are the challenges. Many of them have been already mentioned. When we look at digital technologies in general and AI especially, there are 3 C's which are central. One is connectivity, second is content, and the third is capabilities. If we don't have connectivity at an affordable cost, nobody will be able to access. If we don't have good content, it's useless, no matter it is there. And if we don't have the capabilities, people don't know how to read and write, then what are they going to do? Because the smartness part of AI is how I use AI and what are the types of questions I use for AI. So that's where our comparative advantage is and where we can really create significant benefits to try to resolve these things. Now, our job is to, and what we're trying to do, FAO and our partners, is to try to use these tools to try to respond to that demand. Clearly, in the world today, we have a problem with extension services. They are too expensive, sometimes too slow, and they don't deliver at the velocity we need and in the quantity and quality we need. Of course, AI as a tool can help us to minimize those costs and make us more effective. But we need to assure that the content is proper. We are responding to the needs of the farmer. So using technologies to crowdsource the problems and trying to find ways in which we can provide tools at different languages, local languages, and with digital impressions will help us a lot to resolve the problem of capabilities. We also need to use it for early warning systems, as many of you have been there. The advantage of this tool is that we can bring many information real time that we could never do before. And that helps us a lot to increase our predictive power, to be able to anticipate things and to be able to have better probability models of what could be happening. There are many risks that are happening to us. We know for sure the risk of climate will increase in intensity and in number. So we need to be ready for that. And using these tools to be able to cope with those problems is a good success for us. But again, we need to carefully think on the demand, the needs, and the constraints. Because as any innovation, there will be winners and losers. And our focus is to create public goods, to minimize the losers. Our focus is to help the ones that could be discriminated away of these technologies. And our focus should be to avoid market concentration on these technologies, which by definition at the beginning will exist. But we need to make it lower over time.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Maxim, I think that's the last point, is how we create everyone a lot of winners, maybe hopefully no losers, in this process. And I think that's goes back to where we started with Celeste, how to say, like, yes, we have some disruptions, but we need to manage them for the positive, in such a every areas. So, colleagues, now is the time to applaud all the presenters. So sorry. So really thank you for your support, and I think indeed, and again I'll come back to what Kelly said, this is really diverse dialogue that shows the diversity of your system, but also shows that we need all those parts of your system to make digital the reality for all. It's not like from one center, it's not one agency that can do digital. The power of it only comes when we all work together. So I think this is definitely I hope will be the objective of WSIS Plus 20 review, to make sure that we all keep working together in even more impactful ways. So thank you again, everyone. Thank you very much. I think we'll just line up for the picture, if you don't mind, before we leave. Thank you.
3 at WSIS Plus 20 high-level event. And first on the menu, a chance for women leaders in ICT, together with the Geneva international community, to share their experiences of the gender digital divide, and in particular in emerging technologies.
Women are making up, when it comes to AI skills, only 26% of the talent pool. Only 26%. I think what we need to do collectively, together, as many of the organizations that are here at this summit, is to work together and be intentional about the programs that we create, be intentional about the audience that we're trying to reach, and help these women, each and every one of these women that we're trying to support, get a leg up, get access to economic opportunity through AI skills, through education, so that they can thrive in this AI economy.
It's so powerful to see all these women in one room, sharing that powerful bond. I think that's one of the things we've missed. And when we come to some conferences for years, few women at the conferences, difficult to network to, but have all these women together in the room is a good way for them to share information, network, collaborate, and more probably in future, whatever problems we're trying to solve, we can then solve it together.
And bridging the digital divide is a theme continued in many of today's sessions. Here, reskilling and upskilling in a changing world. What can be done to address the digital skills needs?
This is my call for the tech industry that please make user interface simple so that the elderly can use it. My own parents, I give the example, my own parents don't use it because they say it's very complicated. And therefore, the tech companies have to address this issue. Number two, they have to also make sure that UI is available in all languages.
WSIS Plus 20 brings together participants from 160 countries, sharing knowledge and bringing their initiatives to the table.
One of our flagship initiatives in the field of AI is the Pharos AI Factory, which harnesses the powerfulness of the Daedalus supercomputer to accelerate AI innovation across Greece. Our primary goal is to democratize actually access to AI, especially for startups and small businesses, ensuring that cutting-edge technology are not limited to large corporations or institutions.
Our overwhelming purpose is advancing technology for humanity. And so that's exactly what WSIS is trying to do. And so we have 500,000 members in 190 countries, and we see ourselves as the force for innovation worldwide. And so definitely the action lines of WSIS are about innovation, in this case for communications and information technologies.
There's collaboration everywhere you look here, including ADDICT Lab, which is based in the University of Geneva. You describe yourself as a tool for collective intelligence. How does it work?
Well, we are ADDICT Lab. We are representing innovation, artwork, creative artwork, and research. So you can get registered under ADDICT Lab Academy as an independent researcher. Then you have a profile there. You can publish your project work and your other activities as well. So you have a great platform. Maybe you have a website or not. So if you need more attraction from the different participants, so you can collaborate with us as well.
Meaningful connectivity has become critical, and WSIS Plus 20 is a milestone opportunity to take decisive action and shape the future of our increasingly digital society.
We know that 2.6 billion people are still not connected to the internet. We know that the gender digital divide continues to be very real in the lives of many around the world. We know that countries are struggling with resiliency and security, and so there's a lot of work to be done, and this meeting this week is an opportunity to take stock of the progress we've made and then start thinking about where we want to go from here.
And as our digital society develops, so too does the risk of cyber attacks and the impact of climate change.
Resilience is also about the ability to bounce back. It comes from the Latin word resilire, which literally means to bounce back. And a lot of the resilience that we see in areas like cyber and AI is about business continuity. It's about the ability to come back from a negative episode. It's about the ability to recover and continue operating as always.
From cyber resilience to sustainability and the future of workplace skills, many of today's collaborative sessions provide a meaningful step towards building inclusive and knowledge-driven digital societies. Join us for Day 4 of WSIS Plus 20 High Level Event 2025.
No, we don't care. This side. Maybe a woman and a man, a woman. Yeah. Then you sit here. You sit here, and maybe you sit there. I sit there. Perfect, beautiful. I am. You know, you're surrounded. Yes, we are surrounded by this people. Yeah. You're surrounded. You're embracing us. Surrounding you. You are embracing us. This is what I wanted to say. Yes. Now it's yes.
Everybody's here? Chimay is online? Okay. Good evening. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's get started. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us. We are starting our section, Revamping Decision-Making in Digital Governance and the WSIS Framework. I'm Renata Miele. I'm the chair of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, CGI.br, and I'm the moderator of this session. Today, we aim to address the gaps and the opportunities of the global digital governance ecosystem, especially when it comes to the governance architecture and cooperation, with a special focus on the WSIS framework. As we know, in the last 20 years, the WSIS processes has been playing the role of being the standard framework for the digital society, as well as one of the platforms to promote the multi-stakeholder approach and foster collaboration between stakeholders. In recent years, several processes have been launched inside and outside the UN system to advance discussions about global digital governance and especially to improve global digital cooperation, such as the Global Digital Compact. Stakeholders have been perceiving many processes carrying the potential to heavily impact the internet, digital technologies, and society as a whole. A broad range of contributions, therefore, have been pointing to establishing better coordination and more intense effort in advancing the multi-stakeholder approach. In this sense, it is important to understand how initiatives of cooperation, such as Net Mundial Plus 10 São Paulo Multi-Stakeholder Guidelines, contribute to solving the puzzles of our time for bolstering the governance architecture and decision-making. In this session, we expect to discuss this and other efforts towards building a common base for the decisions to come in the global ecosystem. With no further ado, I would like to present the team, my colleagues here, that shares the floor with us today. Timea Soto, for Global Digital Policy Lead and the International Chamber of Commerce, is online with us. I hope, Timea. Thank you very much. Valeria Bittencourt, Manager of Advocacy and Engagement at the Association of Progressive Communications, APC. Jimson Olofui, Principal Consultant for Contemporary Consulting. Helena Plixida, Vice President for Government and IGO Engagement of ICANN. And from the Federal Office of Communication of Switzerland, we have Isabelle Louis, Senior Policy Advisor, and Jorge Cancel, co-director of international relations. Switzerland are embracing us, as you see. And I am going to address 3 initial policy questions to all speakers. We have 3 minutes, for 15 minutes total. And we will have 2 rounds of discussions, and then a moment for interaction with the on-site and online audiences. So, for the first round, I will present 3 policy questions, and the speakers may choose those that they will address. Each one will have 3 minutes, as I said. So the policy questions are: first, how to update the WSIS action lines to better reflect emerging and pressing issues and a proper integration with the SDGs. Second question, what are the gaps within the WSIS framework and between its different parts, such as the IGF in the WSIS Forum? And 3, does the WSIS framework governance structure follow an adequate multi-stakeholder approach, for instance, as expressed by the São Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines? This is our 3 questions, and I'm going to invite to initiate our discussion, our conversation, Timea Soto online with us. Timea, the floor is yours. She's there?
Hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone, and hello from Milan. I'm very sorry not to be with you in Geneva these days. It's the first WSIS forum in many, many years that I'm missing. So I hope you are having a great time and great discussions. Before I start, just a few words about what the International Chamber of Commerce is and how do we come to these discussions around WSIS. ICC is a global business organization representing more than 45 million companies in over 100 countries. And we were actually the business interlocutor 20 years ago for the WSIS process. I myself haven't been involved for 20 years. I've started my career 10 years ago when we were going through the same process for the 10-year review of the WSIS outcomes and the action lines. And what I've seen throughout these couple of years is that the action lines really have stood the test of time. This is, of course, due to those who have been working on the action lines 20 years ago and their foresight. But especially, I think, is due to one particular decision, is to keep these action lines quite broad, general, and most importantly, technology agnostic. They do not necessarily pick out one issue, one technology, and deal with them per action line, but they have created sort of a framework of these 11 action lines that manages to bring us forward. And one good example on how these action lines have stood the test of time was actually when we were presented with the Sustainable Development Goals framework, and the WSIS and this forum actually has decided to see what are the interactions, what are the linkages between the SDG framework and the WSIS action lines framework, and we came up with a sort of matrix that we are using since. If you look at all the sessions that you're attending at the WSIS forum, there's always a little link, a little icon of what SDG they correspond to. And we do the same thing when we look at the IGF and the sessions we have at the IGF. So we're trying to sort of match the framework of the WSIS to the SDGs. And I think this is the method that we ought to use as we're looking at the action lines today. Perhaps we think there are new developments, emerging technologies, emerging issues online that they were not there 20 years ago that weren't for their discussion. The GDC, for example, has raised a couple of those issues already last year when we were talking about adopting the Global Digital Compact. And what we need to do as we look at the review today, I think we need to put on this sort of glasses, these lenses of new technologies, new issues, and look at the action lines and see which action lines corresponds to them. How can we update the specific action line to correspond or to be expanded to explain how it can work with these new technologies, new ideas in mind. But I would strongly encourage us to keep the same mindset that we've had 20 years ago and keep the action lines technology agnostic. I think that's the way to go forward. So I'll stop there, Renata. I think I already exceeded my 3 minutes. Happy to discuss further later.
Thank you, Timea. I will keep some words broad and technological neutral, and it shows the good work our colleagues done, because we don't need new action lines with new technologies. So this is very important. And I want to pass to the next. Maybe Valeria, could you?
Thank you very much, Renata. And let me build on what Timea was saying. I agree with what Timea has suggested. And there is already very valuable input provided to the CSTD and ITU that we can use to update the matrix that Timea referred to. That is a very important tool that was created in 2015 to precisely look at the linkages between the action lines and the SDGs. So based on the input and the submissions made through CSTD and ITU, the different stakeholders are providing this input that we can use to precisely take a fresh look of the action lines and update the framework of the WSIS and the matrix, the WSIS and SDGs matrix, in order to integrate the GDC objectives, which I think it has been identified as one of the needs for the review, and also as a way to integrate the GDC into the WSIS framework. And as I said, we can use the initial work done by the ITU. Then the next year, 2026, the WSIS Forum can be a very unique space in which we can present perhaps and validate a kind of revised framework and matrix, and finalize the process at the CSTD review next year of the WSIS follow-up and implementation based on this revised and updated matrix and framework. But let me also very briefly refer to the other two questions that you have posed to us. The one in relation to the gaps within the WSIS framework and the IGF. So I would say that it is important to look at the differences. There are not only gaps, but differences. The WSIS Forum can and should focus not only on policy and governance, but actual implementation of the action lines. So it brings together a different audience than the IGF. The IGF, it has a broader scope in terms of the specific digital governance and cooperation focus. So the IGF and the WSIS Forum have different audiences, more policy people at the IGF, more practitioners at the WSIS Forum. And that is a very good and positive aspect, I could say, and the complementarity that the both forums bring. So both forums have gaps in terms of people, that's for sure, in terms of issues, in terms of communities represented in them. For example, I want to mention just one, the participation of climate change and environmental related issues and communities affected by that. So that's one of the gaps. But I would say, let's look at the two of them in tandem, complementing one to each other. And very, very briefly in relation to your question about the Sao Paulo guidelines and the WSIS framework, it is not entirely that the WSIS framework governance structure is following the Sao Paulo guidelines, but I think the review is a very good opportunity for us to make progress on that regard. There is still work to be done to make the process more inclusive, and then the Sao Paulo guidelines are obviously a very key reference for that. There are some concrete suggestions on how to use the process steps in the framework of the review, and I think there is a lot of leeway in order to do that. So we should definitely strengthen the process and use in a very intentional way the process steps provided by the Sao Paulo process.
Thank you, Valeria. If anybody wants to know more about the São Paulo guidelines, we have some books here you can take with our team in the first line here. And I'm going to pass to Jimson to comment the questions. Please, Jimson.
Thank you very much, Renata. My name is Jimson Olufuye. Yes, mentioned principal consultant, contemporary consulting, IT firm based in Abuja, Nigeria. I'm also the chair of the Advisory Council of the Africa ICT Alliance, It's an alliance of concerned private sector ICT association companies from Africa. Started in 2012, and we are now with 43 countries. We haven't started with 6 countries in Africa. We represent the private sector voice in Africa, and we're part of the ICC basis movement. From the private sector perspective, our challenge has always been more of the implementation, just like Valeria mentioned. Implementation is so key. We are proud of what CGR has been doing. It's got a good example for every one of us. And we're focusing even more on emphasizing the need for the multi-stakeholder approach, the net mundial principle, to be fostered at the national level across Africa. Now, respond to the question, how to update the WSIS action line. Let me also add targets as well, action lines and the targets, okay, in line with the SDG. Well, there's a good mapping already that we see, just as has been mentioned earlier by Tamir. Good job being done. The gap still rests with how it is seen at a national level. We want this brought down at the national level so that every office will know what they need to do. Every department, ministry needs to know what they need to do. We just have 5 years for 2030. Are we going to miss out again? We miss out in the Millennium Development Goal in Africa. We could not achieve it. So SDG 2030 is also coming. We should not miss this as well. Then in terms of gaps between WSIS frameworks and IGF, I don't see much gaps based on their definition. IGF is for equal participation, all stakeholders, and that is functioning properly very well. We commend DESA for their follow-up activities. But WSIS itself, yes, it's also still going through, but it can be improved, following the Net Mundia principles. Then, say WSIS follow-up, is there adequate governance approach? Well, we have this area, we just discussed enhanced cooperation. That is where we have some kind of things to do. We still have gap with regard to implementing the enhanced cooperation, and we see that CSTD is trying its best even to bring all stakeholders together to implement this. But Net Mundia plus 10 statements and Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guideline for meaningful participation will still continue to help to refine the working framework of CSTD and other UN institutions. So we need to kind of really domesticate this, really, again. In IGF, we're talking about subnational, even at the local level. If we're going to dive it deeper, then the Net Mundia principles need to guide us through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jimson, and thank you for bringing the regional and local perspective to the panel, because when you talk about governance, we need to talk about local. We cannot forget that the governance occur in the territory. So this is very important for our discussion. Thank you very much for this, Jimson. And I will pass the floor to Switzerland. I don't know if we start with Isabel or Jorge. Please, you have, yes.
I can
Thank you, Isabel.
Start. Hi, everyone. So I'm Isabel Lois, work at the Swiss government at the Federal Office of Communications. And I think I want to build a bit on what all of the previous speakers have been saying, because I think we're all in quite a lot of agreement. I think part of, if we're looking at potential gaps in the WSIS architecture, in the WSIS family or system, we have to work on what Jimson said, refining the system as it is, looking at how each part is working, what they're doing well, what they have been doing well for 20 years, what we want them to do moving forward, and how they could better that part. So I think we have a few ideas on this, of course, that I'm happy to share with all of you. But I think our main point is to make sure that every single aspect of the system is doing its best work and that it is connected well enough with the rest. I think this is maybe the biggest gap, is connection in between what is happening at the IGF with the rest of the system, what is happening at the WSIS Forum with the rest of the system. How is the work of UNGIS or the work that is done at the CSCD reflected or taking into account what has been happening on the other parts? So I think that is the main point I would raise in when we're looking now for the review. What could we do better? How can we make sure that all of the different parts of this WSIS family are talking to each other, are learning from each other, are implementing what has been done on the other parts? And then, of course, we can consider the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines, as was mentioned, but I think everyone here before, on how to better the multi-stakeholder elements of each part of the system. So this is one of the ways to sort of reinforce or strengthen each aspect, but then we also need to strengthen the relationship between them. And then maybe I can talk a bit about the IGF, but maybe we come back to it later. What would you prefer?
We will come back to this later.
Then we go back later.
Thank you. Jorge?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Jorge Cancio. I work with Isabel. So I agree, obviously, with what she said. I think if we zoom out a little bit, we have to remember that WSIS or the GDC are not an end to itself or to themselves. What it's about is to deliver on the vision that we agreed upon on WSIS 20 years ago, about the commitments we agreed last year with the Global Digital Compact. And sometimes it's very important how we do things. So I think all this conversation about improving how the WSIS family works together is very important. And obviously also the how we implement or how we draw inspiration from the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines. Because in the end, to a certain extent, we are not yet as innovative in governing the digital space as the digital space is. So we are lagging behind. We are far from a networked governance that is really active, agile, that is reacting as things emerge to the different challenges, to the opportunities. And I think, obviously, this is the UN, and governments at the national level are not better in that sense. And it's a big challenge, but we have a big opportunity now with WSIS Plus 20 to at least make some progress towards a networked governance of the digital world. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. And I think I will keep the words dialogue and coordination, because without dialogue, we don't have coordination, so this is very important. And the idea that the multi-stakeholder approach is complementary to the multilateral process, and this is very important. And now I will pass the floor to Elena to comment these three first questions.
Thank you so much, Renata. So on your questions, and I will try to address them in turn as quickly as I can. First of all, with respect to the WSIS action lines were visionary in 2005 and they need to be renewed. The principles are still relevant today, and the framework is broad enough to address today's challenges and emerging technologies. From ICANN's lens as a technical organization, as part of the technical community, several WSIS action lines are particularly relevant, like C4, C11, very relevant and still today useful. Across the broader ecosystem, I think we should now map each action line more clearly to specific SDG targets, not just broad goals. We must also obviously address emerging technologies, perhaps with introducing new or cross-cutting action lines. Yep. And finally, I will definitely agree here with what Jimson was saying. It's not only about emerging technologies, it's about equity in implementation. It should be front and center. WSIS must intentionally integrate marginalized voices. And integrate them not just as beneficiaries, but as co-creators of digital development. A tangible example here, I think, is the introduction of the internationalized domain names, which enable people to access content in the local scripts and enables linguistic inclusion. That's what implementation looks like. It has to be tangible. With respect to the gaps, and here I think I will agree a lot with what Isabel said. Let's take the WSIS Forum and the IGF, for example. Even though both address overlapping digital governance issues, you can see there's definitely space for more structured joint planning and liaison mechanisms to harmonize the agendas and ensure that the outcomes inform each other. Also, I think I would comment that follow-up on WSIS commitments lacks consistency to some extent. The action lines are implemented unevenly by facilitators, and there is no shared accountability framework. That's something to reflect on. Finally, on your question, last question on the WSIS and whether WSIS follows a truly multi-stakeholder governance model. Well, certainly WSIS has been and is inclusive in participation, no doubt, but not yet in power. So decision-making and to a large extent agenda setting really remains largely intergovernmental, if you will. And I think Valeria alluded to that earlier, that you can say that falls short of the multi-stakeholder governance principles as articulated in the Sao Paulo guidelines. So we could, just airing ideas here, maybe think of a multi-stakeholder advisory group similar to the one that the IGF has. I'm not suggesting any duplications here, just adjusting to the WSIS needs and realities. That's it from me. Looking forward for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you for the comments. And I think we heard about the word improve. So our second round, and I will ask you to be briefly because we want to open the mic for the discussion. Our last question is about how to improve the IGF to better respond to the challenges of the implementation, and we heard a lot the word implementation because this is a key issue. So how to improve the IGF to better respond to the challenges of the implementation and follow-up of the GDC combined with the WSIS framework, and especially to avoid duplication of efforts and promote better coordination. So our last question may be articulate all the discussions we had now and put how to improve the IGF to respond to these challenges. And I will start now with Valeria, please.
Thank you, Renata. I will join my voice to the several voices strongly calling for the establishment of a permanent or long-term mandate for the IGF. I think that's the basis at the starting point and the foundation for the improvement and strengthening. A multi-year strategic planning is necessary, and based on what this plan requires, do resource mobilization and also revisiting staffing and capacity needed in order to bring into practice that plan. That's important, but it has to be a multi-year, envisioning type of plan. And then obviously ensure that there is enough and sufficient leadership, including political leadership and management capacity to increase not only the accountability, but also the visibility, and in that way to contribute to linking the IGF to decision-making processes in a sense that the IGF outcomes and inform decision-making processes. I think that's very important moving forward. In perhaps introducing result-oriented management is also a good way to strengthen and to improve, and to review and implement the recommendations that came out from the expert group meeting. I think it could be good to revisit those recommendations. There are plenty of very strong, viable, applicable solutions and recommendations there. And obviously in relation to the intersectional modalities, a constant revisiting, no, of the governance and how that is happening. I think it's an important way to also strengthen and to learn from what is actually to learn about how we are doing things through the intersessional mechanisms. And to help with this, I have a particular suggestion, which is to perhaps consider the possibility of conducting self-evaluations, so surveying the MAC members to find out what has worked well during this year of the review, for instance, what has not worked well and what should be done differently. And the same applies to the members of the leadership panel and the secretariat. I think there could be a lot of valuable input if we conduct those assessments that could be done even in anonymous basis and gather feedback. This type of feedback could in tandem and jointly with the suggestions that have been developed in the past through the expert group meeting could give us a good way forward.
Thank you, Valeria, for the points and very concise suggestions. I think there are good suggestions to start. And let me see, the next one, I will pass the floor for Jimson to bring your suggestions how to improve the IGF to go to these new challenges.
Okay, great. Very quickly, we need to support what is working. Right now, IGF is proliferating through the NRI. And then we emphasize that you need to go down even to the local level. So that is a good thing about the IGF. We need to improve on it. We need to support it. IGF SA need to be supported so that they can further support the strengthening of this governance framework at the local level. Emphasis at the local level. And then at the top level, that is at this level, there's a lot of information available right now, looking at from 2006 when the IGF started meeting and churning out a lot of data out there. So maybe we need to use the technology we have right now, AI, to help us. Because the last time we're talking about there is need to improve the website, how to access information on the website. It's just to access the information. The best practices, the methodology is already, I believe they are there. We can always improve on it, but we need to get people to get substance out of it. So maybe AI need to be engaged, to help us more in this regard. And then just to conclude now that the GDC objectives, they are just like an extract from the WSIS objectives. So these NIIs can be a platform to discuss all those basic stuff, follow up at the local level to know how it's being improved upon. So IGF is already a platform and can easily be used to follow up. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimson. I will pass the floor to Switzerland again. And I think I didn't hear the word funding. Maybe you would like to talk a little bit about this, because how we are going to do all these things if you don't have funding to do it. So we start with Isabel.
I can start again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Renata, for giving me the floor. No, but I think, first of all, I have to agree with all of the points that Valeria pointed out on how we could improve the IGF. I think these are all things we should definitely consider and try to work on. So want to highlight that, making the mandate permanent, of course, and then, of course, looking at funding. And I think both of these questions sort of go hand in hand. We can't require to continue the work and ask for more and ask for better work, and then not at the same time look at how will this be funded, how will this actually concretely be able to be done. So I think on the funding question, it's always complicated. It's always difficult. Nobody has any money. There's nothing. It's difficult to find something. But I think what we could do at the IGF is try to look at a combination of both core UN funding and also voluntary contributions. And hopefully in this sort of blended mechanism of funding mechanism that does not just look at one sector to pay for all, we would be able to implement the different changes or the betterments of the IGF. And I think on that, some of the points that we should focus on is the openness of the forum, or sort of the inclusivity of all governments coming, representing all of the different regions of the world, of really having a better place for them to attend, and focusing on underrepresented communities or stakeholders. And maybe that one of the parts that is difficult for them to attend is the travel, is the budget. So maybe if we're looking at the funding of part of the IGF events, then maybe some of the voluntary contributions that are there could help with that part. So I think that's why the IGF improvements, or looking how we can go to the next step, must come with looking at the funding and at the longer permanent mandate. So I think it very much aligns with what Valeria was saying, but also what Jimson was saying in looking at what we have and highlighting what is working really well.
Thank you, Isabel, and thank you for bringing the idea that funding and diversity are the faces of the same coin. This is a very important. Jorge?
Thank you, Renata. And in addition to what Isabel said, let's be clear that the funding of the IGF, it's a question of low one-digit millions of US dollars. So we are not talking about a lot of money. Of course, if everybody waits for the others to put the funding, we have a problem. But if we consider the overall sum, it's a very limited one. So having said that, I think it's also important whenever we talk about strengthening the IGF to remember that the IGF will be stronger if the overall WSIS framework is stronger. If the IGF as this issue identifier, agenda framer, decision shaper, and network maker is to be useful, the outputs and the results have to be used by UNGIS in implementing the action lines. It has to be considered by the WSIS Forum whenever doing this showcasing of implementation work by the UN agencies. And it has to also guide the discussions of the intergovernmental review mechanism, which is the CSTD, where we are increasingly having more participation of stakeholders. So it's not a zero-sum game where if you strengthen the IGF, you are weakening the WSIS Forum or you are weakening other parts. It's completely the other way around. If you strengthen the overall framework, you make also the IGF stronger.
Thank you, Jorge, for this thought, and I will pass to Elena.
Thank you, Renata. Well, to strengthen the IGF, obviously we have to think in the context of an improved WSIS process and the GDC implementation that's coming up. First, the IGF could evolve into a more outcome-oriented platform while keeping its bottom-up and multi-stakeholder DNA, of course, because it can serve as a key dialogue and accountability hub for tracking the implementation of digital commitments made under WSIS and the GDC. Second, we need better coordination mechanisms across the IGF, the WSIS Forum, and the GDC processes, and we already discussed about that. This could include joint calendars, shared working groups, formal liaison roles, things like that. Third, we need to connect outputs across platforms. For instance, IGF policy recommendations and best practice forum insights should directly feed into WSIS action line reviews and GDC's follow-up framework. Fourth, let's not forget, of course, about inclusion. A stronger IGF must be more globally representative, especially from Global South, youth, and local communities. And it will, of course, need more sustainable funding to operate effectively. Put simply, and I will finish with that, I think a strengthened IGF is not just another space. It's really the bridge that can ensure coherence, transparency, and follow through across the different broader digital cooperation ecosystem mechanisms that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. And once we have funding problems, the coordination objective is very important because we can rationalize the resources we have. So I started the first round with Timea, and now I am going to finish with her. Timea, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Renata. It's good to be the last one because everything that I could have said has been said, so I can just add plus ones to everything we've heard before, especially to the idea of renewal of the IGF mandate, thinking about how to review that so that it's inclusive and builds on the community's voice, strengthening the IGF as is so that it can contribute also to a more stable funding mechanism, the NRIs, the outcomes. I was trying to take notes here as the others were speaking. What I would like to do in my remaining time is really to think of what the WSIS review process can do for the IGF, and then what is it that we would like the IGF to do itself to take these improvements on and to strengthen its own place in this ecosystem of the WSIS framework. So what I would like to see happen in the next 6 months or so while we are in the WSIS plus 20 review process is to really recognize the IGF for what it is, which is a lot more than a once-a-year event where we all come together and talk about the issues that are on top of our minds according to digital policy. But to recognize for the IGF, for the community it builds, for the intersessional work, for the various working groups, the NRIs, for its institutional bodies like the leadership panel and the MAG, to what it has really evolved into in the past 20 years. Recognizing that, I think, is the first step towards strengthening it and renewing its mandate, perhaps, and hopefully on a permanent basis. Now, what the IGF itself can do is to look at its space in this ecosystem, as the others have said, that includes the WSIS Forum, that includes the reporting mechanism through CSTD, that includes the UNGIS group, and look at what the IGF can do to better dialogue with these institutions. Because I think that is, as others have highlighted, the coordination and dialogue problem is obvious. The IGF has producing a lot of great outputs, a lot of conversations, but those remain most of the time within the IGF framework. It's very difficult to sort of branch out. And I think what the IGF could probably do better is to market better the array of outputs that it produces. So what is relevant from what the IGF has done throughout a year, including the intersessional work and the discussions at the annual meeting. How is that relevant to one or two bodies within UNGIS? How is that relevant to the WSIS Forum? Can that be used as an input? Were there shared ideas that we can collaborate on? So I think a lot is being done at the IGF. We can build on what the IGF has been doing so far. The WSIS plus 20 review is a moment to recognize this progress, and then we have to work together with the IGF to see what we can do to really enable it to take on perhaps an even stronger role within this ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Timea, and thank you for bringing the right questions, because when we see the questions so in a clarified way, we can try to answer in a way to achieve our goals in this process. Now we are going to pass to the phase of interaction. If anyone has questions or want to put something on site and online remote audiences, with the lights I can't see anybody raising their hands. It's difficult to do this. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Walter Natus van der Borgt, and speaking of dynamic coalitions, I'm representing the Dynamic Coalition Internet Standard Security and Safety of the IGF here at the WSIS. I think that just to point out the work of dynamic coalitions, there are 32 at this moment, some more active than others. There were about 10 reports presented at the IGF. And where is the interaction? Because nobody points anybody to WSIS action lines. I sort of heard of them for the first time being here. So how is it possible that we have all these outcomes and there's no invitation to present on them here? There's no incentive from the IGF itself to present here. So I think there's a world to win, because we have all these outcomes which sort of hang there. In fact, I could not even get the report of my own Dynamic Coalition on the IGF website on time for this event, so it's not there. So there is so much outcome, and I don't want to complain. I think that we need to strengthen the process in 2026. And one of the ways to do that is to make sure that the voice of dynamic coalitions are better heard. So I would advocate that we do not have a MAG liaison for the DCs, but that the DCs have one or two with a backup of two, not on the MAG, but in the MAG, reviewing the work that is done, help shaping the program based on the outcomes that are going to be presented at the IGF. And that would mean interaction, and then we will probably also get the interaction with the WSIS Forum, the GDC, and the SDGs. So that's, I think, where the future could go, and hopefully we will be able to go there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the contribution. Interesting. Anyone else? Okay, please introduce yourself.
My name is Maria Rodriguez. I'm a policymaker in the European Union, so I'm bringing a voice of the European Union. It's very likely that the European Union will propose soon something to institutionalize and give more means to the IGF to operate. And I think we are in a crucial moment to design the full process of global governance. So I have a question for the panel, which is the following. When we say that multi-stakeholder mechanism should be there also to influence the policy making in the intergovernmental channels, which are the intergovernmental channels you have in mind? Because I think it's extremely important to have a clear identification in order to design more effective multi-stakeholder processes. So this is my question.
Thank you for the question. Very good question. We have anyone else? I will finish the...
I have one last question.
Okay.
My name is Peter Bruck. I'm the chairperson for the World Summit Awards. And we have a mandate since 2002 to showcase best practices with a positive social impact in the framework of WSIS. In terms of the multi-stakeholder approach and the discussion which you have had now, I think it's very important to recognize and to differentiate. There's a lot of people in the civil society and also on the, let's say, UN side and maybe even on the government side who believe in multi-stakeholder. But on the private industry side, I see a rapid, immense decrease in interest in multi-stakeholder, especially when you look at who decides on technology development today. We have 5 hyperscalers, or 6 or 7 hyperscalers who monopolize in many ways differently the market, and which are not addressed by these kind of issues of multi-stakeholder involvement. And on the other hand, we have a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises who have a lot at stake in terms of internet governance and also data governance and AI governance. So we need to really differentiate in terms of multi-stakeholder aspects. And my question to the panel is, how do you wish to deal with those kind of differences on the private sector side? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. We don't have more time because we need to answer and we need to hear the closing remarks of our panelists. So I will give 2 minutes for each one to address the questions and make the closing remarks. I will start with Timea, then we follow the order. Timea?
Thank you. Sorry, I was fighting with the mute button. Regarding the question from the lady from the European Union, I think when we talk about intergovernmental processes and the multi-stakeholder model, the approach needs to be sort of an ecosystem approach, right? When we talk about intergovernmental processes, of course, it includes what happens in Brussels when we talk about digital policy. It includes what happens in Geneva, in New York, and the various UN institutions where governments come together and talk. And we would probably need multi-stakeholder input in that, whether through liaisons, opening up the processes. There's a number of ideas there in the Sao Paulo guidelines that could help making these intergovernmental processes more multi-stakeholder. But it doesn't start there, really. The multi-stakeholder idea needs to happen already at the national level. It already needs to happen about when governments shape their own positions that they bring into these intergovernmental discussions. The stakeholder input should ideally already happen there. And then if we can marry that multi-stakeholder approach and openness from governments to meaningful consultations with their own stakeholders at home, then we can already build on that to have intergovernmental conversations that are more open to multi-stakeholder input at the global level. So I think we need to work on those two levels simultaneously. Thank you.
Thank you, Timea. I will pass the floor now. Let me see. Valeria, maybe?
Yes, thank you, Renata. I do also believe that democratic governance starts at the national level, and that produces a very positive effect also in the other levels. Obviously, I'm not trying to say that that's the only way, but that's something that is important if we really want to see more accountable and inclusive governance. That could be a very good way to go. And obviously, as it has been pointed out, the multi-stakeholder guidelines of the Sao Paulo process is a very good starting point in order to do that. But I would also want to refer to the financing issue. Obviously, as has been also been pointed out, we will have a stronger ecosystem if we adopt a holistic approach, not looking at the IGF in isolation, the WSIS framework in isolation, but as part of the ecosystem as a whole. And in that sense, perhaps something for us to look at, apart from exploring different ways to strengthen the IGF through bringing more financial resources, is to also look at the Plus 20 review as the possibility to mandate a mechanism to look at the different models, including the blended mechanisms and the possibilities that are there to provide a means for addressing the challenges that we are still facing, including digital inclusion, the strengthening of the IGF, etc. So I do feel that there is a very important opportunity in the review to explore the different ways and the different models to ensure that there is a sustainable, more accountable, democratic, inclusive ecosystem for the governance and the digital cooperation globally, regionally, and nationally.
Thank you, Valeria. Jimson, por favor, please.
Yes, very quickly. With regard to how to make the work of the DC and intersectional work to be reflected in all the fora, like WSIS and all, I think we need to respond, to many calls, because they are usually calls now. Before there weren't calls or publicized calls, but today there are a lot of calls for proposal to set up this, to organize this. So I think the dynamic coalition may need to have a lead, or if there's a lead now, yes, I know there are leads. They need to respond to those calls, apart from having liaison. And then in terms of where multi-stakeholder influence can be fostered in intergovernmental organization, yes, of course, there are so many, maybe UNESCO, ITU. ITU is still a treaty organization, and the one I attended plenipotentiary, of course, private sector have no voice, you have to be in the delegation. But at the same time, just as Tamir mentioned, the real thing is at the national level. If you ask now how many delegations have private sector in their delegation, you will see maybe just very few. Maybe it's a global north. from Global South, there are really calls that private sector or civil society come and join us, or the academic or technical. If our academic is totally neglected, so there has to be call out. So the government has to make that lead because of the asymmetry power of the multi-stakeholder system. The government has more power. There's no doubt about it, and we're not contesting with them, but just that they need to bring in their ideas from other stakeholders that can really enrich the discussion. And then finally, to the question of hyperscaler, that maybe they're on their own, it's still the same thing. The government needs to take that initiative. Dr. Gelasi mentioned on Monday that when they were doing a particular policy framework, they had to invite the platform owners, those platform tech people. They invited them, and they came. So if you don't invite them, where will they show up? So they need to invite them. If you are not invited, you won't attend. You won't be there. But once you invite them, they will attend. And if they cannot attend physically, they can always attend remotely. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimson. Jorge?
Yeah, maybe I can start. I think to answer a little bit what the lady from the European Commission and the gentleman who spoke afterwards about the private sector, I think it's important to remind ourselves why multi-stakeholder approach. And at least our belief is that it's a good means to the end of have more legitimate, more implementable, more sustained and sustainable solutions that are agreed by more stakeholders. At least that is very much embedded in our democratic system in Switzerland. And we think it's sometimes it's messy, but and sometimes it's difficult. But if you end up with a good consensus, it's much more implementable than decisions that are only sustained but by one stakeholder group. And I think, and it's been said many times, that the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines help us to distinguish what is tokenized multi-stakeholderism, where it's just consultations for a black box, for a fig leaf exercise, from something that is truly or more multi-stakeholder in spirit. And I think we should begin at home, of course, with the national and regional IGFs, but also here at home in the WSIS framework. And we can improve how the CSTD works, we can improve how the WSIS forum works, we can improve how ANGIS works, how the action lines work, we can improve how the IGF itself works. So there's a lot to do, and nothing is perfect yet, it will never be, but we have it also to some extent in our hands.
Thank you, Jorge. Isabel?
Sure, there's a little to be said on top of all of that, but I can say +1 to all of the previous speakers. Maybe just wanted to highlight one of the points on the dynamic coalitions, I think, and sort of the intersessional work that the IGF is doing and the importance that that has when we're talking about recognizing the IGF for what it's doing, which is more than just a small platform where we discuss technical things on internet governance. It is so much more than that, and that's the beauty of it. And I think it also means recognizing all of the work outside of the main session, the annual event we have. Because that is, of course, yes, the culmination of the work, but we have also everything that's happening in between. And so when we're talking about embedding what is happening from the IGF into the rest of the WSIS system, we also mean the work that is done in the policy networks, the work that is done in the dynamic coalitions, the best practice forums, etc. So I think that's also an important point, because there is a lot of great work there, and it is also a way of showing how a multi-stakeholder model, how multi-stakeholder cooperation works and delivers something quite concretely. So I just wanted to highlight that point.
Thank you, Isabel. Elena?
Thank you so much. Yes, I think the previous speakers covered everything. Maybe I will just refer to the question from the lady from the European Union. Timea really covered me when she explained that it's an ecosystem issue. The question was about what intergovernmental processes multi-stakeholder influence aims to reach. The comment I wanted to add here is that actually it's also working the other way around now. There are intergovernmental processes that implement multi-stakeholder ways in them. And an example that I can share here is it comes from the European Union. So very recently, the European Commission has put forward the idea of a multi-stakeholder forum to help implement the NIS2 directive implementation. So what we see here is a multi-stakeholder forum that will help implement the objectives set by legislation. And why is that? It's very simple. I think Jorge said that, because it's implementable that way. When you and that's exactly the spirit that we need to bear in mind while we're looking at the WSIS review. It's more global, it's more implementable. There are reasons for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much for the insights and the wonderful discussion we had now. And I would like to invite, if you want to know more about the São Paulo guidelines, you can access on netmundial.br, and we have available in 7 languages. 10? Oh my God. 10 languages. The book, we have the book here, but we don't have a lot of books, but you can access on netmundial.br in 10 languages. So thank you very much for this session, for the insights, and I hope we can join next year with some advanced matters on this, regarding the internet and digital governance. Thank you very much. And we precisely just for the time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. One is in charge of the layout. Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, and everyone in the room, and also to those that are joining us online. I'm Modaba, Associate Gender Affairs Officer at the ITU, and it's an honor for me to be welcoming you for this session called Equal Research Report, Advancing Gender Empowerment in the Digital Age. So, Today we mark an important milestone. It's the release, the launch of the Equals Report 2025, which is a landmark publication produced by the Equals Research Coalition. And this report brings together a new global data analysis and programs that shed light on gender empowerment in the digital world. And it offers a strong foundation to guide future policies and collective action. This session is also a moment for us to signal the new era of the Equal Global Partnership, kind of known as Equals 2.0, with stronger partnership, clear strategy, and bold ambitions for impact. We will also introduce the Her Digital Skills Badge Program, which is a capacity-building initiative empowering young women and girls around the world. And in the end, we're going to have an amazing testimony for ITU 160 Gender Champions from Iraq. So you see, this session is going to be quite packed. We're going to do a lot of things, but don't worry, we're going to have time to cover everything in 1 hour. So it's my pleasure to introduce the distinguished speakers and contributors that are seated with us today. We have Sylvia Paul, who is the Senior Gender and Youth Advisor to the ITU Secretary General. We have Dr. Moon, who is Professor and Head of Graduate School of Science and Technology Policy at KAIST, and the Editor-in-Chief of the Equals Research Report 2025. Next, we have Dr. Dan-Som Lee, also professor at KAIST, and the section editor of the Equals Research Report 2025. Next to her, we have Daisy Washira, a field project manager at the Women's World Wide Web Foundation. And last but not least, Dania Rea, our ITU 160 gender champion from Iraq. So, you'll see normally now on the screen a QR which is available for you if you already want to have a sneak peek of the report and the Equal Research Report 2025. And I invite you to read it and to share it widely with all your network. So, to open the session officially, it is my pleasure to invite Mrs. Sylvia Paul, Senior Gender and Youth Advisor to ITU's Secretary General, to share her remark and present the vision of Equals 2.0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know we're on the 4th day of WSIS, the 3rd day of AI for Good, so I imagine people are quite overwhelmed with so many activities, so the fact that you're here for us is very important, and that you made the time to come to this session. We're very, very grateful. And on behalf of the ITU, which is one of the partners and co-founders of Equals, we're very happy to have this opportunity to share in a session that is with some very dear partners, as well as to share with you some of the latest work that we have been doing, as well as what we're planning in the future. And as Maud said, the Equals Global Partnership for Gender Equality, which we celebrated recently 10 years, reaffirmed its commitment to empowering women and girls in the digital world with the launch of a new mission and vision earlier this year during Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. And this was done by our principals of the co-founders of Equals. This strengthened commitment by the founding partners of Equals consisting of the ITU, the International Trade Center, UN Women, UN University, and GSMA, sets an ambitious goal, achieving digital gender equality by 2035. We are in the AI for Good Summit, and we know that with the rapid evolution of technology, especially artificial intelligence and digital transformation, ensuring that women and girls have equal opportunities to participate in and to shape the digital economy is more critical than ever. The Equals Partnership, a coalition of international organizations, governments, corporations, academic institutions like the one we have today, nonprofits and community organizations worldwide, is intensifying its efforts to bridge the gender-digital divide. To harness the potential of emerging digital trends, the new Equals vision firmly puts women and girls at the center of digital transformation, putting them at the center of progress, participating, leading, and innovating. By equipping them with digital skills, resources, and opportunities like the one we're going to hear very soon, Equals aims to empower 100 million women and girls within the next decade to become active contributors to the digital economy. As technology evolves faster than ever, successful digital transformation depends not only on the men, but on the women and girls being at the forefront of change. That's why a renewed focus on empowering women innovators and policymakers is driving the new Equals Global Partnership. Equals in the digital age is a committed group of corporate leaders, government businesses, as I mentioned, around the world dedicated to promoting gender balance in the technology sector. So what's our new mission? Equals empowers women and girls to become key drivers and active participants in the digital economy and society. And what's our vision? We envision a future where digital transformation for social change, education, and business is driven by women and girls, bringing prosperity to all. And our value proposition is that Equals empowers women and girls to embrace digital technologies, to create a better and more just world. Our work spans 3 domains: social change, education, and business. We back our values with collective, tangible results, ensuring that our efforts lead to a meaningful long-term change. And that's our efforts as a partnership, our strengths with so many different partners and the variety of our partners, which spans the full spectrum of the digital ecosystems. And we're united to address the gender-digital divide. And that's the important word. We're united and we want to collaborate, with a special emphasis on young women and girls. And we want to work on digital empowerment through safe and sustainable solutions and inclusive approaches to harnessing results. We want to work on digital transformation at the heart of Equals. It's the convictions that investing in all women and girls, digital empowerment advances, digital advocacy programs and solutions are anchored in measurable results that are aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the UN Global Digital Compact, which was decided last year, and this year, the Beijing 30+30 Action Plan. So I invite everybody who's here, if you're not part of Equals, join us. If you are, strengthen your commitment, and you will see through this event the great work that Equals is doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. So yes, please join us at Equals. We are very serious and committed to bridging the gender digital gap, but we're also fun. So we really expect a lot of you to come with us and to be part of this great partnership. And now I'm pleased to invite Dr. Moon Choi, head professor at KAIST Graduate School of Science and Technology Policy, to come to the stage and to offer some foreword about the great report that is going to be presented today. Please, Dr. Moon Choi, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to this session. I know the schedule is all packed at WSIS, and it's just so meaningful to have all of you. And also, thank you for coming, those who are online. Since 2017, I started doing the Equals through my good friend and colleague, Dr. Arabasei. Unfortunately, she cannot make it to the WSIS this time, and when she was fellow at the UNU. And KAIST Graduate School of Science and Technology Policy has a mission to humanize science, technology, and innovation. And I believe that we cannot achieve it without gender equality in ICT. But the question is how to humanize technology. We have an ideal model of humanized technology, but what does it mean? How can you achieve it? I feel advancing gender empowerment is a continuous process, and every minute and hour devoted to developing this report contributes to meaningful to building solidarity and catalyze action toward closing the global gender digital divide. It was a long journey to get here, to finally publish and launching the research report. And the numerous online meetings and also, many extensive emails have gone through, and I would like to extend my sincere appreciation all authors, reviewers, and our editorial board members for their valuable contribution. These are our editorial board member, and unfortunately, Dr. Arabasei and Rory Guyton and Javiera was not able to make it to the session, but I really appreciate all their efforts. And it was a long process, so we started this call for papers last year and more than a year ago. And then it's just especially meaningful that we approach the bottom-up approach. So Equals partners voluntarily joined this process, and then they contributed as author and also reviewer and also discussions. And you can see this photo, and it's from our workshop last November in Korea at KAIST. So the entire editorial team got together, and we reviewed hundreds of pages of manuscript for 1 week. And this is a photo that we finish everything. So you can see the happy face. And now it's online. It's alive, You can see the full text of our report through this link. And then it will be, available through Equals website soon. And the Equality Research Report 2025 is organized into 4 thematic sessions aligned with the Equals mission and vision. First one is digital skills. Second is digital inclusion and education. Third is digital economy. The last but not the least one is AI and cybersecurity. The first inaugural 2019 report provides an in-depth conceptual foundation work. And this second report builds on that groundwork by emphasizing the practical application and key concepts and framework. And our report presents up-to-date evidence on effective intervention and also addressing the new emerging challenges like deepfakes and cyber resilience. I think the technology reflects the social values. Even the same technology like generative AI, some countries use it for empower women, help women to get in the digital economy. Other societies use that technology for deepfake and sexual harassment. I think that's how technology can be reflect and also used to reflect the social values. And I'm proud to say that this report features the contribution of 33 authors, 20 reviewers, and also many of them bring valuable voices from the Global South. And this report serves as a valuable resource for policymakers, researchers, and practitioners seeking the most up-to-date evidence and tools for closing the gender digital divide across multiple levels. I believe that this is our the second step toward the action based on the Equals mission, and I hope we can collaborate with you in the future. And thank you for coming again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Choi, for your ongoing leadership in guiding the research work of our partnership, Equals. And I guess that now everyone is wondering what's in this report, and that's the moment that everyone has been waiting for, because now we're going to turn into the presentation of each section of the report. And it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Dansum Lee, professor at KAIST, to present the first section of the report. Dr. Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I was in charge of editing this digital skills section. And in recent years, the global community has made notable strides in expanding access to digital devices and connectivity. Yet significant disparities remain, not merely in access, but in the ways that individuals use these technologies. Among most persistent and consequential of these divides is the issue of gender equity in digital skills. The central insight of this section of the report is clear. Access alone does not ensure meaningful participation. Social, cultural, and institutional forces continue to shape and often constrain the ability of women and girls to cultivate and apply digital skills. These inequalities do not exist in isolation. They're intensified by overlapping concerns around safety, privacy, cybersecurity, and sustainability, all of which are deeply entangled with structural gender hierarchies. Yet this is not solely a narrative of limitation. It is also one of potential. Across diverse contexts, innovative programs and forward-looking policies are demonstrating that targeted investments in equitable digital education and support mechanisms can open pathways to empowerment and inclusion. So we have our very first chapter, Gender Transformative Digital Skills Education. Bridging this divide, it requires more than infrastructure. It demands a fundamentally gender-responsive rethinking of how digital skills are taught and supported. The Her Digital Skills Initiative offers a compelling example. Developed through cross-sectional collaboration, it brings together pedagogical insight, social change strategies, and leadership development to confront the norms and structures that have long excluded women and girls from full participation in the digital realm. The second chapter discusses the gender gaps in internet access and digital skills in India and Sri Lanka. In South Asia, while gains in connectivity have been notable, access alone does not guarantee meaningful engagement. Women must be also equipped with the knowledge, skills, and self-assurance necessary to navigate and contribute to the digital domain. This study's findings underscore the need for interventions that moved beyond infrastructure. Advancing digital inclusion requires deliberate attention to education, empowerment, and the social cultural barriers that inhibit women's participation. Such evidence is vital for informing more equitable and effective digital policy frameworks in the region. And the third chapter discusses female students' empowerment through digital literacy training. Persistent cultural norms and gendered expectations continue to restrict women's engagement in technology. Sisters of Code, which is the program that this chapter discusses, directly confronts these barriers by cultivating supportive all-female learning spaces that foster not only technical skills, but also belonging and self-efficacy, an approach validated by the fact that 90% of the participants recommended the program to their peers. And lastly, we have a case study, Reprogrammer, which is a standout initiative in Brazil tackling digital gender gaps through inclusive, transformative tech education. It redesigned its selection process to welcome trans and transvestite women and offers flexible application formats. With a strong supportive system, including psychological advising, soft skills training, and career events, it boasts an 84% completion rate, and nearly 70% of graduates are employed within 6 months, mostly in tech. As we look to the future, it is imperative to reframe our understanding of digital skills. As we reflect on the narratives and data presented, I urge you to regard them not simply as evidence, but as an invitation to act. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for your invaluable contribution in shaping this report. And by just doing this presentation, you made us travel to India, Sri Lanka, and Brazil. So please go ahead and have a look at the reports, and you will learn a lot of, you will be encountering a lot of practical cases. So now we're going to move on to the next session, and you can see here Ms. Dr. Arabasei was the one who led the research, but don't be surprised because she couldn't be here, but we have the amazing Wanhon who is going to come and present the section on her behalf. Thank you.
Right, thank you. The second section of this report argues about digital inclusion and education. When we talk about digital inclusion and education, we mostly focus on the access, whether women and girls are being online, and then the skills part, which is if they are learning to use digital tools. But that's only really part of the story, and this section as a whole argues that we should have a look into the deeper background of the whole situation. So for many women, going online depends on how their time is spent. So it's affected by cultural views of gender roles, and who controls the tech at home, and how they are expected to use technology in the household, and whether they feel safe being online as a whole. And the section of the report includes 2 chapters and 1 case study, and through all different means, they explore the different sides of digital inclusion and education. The first chapter, towards shaping policies of women's digital inclusion and equity contextualization beyond basic access and skills, is asking more than just access or basic skills. It looks at the real barriers that are preventing women from having better access to digital technology. And some of these factors include unpaid care work, cultural expectations, safety concerns, and financial limits. And they use data and the lived experiences of subjects from Africa and Asia, and they also take into account these case studies from India, Nigeria, and El Salvador. These data show that overlapping challenges in rural and low-income areas highlight creative strategies, and they emphasize that there's a difference in the challenges that women face in different areas. So, for example, women in rural or lower-income areas would have different problems using digital technology than those in urban or professional settings. And these cases also highlight how in face of these difficulties, how women and girls improve creative strategies to get access to digital technology. One of the more prominent examples would be device sharing or learning from their peers. And this chapter concludes with policy examples from Africa, Asia, and Latin America to make ways and suggestions to foster ideas for smarter, context-aware inclusion efforts. And moving on to the second chapter, this chapter is on how women access e-government services and how they interact with them. This goes beyond just the idea of gender alone, and it uses data from Brazil, and also it observes these cases from an intersectional lens. It looks at the race, income, and geography of the different regions and different participants of the study, and it shows how these factors shape access and use across different regions. This study is a reminder that not all women experience digital technologies the same way. And similar to how the first chapter explained, rural and lower income areas are different and they face different problems for people in different settings. And this also emphasizes the need for disaggregated data. It is important not to look at women or girls in a digital setting as a whole or a single monolith. It is better to view them as it is better to be context aware and have deeper understanding of what other factors influence their interaction with digital technologies. The main evidence stated in this chapter is quantitative, but it is also rooted in social realities, and it sends a clear message that inclusive digital policy needs inclusive data, and the data itself should reflect the full range of identities and lived experiences of women and girls. And moving on to the case study, This case study looks at the She in STEM program, which is a STEM initiative in Brazil that was done in 2015. And this initiative was aimed to get high school girls into science and tech and STEM fields. This shows the impact and the sustainability challenges this initiative both faced. And at the same time, it highlights the opportunities that could be made by influencing more girls to get into the STEM area. Some projects of this initiative are still active, especially those that have partnerships with university. This emphasizes a strengthened community ties, research, and long-term support for this whole initiative, and it shows how improving gender equity in STEM education can work towards a better academic environment. And the study reports that students gain confidence and identity in the STEM fields, but mainly projects that have faded over time were those due to weak infrastructure and changing policy priorities. And thus, the key messages that these case studies give is that to succeed in these initiatives for more inclusive education, we need more than just inspiration. We need funding, monitoring, policy support, and infrastructural ties so that these programs and initiatives can be done in a sustainable and longevous way. The studies highlighted in this section give us key takeaways of the Gender Digital Inclusion initiatives. It's not just about infrastructure and training, but we also need policies that address time, safety, income, and institutional access. And it needs to be done across various contexts and various contributors. And they all stress that we need disaggregated data, sustained program designs, and a focus on the broader systems shaping participation instead of just looking for a one-off approach to inspire or empower women and girls online. And that concludes the second part of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wong. And I also want to extend our gratitude to Dr. Arabase, who could not be with us, but she has been giving great work for this section. So next, it's my pleasure to invite to this stage, standing in for the section editor Loli Gaitan, Mrs. Ern Chern Kaur, doctoral student at KAIST, who is also managing editor of this report, and she's going to guide us through the third section of this report. Please, the floor is yours.
So the third session of this report looks at how the digital economy can either close or widen the gender gaps depending on how we act. It highlights the real barriers women face, not just access to technology, but deeper structural issues like financing, education, and workplace inequality. It brings together 3 chapters and 1 case study, each looking at a different part of the picture. So the first chapter is by Research ICT Africa. It focuses on the micro-enterprise in sub-Saharan Africa, where digital technologies offer promising opportunities for expanding market access and boosting income for women entrepreneurs. However, women-owned micro-enterprises often encounter greater barriers to adopting these technologies. Drawing on data from 7 countries, this research explores the gender dynamics of digital adoption, uncovering the underlying factors and intersectional influence that shape these inequalities. The second chapter in this section focuses on the systemic gender disparities in innovation, focusing on the significant underrepresentation of women in technology transfer and intellectual property. It highlights how these gaps not only limit opportunities for women in STEM and creative industries, but also hinder broader economic and social progress. Through detailed analysis and case studies, this chapter uncovers the challenge women face, from unequal access to funding and education to limited professional networks, and also propose strategic actions to promote gender equality and empower women as leaders in scientific innovation and intellectual property creation. The third chapter by Linear Asia explores the impact of flexible, digital-enabled work on women empowerment in Sri Lanka. While flexible work arrangements have the potential to enhance women's participation and socio-economic status, qualitative interviews show a complex picture. These opportunities can both empower women and reinforce existing gender norms and labor market inequalities. This chapter highlights these dynamics and also offers recommendations to promote more equitable labor outcomes for women in the digital economy. Lastly, the case study highlights how soft skills like communication, leadership, and confidence are essential for young women to succeed in ICT careers. The Equals Her Digital Skills e-mentoring program supports this by connecting participants with mentors who help them apply their technical skills and build resilience for professional growth. Together, these insights show both the obstacles and also the opportunities and what it takes to build a truly inclusive digital economy. These contributions guide us to create inclusive ecosystems where all women can thrive as innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kaur. Again, we want to thank a lot Dr. Loli Gaitan for her input in developing the third section of this report. And now, next, on behalf of Dr. Javiera Macaya, I invite to the floor once again Mr. Wan Hong to present the fourth and last section of the report. Please.
Thank you. Hello again. So the fourth section of the report explores the complex and evolving relationship between gender and technology. It focused not only on the ongoing inequalities in access and skills, but also on the risks and opportunities that digital transformation creates for women. And through a combination of literature reviews and case studies, we examine critical issues that have both emerged and are being strengthened, such as cybersecurity capabilities for women and girls, the impact of deepfake crimes, the role of social media in promoting gender-inclusive peace-building initiatives, and also initiatives to integrate gender equality into AI policies across Southeast Asia. Together, these contributions highlight the vital importance of creating a safe and trusting environment that empowers women to participate fully and securely in the digital world. The first chapter of this section addresses the gender disparities in cybersecurity. It is a reality that women and girls face higher online risks than men. However, they are yet underrepresented in cybersecurity leadership. This chapter uses the Sense Capabilities approach to explore social and technical factors that shape women's capabilities online and in the cybersecurity area. And understanding these dynamics, the chapter outlines that through these understandings, we can improve risk assessments and promote inclusive cybersecurity practices for women, and also help close the digital gender gap by facilitating a more inclusive digital environment for women in the cybersecurity. Then we move on to case studies. The first case study of this section is a review research on the deepfake crime victims. This is a very severe problem that is emerging in the world, and women and young people are disproportionately targeted for deepfake crimes. And they suffer mental and social and economic harms due to these crimes. But there has been little focus on the victim-focused research. So this study reviews the various researches done on victim-focused research, which is comparatively limited in the place of technical studies, which focus on the technology of deepfakes as a whole. By this review, many victims hesitate to report their experience of deepfake crimes, and thus these fears also stem from a lack of support. This case study highlights an urgent need for systematic and institutional assistance to these emerging digital crimes and policies to protect vulnerable individuals beyond just ad hoc efforts. The second case study of this section is a social media analysis of peace-building initiatives in Southeast Asia. It looks at the civil society organizations using social media for women, peace, and security agendas. And these CSOs, civil society organizations, have goals to raise awareness, promote participation, advocate against gender-based violence, and highlight women as peace builders on the online space. And through social media, they amplify their voices, but they also bring cyber threats. This case study calls for the CSOs to have digital risk strategies that manage these cyber threats. And the case study also recommends more research to be done on the digital tools that could be used for peace-building initiatives, and also for strategic communication for inclusive peace-building in the digital sphere. The next case study explores cybersecurity resilience of women in similar CSOs in Southeast Asia. This case study is based on an online survey of CSO staff in Southeast Asia, and it has reported that most staff have basic cybersecurities in place. However, it needs active protections such as tech support or incident reporting that is often seen as missing, as indicated by the survey results. This case study calls for a gender-sensitive, human-centered approach to managing CSO staff in the context of resilience of women, and for boosting cyber resilience and protecting women's rights advocates from digital threats. The last part of the study, which is the fourth case study, presents an ITU project that supports gender-sensitive AI policy in Southeast Asia. In this project, the project managers worked with policymakers in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and the Philippines, and they have used workshops, technical support, and capacity building initiatives to facilitate more gender-sensitive AI policies. And they have found that there is a limited gender focus in current AI strategies, and thus they deliver practical recommendations, such as having gender impact assessments, inclusive AI standards, and boosting women's participation in AI governance. The section as a whole provides evidence presented here that underscores the ensuring digital safety and security is essential for closing the gender-digital divide. By fostering inclusive cybersecurity and protective policies, we can create digital spaces where everyone can engage without fear and with equal opportunity for all. This concludes the fourth section and the final report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hong, and I also want to acknowledge Dr. Makaya's insightful contribution in developing this last part of the report. So I think that now you have a lot of data in your head, and I'm going to leave you some time to think about any questions you might have, because there's going to be a Q&A session in a bit. And I would like to now introduce you the Her Digital Skills Badge program that a lot of the presenters have mentioned. It's an initiative that was co-funded by EY, GSMA, ITU, and W4 under Equal to provide access to digital skills and training to women and girls all around the world. We'll first begin with a video message from Mrs. Dama Dancheva, Senior Manager of International Relations at GSMA, and Mrs. Abigail Goach from EY.
The launch of the Equals self-paced digital skills training program represents a significant milestone in the overall Equals Her Digital Skills initiative. As GSMA, we embarked on this journey almost 6 years ago when we founded the initiative, together with the International Telecommunications Union, Ernst & Young, and Women's World Wide Web. We wanted to not just deliver digital skills training, but one that is truly gender transformative at heart, one that dismantles harmful stereotypes that continue to hold women and girls back, and one that really empowers our beneficiaries and allow them to take charge of their own futures by becoming digitally literate. And of course, we fully realize that the journey is yet to begin, because the launch, of course, itself is an important first step, but making sure that these trainings and courses land in the hands of women and girls who need them the most is just as important, if not more. GSMA led the mobile industry to become the first to commit to the SDG goal number 5 on gender equality. And as such, this moment today is very important for us because we are fully aware that we cannot achieve digital gender equality and equity unless, of course, we achieve overall gender equality. And this can only take place if we start to incorporate a gender transformative perspective in any digital upskilling, in any program that aims to deliver digital knowledge and broader skills for women and girls who also tend to be the ones that are most in danger of being left behind in the digital economy. We will continue to work together with our partners, ITU, EY, and Women's World Wide Web to ensure that this is the case. And we very much hope that all of you listening to this message today, and those of you, of course, who are also listening from the comfort of your own homes, would really take advantage to spread the word, to ensure that the program really reaches those most in need, and really help us be a part of this journey.
EY was delighted to join the Equals Her Digital Skills initiative as a co-founder to support the advancement of women's digital skills and gender equality within the technology sector. It strongly aligns to our corporate social responsibility programme and to our Women in Tech agenda that seeks to foster a diverse and inclusive workforce. The idea for the Her Digital Skills badges actually came from EY's own badges programme, that are digital learning credentials that seek to not only upskill our workforce, but also to recognise and validate the skills of EY people. We've learnt from the EY programme and have applied those learnings to the Her Digital Skills badges. We've been involved in the content design, the review and testing, and we're really excited to work with the Her Digital Skills co-founders over the coming weeks, months and years to roll the badges out to our ecosystems and networks to together scale our impact.
Okay, and now I would like to invite Mrs. Daisy Washira, Field Project Managers at Women's World Wide Web, to the stage to give us a bit more details about this program. Daisy?
Thank you and good evening, everybody. My name is Daisy Washira, and I'm normally based in Nairobi, Kenya. I work as the Field Programs Manager at Women's World Wide Web, that is W4, a co-founder of the Global Her Digital Skills Initiative, powered by Equals, alongside the ITU, GSMA, and EY. And I help coordinate the Her Digital Skills Tech trainings, activities, and the Her Digital Skills e-mentoring program, which I am also a very proud alumna of. It's a privilege to be here and say a few words. fittingly during this WSIS 2025 convening about this life-changing program. High digital skills provide girls and women around the world with access to free, gender-transformative digital skills training and mentoring opportunities to bridge the gender-digital divide and foster gender parity and bring up the next generation of women leaders in tech. Equals launched this ambitious initiative in response to the urgent need to equip girls and women with technical digital skills and soft skills required to access employment in tech sectors and the economy more broadly. We sought to create a gender-transformative approach that is digital skills education designed for and with girls and women in all their diversity, addressing in content and pedagogy key factors underlying girls' and women's digital exclusion, such as structural barriers and discriminatory social norms and risks. Our research with other key stakeholders culminated in the publication last year of an educational framework and practitioner's guide entitled Her Digital Skills Towards a Gender Transformative Approach. It underscores the importance of integrating gender norm change theory and practice in digital skills education. We are happy to say that this program has already benefited over 300,000 girls and women in 80 countries and 4 continents. We are rigorously monitoring the impact and consistently excellent results across a range of KPIs. Today marks the official launch of the Her Digital Skills Badge, a free, self-paced, gender-transformative digital skills training course and prestigious recognized certification hosted on the ITU Academy, with subjects ranging from tech fundamentals and cybersecurity to web and app development. The Her Digital Skills Badge is unique and groundbreaking. It was designed in accordance with the gender transformative approach laid out in the framework, and we are excited about its potential and reaching impacts. As I speak, I would like to share a bit of background. I come from a rural county in Kenya, and I can attest to how transformative access to digital skills training can be. I was in primary school when I first saw a girl in a movie using a laptop. And of course, I had never had access to computers, and the schools I was in didn't have any laptops. But I couldn't stop dreaming about one day owning my own laptop and maybe doing a bit of coding on it. And I eventually attended a school that had computers. And because of my interest, I excelled in computer studies, but I didn't have mentors to guide me, to show me the possibilities of tech. And I didn't see role models who looked like me or understood the unique challenges I faced. And I felt that tech had few opportunities for women, and those few were out of reach for people like me in my background. Then I discovered the Equals Her Digital Skills Initiative. As I mentioned, I am a proud alumni. And it gave me access to not only the technology and the tech training, but also to a community and mentorship through the e-mentoring program, where I was matched with a wonderful mentor. And this has been one of the most transformative experiences in my life. The Her Digital Skills has also enabled many other girls and women to embrace their aspirations in tech. Thanks to this program, Elizabeth, back in Kenya, a young woman from Mathare informal settlements in Nairobi, acquired technical and soft skills she needed to obtain a job in cybersecurity with a lead in telecom in Nairobi, in Kenya. Mary, also in Nairobi, has developed her own tech-based social enterprise to promote maternal health care. And in Kathmandu, we have Manuka, a young woman from a mountainous low-income community who is pursuing advanced IT training and teaching it to other girls and young women from disadvantaged communities. And we have Asia and her team in Mukono, who now offer her digital skills training to girls and women in different regions of the country, and helping it now to bring it to the refugee community. These are just a few examples of the many lives transformed by the Her Digital Skills program. And of course, there is a multiplier effect, because as we say, when you empower a woman, you've empowered her community. Now we can significantly scale up our reach and impact. The challenge is to mobilize stakeholders at all levels of the wider digital and educational ecosystem, from schools and community-based organizations to the corporate sectors and ministries of education and ICTs, to help reach more girls and women. That's today's call to action. We all stand to gain from girls and women digital inclusion, equality, and leadership. Every day around the world, we see how tech is shaping societies and economies. Girls and women must be equal participants in this. They cannot be left behind. Policymakers and practitioners and various stakeholders can help by publicizing, endorsing, and adopting the Her Digital Skills Badge program and the GTDSE framework, encouraging its broader uptake, and by contributing to the Her Digital Skills program as we move towards the next exciting phase, where we'll be developing intermediate and advanced level badges and additional curricula and activities. Before I sit down and invite any question, on behalf of the Her Digital Skills co-founders, I would like to extend my warmest thanks to Ms. Sylvia Paul and the Her Digital Skills team for convening here today and for this opportunity to present the Her Digital Skills Badge program. The importance of the collective work of the Equals Coalition, cannot be overstated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daisy, for your presentation, and congratulations to all the team behind this initiative. It's great to see that you have been able to have such results in such short time. It was also interesting to hear a little bit about your story and your background. And actually, I'm inviting now to the stage Ms. Dania Rea, our YTU 160 gender champion from Iraq, to tell us a little bit about her work and what she's doing to support women and girls in the Middle East, giving them essential skills to thrive in the digital sector. Dania, please come. The floor is yours.
I still remember the day I chose to study computer engineering. My family looked at me like I'm said something wrong. They told me, "We imagine you in white coat only, not behind a screen." This is how far technology felt in our area. Where I come from, women in tech are very rare. The expectations were very clear. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Girls like me should be doctors, not engineers. In my department, there were only a few girls. And now, after graduation, most of them left the field. Not because they were not smart. It's because the system did not support them or help them grow. I remember one company I applied to after graduation. The CTO looked at me and he said, "We will never hire a girl to be a programmer." So I decided to speak up. I started making simple and fun content online to teach people how they can use digital tools, how they can use AI, and how they can be safe online. So I wanted to send a message to people in my community that technology is not scared, and anyone can learn it, and anyone can use it to make their life much easier. And then something amazing happened. Girls start messaging me and saying, my parents allows me to study computer engineering because of my videos. And then that's when I realized I was not just making content, I was changing people's life. During one of the media training I was attending in the UAE, the organization did a survey about how fake news affects our beliefs and our thinking. They showed us a photo of a suspected tourist, and they said, from which country do you think he is from? And most of the people in the room, they choose my country, Iraq. This moment stayed with me, because fake news is not only about wrong information. The silence battle we fight every day, just to be seen in a different way. This is why I co-created Mahu. It's an AI-powered platform that helps people check the truth of news and learn digital skills and digital media literacy. Because girls don't just deserve to use technology, and they deserve to lead in it. Today, I stand here very proud and very lucky to represent the women in my country, especially the one who never get the chance to be here. My country, Iraq, is healing, but there are still many challenges. To be here today, I had to pass through 4 different airports. Sometimes this is what just takes to have a seat at a table. But I made it, so if I could make it this far from a small room in Baghdad to this stage in Geneva, so I promise you she can too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dania, for these inspiring words. Thank you very much. Now we have a little bit of time to take maybe 1 or 2 questions. I know that we have received some questions online, but I would like to give maybe the priority to the floor. So is there anyone in the room that would have a question that we can address? And maybe the second one could be the one coming from the chat. Yes. Yeah, please introduce yourself before you ask.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Alison Gilwald from Research ICT Africa, and longtime partner, of course, with Equals on this. I think we've discussed it quite a lot over the WSIS period, but I just wanted to make the point, as we try and do these reports, about the increasing paucity of data. In fact, the times that we're actually hoping that we would have more and more data, and there seems to be more and more data around, data on those who are marginalized, those who are excluded, those who are invisible from these big data-driven technologies that we're now seeing are less understood, and the challenges to getting people equitably included. Because I think a lot of our studies initially with very high-level descriptive statistics or administrative data is really only looking at very homogenized notions, not looking at intersectional inequalities, really understanding where our policy challenges exist. So I know we've had reference to the importance of this in the Global Digital Compact, of course reference again within the context of WSIS, but the real issue is getting global solidarity funding in order to be able to conduct this basic research that is really going to determine whether digitalization amplifies inequality globally, or whether it's going to be able to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals and the objectives of WSIS. So I'm just urging us all, I know the ITU is constantly involved with trying to find funding of more kind of formal funding through UN statistics and those sorts of things, but we really need to make this a priority. We don't have transformative digital public infrastructures. We don't have equitable AI that's able to solve planetary solutions until we address these underlying digital inequalities, and we need to understand how we do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for one last question. Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Salma Abbasi. It's actually not a question. I think that basically Alice has triggered this in me. the thing is that we've been talking about this for decades, and we know the policy integration consideration of women. My question is, what can we actually do as action beyond research to actually address the growing divide, which we know is digital? And as a professor in AI, I know for sure there's an AI divide there too. So I'm looking for what nugget that you can say to governments, do this now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're already running out of time, but is there anyone here that would like to maybe give us some insight?
Thank you for the great comment and questions. And, I think we discussed about the evidence and research, but fundamental goal is, as you mentioned, that it's, action and real social change. And I think about the AI divide, the most important thing is about gender mainstreaming in development in technology. And I think one of the most important things is about diversity in the AI workforce. If you go to the exhibit hall in AI Summit, you can see a lot of social robots, and 90% of them would be probably women, right? Like women figures and the way of how it react. And I think in many ways, how the AI and other, the technology, expressed in certain ways in the UX, a lot of the gender bias, embodied. And I think a fundamental reason is that because of technology has been led by the, homogeneous group and often young and healthy and, able, educated males. So I think one of the most important things is about more women in the technology development as these champions, they are the real, the change agent. And also I think political will is also very important to change the policies and laws, but civil, society and UN, also academia, should work together.
Thank you. No, thank you very much. And as you can see, well, the session has been very insightful. We're learning things. We're being very inspired by our young women here. And when you say about concrete actions, I fully agree. One thing that we've been trying to do in ITU and with the launch of her digital skills badges is I think we have to have concrete initiatives where it can be now, for example, her digital skills badges is something we now have to really promote, that it is used, that it is applied, that thousands of young women start using it and are trained with this. So concrete actions can be taken from, of course, the inspiration of the research, and that's also the beauty of Equals, because Equals is a combination of research, of efforts, of collaboration, but also of concrete implementation, and with efforts like these. The same in the case of ITU. Yesterday, we had the network of women ministers and leaders in ICT. And why has this been created? Well, the purpose is to gather the strengths of the women who are in decision-making positions and how together they can influence change. And we have launched yesterday the program that will make it a permanent network. So that's a very, very concrete action. The same with efforts as the ITU 160 Gender Champions, where we are looking at selecting, hopefully in bigger numbers, young women we have exceptional 10 young women. If you hear each one of their stories, I really invite you to go to the website and look at the stories of each one. We have efforts related to gender-based violence. We have in activities related to climate change, etc. And these young women are going back to their communities, I hope with efforts like this one, even more inspired. I hope after the week you've all had this, it's almost finished, but the week you've had, but you will continue with us in the next few months, is that you already are leaders in your communities, but this only strengthens your resolve to multiply those efforts on the ground to have a real change. And this is what precisely that you're doing. So I think there are many efforts that have been converted into clear actions. The research is still very important to share experiences, best practices, and to highlight where the gaps are. but at the same time, these have to be converted into concrete actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. I'm so sorry I'm going to have to close because you were a bit running out of time. So again, I'm inviting you to scan the QR code here and have a look at Equals Report 2025. And I want to thank you, to thank all the researchers, the partners, the supporters and advocates of gender equality and digital transformation who make the Equals Global Partnership a real and living thing. And please, if you're not a member yet, I invite you all to join us. Thank you.
I think we are ready to start. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Leonora Hassane, and I work for the Geneva Center for Security Sector Governance, or in short, DCAF, as a program manager in cybersecurity projects in the Western Balkans. And I have the pleasure of moderating the session on driving meaningful participation of women through policy and practical action in the cybersecurity workforce. And, oh, yes, it's okay now. So DCAF is co-organizing this session together with the Association for Progressive Communication. So as my organization has been extensively working on meaningful participation of women in the traditional security sector, we have lately also focused our work in cybersecurity sector and the meaningful participation of women in the workforce. And we can hear and we are told from reports and statistics every day that there are hundreds of thousands job vacancies in cybersecurity, but nevertheless, women continue to be underrepresented, especially in leadership and decision-making roles, but also in technical roles. So in this session, we want to explore meaningful participation, which means more than being just counted, more than just numbers. It means having a voice, having an influence, and equal opportunity to lead on governance, structure, strategy, and the overall cybersecurity industry. It also means embedding gender responsiveness in how we design policies, how we design technologies, and how we implement strategies and how we have work cultures. On the other hand, it's been repeated quite a few times that cybersecurity threats can disproportionately impact women and gender diverse individuals, especially in the sphere of online safety and digital rights. So this session, this conversation is not just about equity, it's also about building smarter, safer, and more inclusive cybersecurity systems, but also society. So we are joined by a fantastic group of speakers today from representing international institutions, governments, and civil society, also geographically diverse from the global south and north, who will share their experiences, lessons, and actionable strategies. We have Ms. Kemley Camacho from the Association for Progressive Communication. We have Mr. Colum Watson, Gender Coordinator at Small Arms Survey. We have Ms. Canan Karaca, President of Women for Cyber in Kosovo, but also Head of Security at NLB Bank in Kosovo. And joining us remotely, we also have Ms. Emanuela Darqua, who is the lead of international cooperation at the Cybersecurity Authority of Ghana. So to start the discussion, I want to begin with one question to all of my speakers. To start us off, could you shortly introduce your role and from your perspective, what is meaningful participation and what does it look like in practice? So could you share how your organization is working to achieve this and what do you see as the biggest organizational challenge that still needs to be overcome and make meaningful inclusion a reality? So we will start with Kemley.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here in our panel about this meaningful discussion. I'm talking by APC. APC is an international civil society organization integrated by more than 60 members in the Global South mostly. And then we have reflected and worked in this topic around gender and cybersecurity. We have developed a recent study around how the gender is important and how the gender create differences around the impact of the cybersecurity. And based on this study, we developed a framework to support policymakers and also civil society organizations to create a gender-responsive policies and strategies. And one of the aspects more important in these guidelines or this proposed guide to integrate a gender approach in cybersecurity policies and strategies focus in 3 areas that we want to present here. We continue having a digital divide, yes, and there is a difference in the possibility to have access to internet based in gender. And this difference is about 50% between men and women, but this 50% means 244 million of women without access in relation with men. The second gap that we identify is around the lack of diversity in the IT industry, in the development of the technology. And this is not only an issue related with numbers and participation. It's about the question of who is developing the technology, who is integrating the knowledge, the visions, the needs, yes, in the technology. We will talk later a bit around that. And the third gap is about who is making the decision around the cybersecurity governance. And there also we have a big gap, especially in the decision-making spaces, yes, where we continue having few women and diversity in the spaces of decision-making. Then those we would like to highlight in this first part these 3 gaps that are very important, not only because of the numbers, as I said, but also because of the question that who knowledge is integrated in the cybersecurity policies and strategies.
Thank you, Kemley. We can continue to Colum.
Thank you very much, Leonora, and it's a pleasure to be here. So once again, my name is Callum Watson. I'm the gender coordinator at the Small Arms Survey, and while the focus of my work is not specifically on cybersecurity, I've worked for quite a long time in different areas related to security sector reform, including justice reform in places like the Balkans. So similarly, when it comes to small arms control, we have many challenges when it comes to women's, as we say in the instruments, full, equal, meaningful, and effective participation. But one of the first things people ask me is, well, what do we actually mean by meaningful participation? I think many people in the audience will have a sense of having participated in institutions and in decision-making processes that were kind of meaningless, but it's quite hard to define what we actually mean by meaningful. So UN Women actually thought about this question at a conference. They spent a few days thinking about it, and I find the framework they produced to be quite useful when it comes to unpacking this issue. So the first thing they said is that it's really important that people are present. You have to be present to seize opportunities, influence, and make decisions. However, I will caution that by saying that I work in some very niche areas such as ammunition management, and they always say, yes, we need to have more women working in ammunition management. But we have a network of over 60 women who already work in this field and who are simply not given visibility. So I think perhaps it's very easy for us to think in cybersecurity that this is a field that's been historically male-dominated, but overlook the fact that there's a whole bunch of women pioneers who just haven't been recognized. So we can think back to Ada Lovelace in the 1840s, who's credited as the first person to develop some kind of what we would now call a computer program when she worked with the Charles Babbage's analytical engine to calculate Bernoulli numbers. And she also hypothesized that computers could be used as a mechanism not just for calculating mathematical calculations, but also to encode music, which of course we now use it for. You've got people like Margaret Hamilton, who was a NASA employee working on the Apollo 11 mission, who coined the term software engineering. And she was very important from the perspective of error detection and creating systems that could restart if there were issues. And she was really critical to ensuring that NASA got to the moon in the first place. And then as we talk about intersectionality, we have people like Katherine Johnson, Mary Jackson, and Dorothy Vaughan, who will work for the NASA program in different areas of computing in the 1960s. They were 3 black women who were not actually able to use the bathroom in the facility because that was a white-only bathroom. So I think it is important to look at who is already there and whether we're promoting their role. The second thing they look at is the importance of self-efficacy. That's a topic that comes from psychology. But what we would first look at is training, but also the importance that women have the confidence and the resources in order to participate in different areas related to security. This is, again, something we look at a little bit in the small arms control field. And I think it's an area where we realize the importance of having mentors, for example. So you've got many people who are trained, but we also need to make sure that people feel comfortable when they're getting involved in the different institutions. And one thing that relates a little bit to what you were mentioning earlier was that sometimes we might have the impression that to be an expert in cybersecurity, you have to be an expert in digital technology. And we see a similar parallel when it comes to small arms control, that to be to have legitimacy in a discussion on arms control, you have to know about guns. But we find it really important that those people who understand armed violence, those social workers who are able to go into families and encourage them to surrender weapons, are also part of the conversation. And similarly, I think when it comes to cybersecurity, we need to have people who are experts in the impact of things like cyberbullying, cyber harassment, and other forms of gender-based violence. The third area that we talk about is deploying agency, and this is where you get different groups of women who are able to come together and put their interests on the agenda. It's not a question of having women in the room to discuss men's issues, but also, as I think was mentioned before, that these different groups of women can unite to highlight their needs and put their security needs and their interests on the agenda. And when it comes to my area of work, there's one area where we actually see cybersecurity, small arms control, and gender equality come together, and that's the topic of 3D printed weapons. Now, many people are really worried about 3D printed weapons being picked up by terrorist organizations or non-state armed actors. In fact, these groups already have such good access to conventional weapons, they don't need to 3D print weapons. Where we see it is where there's otherwise high levels of gun control. So the person who developed the most commonly found 3D printed weapon, it's called the FGC-9, is actually someone who's self-identified as an involuntary celibate. So basically somebody who blames women in feminism for the fact that they're not able to have a sexual partnership with women. So what we've been finding is that in the same spaces where there's misogyny and hate against women being spread, we now see digital blueprints being shared so that people can print 3D weapons and perhaps act on their hatred using firearms in a way they may not have done in the past. So here we really see the importance of creating systems where you've got people who are experts in cybersecurity coming together with experts in gun control, coming together with experts in preventing gender-based violence. And the fourth area then, I'll say, is that we need to look at exerting influence. So essentially, when you've got women present, the outcome of both your institution or your decision-making process should be different. And what we do in the small arms control field is we're not just looking at training women in gender equality so they're able to talk about gender. We're looking at changing the attitudes of those who already work in the room. So we provide training in small arms control for those working on gender equality, but then training on gender equality for those already working in small arms control. And while there's a lot of knowledge out there, we've also tried to create some concrete facilitation guides about how do you facilitate an inclusive conversation? What might be some of the barriers to people attending a meeting? Could it be to do with childcare? Could it be to do with the fact that the information isn't coming through? What do you do when you see women are present but they're not participating? So what you want to really try and do is shape the institutional culture of the institution or the decision-making process you're in. So when you have these 4 components present, then you can begin to perhaps talk about meaningful participation. So if you want to know a bit more about the 3D printed weapon story, you can scan the QR code. But I wanted to present these 4 components as a kind of framework for perhaps further discussions. Thanks.
Thank you, Colm. It is quite evident how some issues and lessons from another sector, like the one that you worked on arms control, can also be transferable to cybersecurity. Now, I also want to hear from Canan. Canan.
Well, yes. Hi, everyone. I think we all agree what meaningful participation of women in cybersecurity means. And same from my perspective, I think that it goes far beyond than simply increasing numbers and fulfilling quotas. That's for sure. It means that providing and ensuring an environment where their expertise is recognized, where their voices are heard, and where their contributions to the field is acknowledged. Further, they should provide a lead expertise and knowledge in all levels of cybersecurity. Meaning also from the tech skills or roles to policy making, governance, and strategical roles. As I here represent our organization named Women for Cyber Kosovo, it's an organization established in 2021. And it is under the umbrella of Women for Cyber Foundation, which is initially launched by European Cybersecurity Organization. We share the same vision, which is building an environment, inclusive environment of cybersecurity by providing visibility and ensuring they are present in all areas of cybersecurity. How we plan to achieve this vision is by 4 activities that we are aiming in this regard. First is by promoting, encouraging, and supporting young girls in cybersecurity. Second is by raising awareness about cybersecurity in order to enter and encourage the young girls to enter the field of cybersecurity. Third is by providing mentorship, education, and supporting a woman in upskilling their knowledge. And the fourth is by ensuring being as a bridge between different stakeholders, such as social society, government, academia, in order to provide opportunities for these young girls in building their career path in cybersecurity. Of course, challenges are present. The challenge that I see on having this meaningful participation of women in cybersecurity stays on the pipeline, actually, because women, at least in our country, we were talking with Kalum before the panel, that the percentage of women or the girls who enter or are interested in studying in ICT field in general, including cybersecurity, including computer science, at least in our country, statistics are showing that are equal. So there are equally interest among boys and girls on entering this field. But where these girls end up, they have no opportunities to build up their career in cybersecurity or in ICT areas. So I think we need to maybe more focus on tackling this challenge and providing opportunity for young girls to consider then that we have this meaningful participation of women in cybersecurity.
Thank you, Janan, for sharing Women for Cyber's efforts in this. It's definitely a multi-segmented approach and not just a one-size-fits-all model. And now we also have remotely Emanuela. Hello, Emanuela.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think so many great points have been made. And if I would just add my quota from someone who is on the regulatory side. First and foremost, I think you've introduced me already. My name is Emanuela. I lead the international cooperation team at the Cybersecurity Authority. So basically handling multilateral, bilateral engagement on behalf of the authority. So from my perspective, basically how I view meaningful participation of women is ensuring that in simple terms, women are in the room and that their voices make a difference. I think this means that beyond providing equal opportunities for women to participate meaningfully to any process, whether domestic, international policies, legislation, it's also important to ensure that they are equipped with the tools and the skills needed to participate. So this means building the capacity and the skills needed to contribute positively and effectively to these processes. This also means that ensuring that women are active, women are informed, women are influential in the process, because I believe that if you have a significant percentage of women in the room, but it doesn't reflect in your policies or in the outcome of your legislation, then they don't bring value on board. And like the panelists earlier mentioned, significant percentage of crimes do affect women. There's an increased digital divide. So if you now have women at the forefront of these communications or at the forefront of these conversations, how is their voice and how is their presence affecting and bringing about change in these policies? So the Cybersecurity Authority, for example, out of the organization, we have over 100 staff, and then we have about 52 of them being women. I believe the number should be 52. And we see women being active in skills development, capacity building, child online protection, legal processes, international cooperation. And this means that ensuring that they are also strategically positioned to contribute to the overall cybersecurity architecture of the organization. You note that cyber crimes, for example, affect women more. You have increased online harassment, sharing of non-consensual images, cyber stalking, especially in the global south and even in the global north countries, that you have a significant percentage of these crimes affecting women. So you need women part of the policy process. Even the kind of crimes that are outlined in your legislation should be significant to the kind of crimes that women face. The kind of actions that are taken should be representative of the kind of crimes that women face and what is defined as a cyber crime in the first place. From our end, for example, we've noticed that having women in the organization helps with capacity building, awareness creation, how comfortable other women are sharing their experiences. We have something called the 24/7 points of contact, for example. You would find that it's very easy for a woman to call, and when she has a crime or a complaint or she has an issue with consensual image sharing, she's definitely more comfortable talking to a woman at the other end of the line than talking to a guy, because these are very sensitive issues. These are sometimes issues that evolved and became criminal after a series of maybe building trust with someone. These are issues of shame. You are looking at sociocultural settings, women feeling like they're going to be ostracized, they're going to be shamed in the community for even being in such context in the first place. So that is also one angle. And then you add the gender element, and it's very difficult. So having women part of the process, having women remind them that it's okay, you can seek help. These are the legislation in place to ensure that we are able to address some of these issues, can contribute to the process. So in summary, basically meaningful participation for me is ensuring that women are not just in the room, but that their presence in the room is significantly making a difference in your policy, in your legislation, and just in the general understanding of cyber crimes and cyber policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Emanuela, for bringing these, such issues that are also relevant in so many other countries globally. So that's why we've focused this panel also on the safety part and the digital rights part. So now I want to discuss about these global level efforts and commitments, and why they are important and how they translate to national strategies. And I know that APC has done some extensive work on embedding gender into internet governance and cybersecurity policy. So, Kemli, in your view, how do these global commitments shape gender-responsive cybersecurity policy? What are the most common challenges, and why is it is critical to view women's participation in cybersecurity not just through a workforce lens, but also through the broader lens of digital rights, safety, and intersectional justice? So why is that, and how does that help meaningful participation?
Thank you, Leonora. At APC, we advocate for a human right and gender approach to create a cybersecurity environment that could reduce cyber threats and vulnerability, not only for women, but in general for all the population. In APC view, gender-responsive cybersecurity policy means that in every step of the design, the implementation, and evaluation of cybersecurity measures and policies, the goal is to positively impact the greatest number of people in all their diversity and complexity. A gender-responsive approach means also security for all the population, not only for women. Without this systemic approach to cybersecurity policy, large segments of the population are left vulnerable to cyber threats. Without a gender approach to cyber policy, critical security decisions will be made based only on assumption and partial or incomplete information. As a consequence, national security, the security of the systems, as well as human rights are weakness. Although we see an increasing recognition of importance of gender in cybersecurity, for instance, only few national cybersecurity strategies in the world reference women or gender. And in general, this is typically connected with the need for women's participation in the technology sector. But gender in cybersecurity goes beyond the issue of participation, as we said all before. Cybersecurity has other important implications for gender equality. As we all know, cybersecurity incidents affects people of different genders differently. For example, data breaches, disinformation campaigns, hate speech, and internet shutdowns disproportionately impact women and people of diverse gender identities, expression, and sexualities. All in all, inattention to gender makes cybersecurity less effective. It introduces unnoticed vulnerabilities into technical system and policy responses to cyber threats.
Thank you, Kemli. And since we are talking about safety and security, I want to go back to Colum. So, in your area of work, you've worked extensively at the intersection of small arms control and gender. So, what lessons from that space do you think are most relevant or transferable to cybersecurity, to advancing women's meaningful participation in cybersecurity?
Thank you very much, Leonora. And it's really interesting to hear how many of the interventions from others, Kemli, Emanuela, and Janan, really resonate with what we see as well in the area of small arms control. I think if I think back to some work I was looking at, which was exploring the barriers to women's participation in UN peace operations, something we learned that was really important from that perspective was not just to focus on structural barriers, which we might think about access to education, whether there's enough people doing the right courses at university, whether the personal protective equipment fits the different women, whether they have access and training on that equipment. But it was also really important to understand cultural barriers to working in this field too. And so the two main ones we looked at were gender roles. So was it that when women were trained in a particular area, they actually ended up working in that area, or were they expected to do other roles? So ones that might be involving reaching out to children, for example, or were they expected to do cleaning or cooking and this kind of thing, even if they were trained as infantry soldiers? Another area that we looked at was social exclusion, and this was about how is it that teams create a sense of unity, a sense of rapport, and are those processes ones that allow both women and men to be involved together? So is it the case, for example, that the different members of a company or a team bond over sports like football that women are not traditionally allowed to play on mixed teams with? Is it that they all go to the bar together and women don't feel comfortable? There's even one organization I won't name, but I know that they hold some of their strategic team meetings in a sauna, which is gender segregated, right? So women are completely excluded from that. So I think it's important that we look at how the kind of sense of team, the sense of esprit de corps is created, and look at whether that process, that socialization process, allows both women and men to become involved. The other thing I will say is that I think having data is very powerful, and this is something that I don't have to tell people working in this sector, but I think we found it very interesting to do interviews with people who were currently inside institutions and also had recently left institutions to try and do some myth busting. So I think Janan before talked about the fact that many women are involved in studying things like information technology at university. When you have the data of where those women are and you look at whether they're making their way up into faculty or in different companies, you can often find where the glass ceiling is. And then you can begin to explore where it is. And so what we know, for example, in other fields in academia is that fewer women manage to transition from doing a PhD into getting tenure inside a faculty. And you might think, oh, that's because then they decide to leave and have kids. But when you actually interview them, frequently they'll say, no, I was so tired of being permanently harassed by my supervisor and working in a toxic work environment, I decided I wanted to work in a completely different area. So I think, this is where you can, begin to myth bust a little bit. And we found similar challenges when we're looking at women coming back from peacekeeping missions. Often women were expected to do what's called a second shift. So they do their day job, but in the evening they're expected to volunteer at schools, or sometimes expected to do other things like holding cultural events or providing medical treatments to other people. And frequently, because there are so few women and everybody wants to have a quota, they just keep getting deployed again and again and again and again. And so then you ask, well, why have you left? And I think some of them said, listen, we have to work so much harder than men do for the same pay that it's just not worth it. And other women also said that we left because you get a payout at the end of a peacekeeping mission, and we realized we were much better off leaving and starting our own company than trying to fight our way up in a very male-dominated area. And the final thing I will say is that we have to think about changes in the workplace for women have to be reflected by changes in the home for men. So if it's the case that there's a challenge for women to balance work and life, and we then normalize the fact that we have childcare facilities and this kind of thing, we have to normalize the fact that men also get involved in things like childcare. If we expect women to be volunteering and working with youth, then we also have to have the same expectation of men. So we have to rethink the gender relations between women and men and not just focus on fixing the women. We have to think about what that implies so that men play an equal role in the home.
Thank you, Colm. I recall actually the importance of data, because when DCAF was conducting the studies on women's meaningful participation in cybersecurity in the Western Balkans, we faced that issue, that there was a lack of data, and it is kind of easy to make observations, but sometimes the reality can be quite different. So I will move now to Canan, who has a unique position, as she is a leader in the financial sector and also the president of Women for Cyber. So what role do you think local networks and visible role models play in shifting these perceptions and encouraging girls and young women to pursue cyber careers and to retain them?
Thank you, Leonora. Callum has tackled some really great topics and are really facts that I have also faced with. Absolutely, starting from having support from the family members and sharing all the challenges together. It's really, really important for a woman entering the cybersecurity field. Then moving to the work environment and, of course, during the studies and all, but absolutely it must start from their own home. Role models are definitely something very important for young girls who enter the cybersecurity field. They not just inspire the young girls, but also they break the stereotypes. About the hacker, it's always this idea that there is some guy in a hoodie in the background. You know, you never can imagine a girl in heels and with nails painted. So I think role models in leadership positions are very important to break those stereotypes, that there are women who can do really a man's job. And absolutely, I agree, and I feel with all those women who resigned, as you said, who had to leave from the army, because yes, women needs to prove themselves working twice as hard as men, that they can do the same job. And this is, really quite challenging, but having a role model and being visible for the young girls can prove that they can do that as well, because not all work environments can be toxic or can be not supportive. So I think those breaking those stereotypes should be from top to down, should be visible, or should be presented by women who are in a leadership positions. So bringing to the floor more women, the ones that Kalum mentioned, but also we have women who are present, living in our era, who can be presented as role models for young girls joining the cybersecurity field. What other topic I would like also to mention is what is the role of certifications, training programs, and fellowships helping women and establishing credibility and confidence in the sector. This is also very important because in this way, for women can provide equal opportunities and equal credibility for joining or for competing for the same position with one other man. So certifications, training programs, not just that upskill them, but also gives confidence to the woman that they can do, and they are credible to do the same job as a man can do. So as a Women for Cyber organization chapter in Kosovo, we, for the last 4 years, we have worked on in various programs and activities, above 35. We have around 500 members joining our community, which can be grouped in three levels. Young girls who are aged up to 14, then between 14 and 24, and above 25 years old. So we have provided different educational programs, different awareness-raising campaigns based on their age, and promoted cybersecurity with a group of volunteer women within our organization to promote cybersecurity as a career path and encourage young girls in entering this area. But still, again, the challenge is retaining those girls in cybersecurity career path. This is really a great challenge due to known obstacles that we are facing.
Thank you, Janan. And yes, I definitely agree with you. And we really have to tackle where that process is being stuck with data from the field, not just by observing. So I want to now pass to Emanuela. And actually, I want to touch upon two elements. Emanuela, since I know that at the moment you're in New York at the open-ended working group in international negotiations. So I want to touch upon reflecting on experiences that you have had in Ghana. So what do you think are the most effective ways for institutions to foster these long-term pipelines for women in cybersecurity beyond just training? And then if you could also talk about cyber diplomacy or international cyber diplomacy. So what is the progress regarding participation of women in international cyber diplomacy? And how is this reflected at the open-ended working group discussions? How to continue these discussions at the UN Future Permanent Mechanism? Okay, maybe we have some technical. We cannot hear Emanuela.
Oh.
Okay.
Is it good now? Yes. Okay. That's a very great question, and I think those are conversations that are still ongoing. There's definitely a lot of work that needs to be done, but I think one of the first bases, for example, is having strong allyship and having men in your organization that also advocate for women. Sometimes in having these conversations, I love the point that Callum raised, and most of the points he raised really about having women who have been doing a lot of work in the background but don't necessarily come to the forefront, or just simple moments where, for example, you are asked a question and just referencing your colleague experts and saying, do you know what, she knows a lot about this area, can I invite her to participate in this process? So allyship is a very important thing. And one of the ways that you can also ensure gender balanced approach even at the international level is having women as part of the delegation. If you see gaps in your delegations, ensure that you have women as part of them. That means also if you need to put in place measures at the national level to train more women and bring more women, identify skilled women in your ecosystem and bring them on board, it's very important to ensure that they can also feed into your international delegation, because they are there. They are women who are doing incredible things across board. Even if it's not in your sector, they will be working actively in another sector that is similar to yours. Scout them, identify them, and bring them on board, and then put in place relevant initiatives. So at the OEWG, for example, I was fortunate to come to the forefront of negotiations because of programs like the Women in Cyber Fellowship, where we had the first round of negotiations. We know the team that put together the fellowship noticed that women representatives were only about 20-something% at that time. So instead of just advocating for gender inclusivity, they came together and decided, you know what, let's identify people in the ecosystem from the Balkan states, from Africa, from Asia, from the Pacific, and identify women who are doing incredible things in cybersecurity and make them part of the delegation. So once they train us, it's compulsory that we are added to the national delegation of the country, which was incredible. And we brought on board lawyers, policymaking, international cooperation experts, cybersecurity experts, members of the national service who were trained as diplomats, because the reality is they had the raw skill. They were already in cybersecurity. So how do we train them as cyber diplomats? We had people like myself who were handling the policy aspect, international cooperation. So then we were trained on multilateral negotiations, and having that continuity and ensuring that it became such an integral part of the UN process at the OEWG that the program is even in the outcome report. That contributed to a significant percentage of the interventions being delivered by women. In December 2024, for example, we had 55% of the participations at the OEWG delivered by women, which is an incredible achievement. But that doesn't just happen overnight, or that doesn't happen because you sit back and keep saying, oh, we need to see women, there have to be women in the room. What measures are you putting in place to bring women into the room? And again, I go back to the points that there are incredible women doing incredible things across the globe. So how do you bring them to the forefront? Now, translating that into these multilateral processes, you see how, for example, we've been able to integrate gender as part of a human-centric approach to cybersecurity in the outcome report, and we consider how cyber threats and policy impact people differently, particularly women and girls. In this current report that we are negotiating, of course, the final session is tomorrow, but in looking at the current draft, I'm already encouraged by seeing how references are made to the gender digital divide, how there's a need to promote the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in the decision-making process. And again, it's not just stating including women, but then fully characterizing this full, equal, meaningful participation of women, and even ensuring that there's leadership in decision-making in the ICT domain. You have, for example, texts like the promotion of gender-responsive capacity building efforts, integration of gender perspectives, international ICT and capacity building policies, which were advocated for female negotiators, Ghana inclusive. We reiterated it in most of our statements. We saw that as well because I had the opportunity to follow the ad hoc committee process as well. We advocated for gender responses as well to cybercrime. This only happens when you have women in the room. And again, if you are familiar with multilateral processes, it's not about one voice, it's about multiple voices advocating for a cause. And when you have allies, you have people with you who understand your problem, you don't feel like you're pushing against a wall. You feel like, okay, we all understand the issue at hand. How do we come together as a strong front to ensure that it's integrated into the outcome policy? Because mind you, at the national level, at the regional level, these outcome documents are going to reflect national policy. They are going to reflect regional policies. If we don't get it right at the international level, we are going to be fighting and talking for a very long time. So have women in your delegations, ensure that they are part of the process, ensure that their perspectives are heard. They are not sitting at the back as, just oh, we have women in the room, but then make sure they're speaking, make sure they are on the research team, make sure they are bringing on board lenses that you are not even seeing, because sometimes most delegations will be focusing on the hard stuff, but just simple sentences can make a difference to the outcome of the document. So I think that is very important for international policy as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Emanuela. I am actually quite happy to see of these excellent efforts in the era of in the field of international cyber diplomacy, as I wasn't really aware of such a high percentage. So as we're coming towards the end of the discussions, we still have a little time for a Q&A. So if anyone would like to ask from the room, we have time maybe for one or a couple of questions. Okay. If not, then I will continue to conclude this session. So today we heard clear messages on what it takes to drive meaningful participation, and it's not, as we've heard, it's not just opening the door for women in cybersecurity, but ensuring that they have the space, the support and recognition to lead and thrive. So we've had speakers from international cooperation and policy shaping, discussions on institutional culture and change, to the critical role of networks and education. Our speakers shown that change is happening and is possible, and there is also a lot of room for improvement. And so what's clear from all of this is that advancing women's inclusion is not in cybersecurity is not a side issue. It's fundamental to building smarter, more inclusive and more secure, safer digital systems for everyone. So I would like to thank our panelists, Ms. Kemli Camacho from APC, Mr. Colin Watson from Small Arms Survey, Ms. Janan Karacha from Women for Cyber, and Ms. Emanuela Darkwa from the Cybersecurity Authority of Ghana. Thank you for sharing your expertise, experience, and inspiration. And I would also like to thank you, everyone in the room, for listening and for your engagement. So let's take today's insights and then turn them into further action, whether in policy, workplace culture, mentorship, and collaboration. Thank you.
yes, it works. We've all been enjoying this very nicely AI or non-AI generated music. Now that it's over, you have to bear with my non-AI generated voice still. Next year, maybe there's an avatar doing the job for me, so I won't be needed anymore. Welcome to the traditional annual Swiss reception of the WSIS Forum. This is the first time that we are not having this at the CICG, but here in Palexpo. So welcome everyone. I'll be very brief, and let me introduce to you Ms. Nathalie Fontanet, State Councillor of Geneva, our partner, of course, whenever we host something in Geneva. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, on behalf of the Swiss Confederation, the Canton of Geneva, and the City of Geneva, I'm very honored to welcome you to Geneva for the World Summit of the Information Society, WSIS. The year 2025 marks the 20-year review since the creation of WSIS. More than 2 decades after the first phase took place right here in Geneva. The Information Society has evolved profoundly. Information and communication technologies now permeate every aspect of our lives, and artificial intelligence opens up new opportunities, but also new questions. Yet the vision of WSIS remains unchanged: to build a people-centered, inclusive and development-oriented information society, one that leaves no one behind. The work initiated over 20 years ago laid the foundation to open and collaborative digital governance and established key principles. These principles are more relevant today than ever. As the world undergoes rapid transformation, major challenges are emerging, along with the risk of entire populations being left behind. In this context, Geneva plays a central role. International Geneva is home to multilateral organizations, NGOs, research institutions, and civil society actors. This unique ecosystem makes Geneva a neutral, inclusive, and effective space for dialogue, a place where consensus-based solutions can be built, even in the complex domain of digitalization. This ecosystem is all the more important as international cooperation faces growing challenges, including budget constraints and complex crises. In this shifting landscape, we must rely on strong networks, trusted partnerships, and effective collaboration to maintain coherent and resilient collective action. These values lie at the heart of the WSIS process, which embodies a multi-stakeholders and collaborative spirit around a shared goal: fostering a digital society that is people-centered, equitable, and accessible to all in support of inclusive and sustainable development. This is precisely why places like Geneva and processes like WSIS are essential, because they represent the possibility of dialogue in a fragmented world. They remind us that technology cannot be separated from humanity, from fundamental rights, and from solidarity. Please consider Geneva your safe and stable home. The host authorities will continue to support this universal and neutral space, upholding its values as a common good for humanity. thank you for your attention and for your presence here today in Geneva.
Thank you, Natalie, and thanks to all of the authorities of the canton and the city of Geneva for their enduring commitment to serve as a space for dialogue and for finding solutions. Next, I think I do not have to introduce this lady because people say she's the first ever Secretary General, female Secretary General of the ITU since its creation at 1250 before Christ. Ms. Doreen Bogdan, thank you, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Schneider. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's a pleasure to share the stage with the State Councillor, Nathalie Fontanet. Thank you so much for being with us this evening. Switzerland has been part of the ITU story actually since the very beginning, being one of our 20 founding member countries, and has really been a pillar of support ever since then. And here we are with our WSIS Plus 20 process, and I think it's fair to say that for more than 2 decades, you have really been a driving force behind the WSIS process, and we thank you for that. Since the first phase of the WSIS concluded right here in Geneva in 2003, Switzerland's leadership has helped shape the WSIS process into what it is now. Something that's inclusive, development-focused, and future-oriented. The former Swiss president even described the 2003 outcome document, the Geneva Declaration, as the constitution for the information society. Switzerland has always been a champion of the multi-stakeholder WSIS spirit and a firm believer in partnerships and hospitality, especially here in Geneva, I must say. That international community that they have continued to welcome here in Geneva year on year has really helped to ensure that all countries have equitable access to our inclusive discussions and can help to advance the benefits of the information society for all. Not only is Switzerland the home to the ITU and host of many other UN organizations here in Geneva, but you're also the home of our Giga Connectivity Center, which has just wrapped up its 2nd annual School Connectivity Forum. And the co-convener of the AI for Good Global Summit since its start back in 2017. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, in addition to acknowledging and thanking Switzerland, I also want to give a shout out to our amazing partners here in the front row, right in front of me. Thank you so much to our incredible partners for having supported us year on year. I think it's fair to say you are the lifeblood of the WSIS process, in which over 600, I was going to say 600 countries, that would be hard. Over 150, I think they said 160 to be precise, countries have taken part. And that support has helped us bring together over 50,000 stakeholders. I think I got that number right. And on behalf of that community, I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming together and helping to make the WSIS stronger, more agile, and more resilient so that together we can drive digital development outcomes for generations to come. With that, I thank you very much, and I hand back to His Excellency Ambassador Schneider. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doreen. And I'm very happy now to hand over to the next person in green. We somehow seem to be thinking alike, even in terms of colors. Gitanjali will lead the next part, the next very important part of this ceremony until before we will then go for drinks and so on just outside. Thank you, Gitanjali.
Thank you, Ambassador Schneider. We will now commence commemoration of our partners who have been supporting us all throughout, and because of whom the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event was made possible. I'd like to invite Secretary General to please celebrate this and give away certificates in their honor. We would like to start with Switzerland. Thank you so much, Ambassador Schneider, for your support and for making this happen, also for being co-hosts. Thank you very much. Our WSIS long-standing partners, United Arab Emirates. Excellency, we welcome you on the stage. Our strategic partner, Platinum, Malaysia. Excellency, we welcome you on the stage, please. Our strategic partner, Gold, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Our strategic partner, Gold, South Africa, first time ever, and I hope you continue the tradition. Thank you very much. South Africa.
Thank you.
Our silver partner, Japan. Excellency, are you in the room? Because we don't see you here. Is Japan in the room? Yes. Excellency, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our longtime contributing partner, Internet Society. Our contributing partner, Taking It Global. Thank you very much. We heard that you were associated with this since its inception. Thank you. Our contributing partner, IEEE, who's been also a traditional partner since a very long time with us. IEEE, are you in the room? Yes? Okay. Our contributing partner, China. Excellency. Our contributing partner, also since the very beginning, ICANN. Our contributing partner, Ernst & Young. Are you in the room? Ansgar? Okay, SG, they are not here. We'll move on. Our supporting partner, United Kingdom. Our supporting partner, AFNIC. Our supporting partner, IFIP. Is IFIP in the room? Okay, we will move on to our supporting partner, Rwanda.
In green.
Yes. Our supporting partner, Wallonia, Brussels, and Geneva, the permanent mission of Belgium to the UN. Yes, this is green. And our supporting partner, the World Summit Awards. Professor Brooke, you're invited to the stage, please.
I'm shaking your hand as well.
We'd like to invite all our partners for a group photograph with the Secretary General, please. If you could please join us on stage for a quick photograph. Yes, it would be nice to have your certificates. Yeah, that would be a nice picture. Oh, IFIP. IFIP is here. We'd like to invite also our directors to please join us on the stage. Cosmos and Onoe-san, please join us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oops, I think you have to shift a bit.
Move over.
Maybe they have to move over,
Yes.
or I'll go all the way over there.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Let's go over there.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Tab you on the panel today.
Do. Yes. No. No. Yes, we're good. Services. Money for business. Thank you very much. Since it's the birthday, it's an anniversary of WSIS, it's been 20 years, the Swiss Confederation has arranged for a birthday cake, and we would like the birthday cake to please be presented on the stage. If the colleagues could bring the birthday cake of WSIS on the stage, please.
The cake is also 160 years old, of course. We use it every time, in the same one, in order to save resources. It's like a sour type thing that grows, keeps growing every year, so we're just waiting for it. Yeah, there it is. It is coming. So,
yes.
Not now, not now. I should be saying happy birthday.
Yes.
I'll leave that up to you.
At the count of 3. Happy
Birthday to
you. Happy birthday
to you. Happy Happy birthday, ITU. Happy birthday to you. And for the first time ever in ITU history, 2 women are going to cut the cake tonight.
Oh, wow.
We need sound on the mic if the technicians can help us. Yeah,
oh, good.
It's coming.
I think now with the sparklers, we can sing happy birthday, okay? Properly. Everybody sing with gusto, all right? This is a 20-year birthday. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Louder. Happy birthday, dear WSIS. Happy birthday to you. Okay, you may blow the candles now.
They blow themselves.
Dang. Yeah, on the count of 3. Cosmas, pretend to, touch something. Yeah, okay, yeah. 1, 2, slice. Well done. Big claps.
Thank you all for your patience. With this historic moment, we can all go out through that tiny door, and in the foyer, there's a few drinks waiting for you. Thank you very much. Enjoy the evening. Celebrate in whatever manner you want. Thank you.